Van der Hoogten with 3 slips and a gully, and he's driven that one live through the offside. That's a short boundary. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and another boundary on the offside for has it's again driven into the offside. Will this one reach the boundary? Yes, it will.
Third over, bowling here to Finley Bean. Wide of off stump, and Bean is going to get off the mark.
So Derbyshire.
Harris in, that's punched down the ground by Finley Bean. He's through his shot so quickly, and that's a lovely shot down the ground this time, just waiting for that.
In from the River Taff end, and bowls, that's driven through the covers, glorious shot.
The team, as Lyth is going to get 4 here through third man, ball wide of off stump, entitled to chase it.
Corvin coming in, and that's slashed, and that's through Keller.
Sight screen at this near end, around just the sheets they usually use, as that's over pitch from Morris. Driven, he's under pressure to get a wicket here as he bowls, and Lyth almost provides Morris with his first wicket.
Continues from the River Taff end, and there's a big shout, and that's the breakthrough that Glamorgan required.
The V Cup, as that one's over pitched and driven a couple of seasons. As Callaway bowls down the wicket, comes Lyth and lofts him back.
Yeah, the ground staff will have the dims measured, won't they? Good delivery by Corvin, and Lyth has fallen over it and gone for 46. 24 overs and 2 balls in this time of the match, having put Sussex into bat. Tattersall running one down nicely. He's going to get 4 here.
Coming in past the umpire to Wharton, who plays that down, and they will collect it.
Feel strongly about on this side of the Pennines, as Tattersall's played a lovely shot off his legs, a very strong area for Johnny.
For 14, as he bowls from the River Taff end, and that's driven away on the leg side for 4. 108 for 2. Harris bowls, and that'll be 4 more. Noodled down to
play. Tattersall on 16. Will take one short of length though. That's another boundary to him. He's guided that one away.
Sky, just a little high cloud, as that's beautifully driven by Wharton through the offside.
Anything too serious happening? Short ball here from Ben Cliff was bowling. Will Luxton had the keeping mitt on. He was getting through a bit of practice, Ben.
Harris continues from the River Taff end, and that was, well, it was safe in the end. Thought it was Harris coming in and bowls, and that's played through the covers.
Where in a mo. Morris is in, that's cracked away through the covers off the back foot there. On. North-east at a straight mid-wicket. He's dragged this one down, and that is going to get dispatched by James Wharton for, I fancy getting yourself out of bed to come and commentate, as that one is driven through extra cover. It's
Corvin continues his spell from the River Taff end. Oh, that's squeezed through everything, raced past the glove.
As Crane bowls shortish, and is that caught a wicket? Oh, he's got him. Well, that looked like a filthy long hop from Mason Crane.
Coming in is Corvin, flashed, and that's taken the point by Kellaway, just stuck. And that, well,
over Australia on this ground. Full toss from Crane, whacked through the leg sides. Happy Christmas away.
Here's Harris, short ball and gone. James Wharton has succumbed to the very first delivery received in the spell, and Tim Van der Hoogten
past Barry.
Final ball of the over, nicely pulled by Bess, and it
wasn't the bat. Crane bowls, it's driven back past him by George Hill. 4 runs. He's pairing up as well, the Harebears, as that's pulled away. The first ball of the Crane.
Who was your favourite was probably the right question to ask.
Or full toss outside off stump is hammered. Crane in bowls to Bess, who cuts it away on the offside. A chase, but a little partnership of 32 developing, as that will move on to 36 as Hill sweep. Crane bowls. Oh, that's another full toss, and again it's put away by
lists in that respect.
As Callaway bowls, driven through the offside. Oh, it's
Corvin in. Oh, beautiful shot by Hill. You've got a bit of time and room to work with.
past the shadow of the floodlight bowls, and that's nicely played by Bass, backward of square on the off.
Corvin in again. Final ball of the over. Lovely shot. Really nice shot by George Hill. Again, Corvin's just gone to Hill, who's crashed this one away for 4 runs through point, just about bang on square.
Will face Corvin. Here he comes, and that's full. They come through to the single, and that is his 50. To the gracious applause here, round Sapphire. Crane coming in, right arm over. That's full that time, and that's dispatched past Crane coming in, and bowls fullish, and that will evade Tim van der Hoogten, who.
Slightly defensive decision, maybe. As Callaway bowls, firmly driven through the offside.
As Crane comes in, that's another full toss, and we've seen a fair few, and that's disposed of once more. And that is today. Crane in. That's full. They're asking the question, and that's gone. LBW. Well, Glamorgan desperately needed a wicket.
Callaway round the wicket to the left-handed Thompson, who steps back, tries to cut. A couple of youngsters.
Crane coming in, fullish, and that's walloped through mid-wicket for 4.
As on leg stump clipped away nicely for bowling. And Callaway bowls him. Thompson has gone, trying to force on the offside. A firm thwack of ball up the over 8. Harris bowls down leg side, helped away for 4 runs by
Board 250 with a couple of tail-enders to come. Ooh, he's got 4 here. He struck that. 2 to come in this. Harris over then, right arm over the wicket. A lovely shot down the ground by George Hill. That's going to be 4. Harris to Hill, short, pulled. That should be 4 more. Yep, will be 4 more.
Van der Hoogten comes in, 3 slips in 4, and that is nicked, and that is out. Caught by Sam Northeast at second slipped. Fisher falls for 10.
Corvin in, Code will get to 350, in fact 353. Plays that shot. Here's Corvin. Oh, nicely played again. That's one of his definite strengths, Ben Code. He's on the front.
Van der Hoogten bowls edged and caught behind, and that excellent innings from George Hill comes to an end on 90.
Here he comes. All gone. Edged straight to first slip there by Ben Code. And that will be the end of the Yorkshire innings at 361. A good catch because it was dying on him.
Good morning to our match umpires David Williams and Mike Ashar. Rearguard, good morning also to the Yorkshire team who are preparing to field under Captain John Tattersall.
Very good morning and welcome to Sapphire Gardens, Day 2 of Glamorgan against Yorkshire in the County Championship Division 2, with Glamorgan 12 for naught in reply to the 361 posted by promotion chasing Yorkshire. I'm Nick Webb, Kenneth Davis is with me, and Jonathan Deutsch is representing our various Yorkshire stations. Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning, Nick. Morning, everyone. Yep, not the sunshine we were greeted with yesterday, but apparently going to improve as the day goes on, and it should be a nice warm afternoon and evening session. But there's a little bit of September nip in the air this morning, some cloud cover. It might feel more like a bowling day than it did yesterday.
Yes, Yorkshire will be hoping that that is very much the case. Ben Coate will bowl to Sam Northeast, who edged his first ball last night through the slips for 4, took 2 further boundaries during the course of the over with the attacking field that you might expect, and it is Coate on his way in then to bowl to Northeast, who is forward defensively, playing up to mid-on, and there is no run, and Sam Northeast very much looking to improve on his home record this season, which has been shocking really in the championship for a batter of his calibre, a man who has taken 3 big hundreds off opposition attacks away from home, but has been really scratching here at Sapphire Gardens as he's forward defending. Highest score in the championship here this season is just 18, which is almost unbelievable really, that there should be such a dichotomy between his home and away form, because he now has 936 runs for the season, nearly 900 of which have been scored away, which is quite the contrast. Faces up again to Ben Coate from the River Taff end, and that's a poor shot outside off stump. Bowler's hand in the air, ball beat the bat. Northeast looking to force through the offside, did not make contact. And at the other end is Asa Tribe, yet to score, who got a pair down at Hove. And this is just his 3rd first-class match, so he's still looking to post any sort of score. As in comes Coate and bowls, and that's through outside off stump. The wind on the effects mic is quite considerable this morning.
Yeah, I walked up from the hotel again today. I thought, go on, I'll brave it. It was definitely cooler and windier than had been the case yesterday. I noticed when I got here, sometime between 9:30, 9:45, Ben Coate, Jordan Thompson, Matthew Fisher, I think as well, they're all out there having a good look at the deck again in terms of where they might be bowling it.
As Coate is in to bowl to Northeast, who will get the first runs of the day. He's played that one away nicely through the offside, and the ball will reach the distant boundary away to our right on the grandstand side. Glamorgan 16 without loss.
Yeah, good job we brought the bins with us, I think, because it is a different postcode almost, isn't it, the boundary over there. Good morning to Bent Nielsen, who says, my plan for today is 10 quick wickets, a follow on, and 10 more wickets for the sake of it. Sadly, my days don't always go to plan.
Yeah, we ought to make a note of the follow-on figure, which is 361 minus 150, 211 plus 1. 212 follow-on target for Glamorgan, the first thing to be avoided. As Northeast is forward, playing that one carefully down into the gully, fielded by Bess. There's no run. It's the end of the first over. Glamorgan 16 without loss in reply to 361 posted by the visitors yesterday. A lot of wickets in some games yesterday. This one not exceptional, with just the 10 in the day. Steve West asks, is it only a leafy autumn in Cow Corner? No leaves around in his garden. Yes, down at the River Taff end, there certainly are a lot of brown leaves which were around for the last game. Actually, they went fairly early in that part of the ground.
Matthew Fisher at the Cathedral Road end. George Hill at first, Adam Lyth at second, and Finlay Bean at third slip respectively. Johnny Bairstow with the gloves. Ringfield barring Ben Code, who's probably the best part of 20 yards in from the boundary at long leg. Fisher's first delivery is not a bad one. Ace of Tribe just pushing at a bit of the Welsh air. Matthew Fisher picked up wickets in both innings last week, the first time we'd seen him in action since the spring. On his way, of course, after next week's match against Northamptonshire. In he comes again then. Past umpire Ashraf, wide of off stump, and an easy leave for Ace of Tribe. Just trying to get himself into it for the morning, Matthew Fisher. Wonder what the bowlers are making of it with that breeze out there. Whether that's a plus or a minus, difficult to judge which direction it's blowing in. Maybe towards us, actually.
That's rarity.
So Matthew Fisher could be running into it, or at least part of it at some sort of angle. Here he comes again then. This time asks Tribe to block, and he does so.
Yeah, the more predominant direction is from behind us, because we're looking more or less west to east. So you get more often the weather is coming over our shoulders from Cardiff Bay or Penarth. But if the Yorkshire bowlers were looking at the strip and trying to read it, good luck.
Yeah.
Because they've been fairly illegible here over the years.
Fisher in again. Another leave for Tribe elsewhere. Quick look round the early moments. Hampshire 375 for 4 in Division 1 against Worcestershire. That's still the first innings of the match. They won the toss. Warwickshire, you'll recall, was shot out for 78 yesterday by Essex, who were 194 for 9 in reply in their first innings. Both those in play, as they are in Division 2. Leicestershire 203 all out. Northamptonshire 138 for 3. And Gloucestershire 109 all out. Sussex already with a 43-run lead, but 4 down, 152 for 4. As Fisher turns, comes in again. Ooh, wide of off stump, and a bit of a flash at that by Tribe. Doesn't get any bat on it. Derbyshire 173 all out yesterday. Middlesex putting themselves into a good position at Derby, 126 for 1, of course. Strong relevance to what's going on for Yorkshire, that match. And then at the Oval, Durham all out for 262, Surrey 52 without loss in their response. Lancashire 140, Somerset 146, and Lancs 20 for 1 in the second innings there. And Nottinghamshire 408 for 6 against Kent, still the first innings of the match there. All other matches in play so far this morning, as there is a leave from Tribe to that final ball of Fisher's. First maiden of the morning, second successive maiden if you include last night, 16 without loss. Glamorgan after 4. Not that often actually, you get every match in play. There's usually something going on somewhere.
Indeed, Ace of Tribe, well, just desperate to get that first run, I guess, after a pair last time out. And he played in half a dozen of the one-day cup matches, but was more in an accustomed role in the middle order there. As Code is in and bowls, and North East is forward, playing out on the offside, and there's no run. Ball dribbles to cover. It's fielded by Johnny Tattersall. looking in the covers rather than donning the gloves this time round. Johnny Bairstow, wearing 21, is behind the stumps. Code in, bowls to northeast, who's just withdrawing his bat quite late from that. Was initially tempted to go for it, but I think turned it into a leave just about in time. 16 without loss. Just the one scoring shot so far in these opening minutes of play here on BBC Sport Online. And with Middlesex and Sussex both very well placed in their matches. Pressure on Yorkshire as northeast is given LBW. Pushing half forward. I thought initially from the sound there was a little bit of bat involved, but he was squared up, and up went David Milne's finger, and Ben Code has the early breakthrough for the visitors. Sam Northeast has gone for 16, and it's 16 for 1.
Yep, going to get a chance that those watching the stream to have a look at this one again. Pitch is around about off stump and is probably hitting him in front of middle and off. I suppose the only query you'd have might be height in terms of where it hit him, but we've not got a side-on shot there to give you a little bit more idea, but certainly in terms of direction it looked all right. And well, that curious poor run of form on his home patch for Sam Northeast continues.
Indeed, as he struggles towards 1,000 runs, which may sound an odd thing to say, but he has not made an awful lot of progress towards the target in the last few games. He's now up to 940 for the season, and is replaced by Colin Ingram,
The new Glamorgan batter, number 41, Colin Ingram,
who has passed 1,000 runs for the season. He's on 1170 at the moment. Fine season for him, especially since he's actually sat out 3 matches. One at the tail end of the first block when Glamorgan had 3 overseas available. And they chose to use Labuschagne and Mir Hamza on that occasion. And a couple of games in the middle of the season for which he was rested. Those 2 championship games played basically during the block of one-day of T20 Blast games. So 16 for 1. Both batters on naught.
Yeah, Yorkshire I think will be viewing it as 19 more to take, if you like, to get themselves to a point where they might be able to win a match.
Code round the wicket to the left-handed Ingram, who is up and running first ball, punching it through the offside for 4, 20 for 1.
Yep, just a bit too short from Ben, and short side of the ground as well. Lovely shot, got right over the top of it, and that is the stroke of a player who has 1,000 to his name already this season.
We saw Glamorgan fairly quickly opt to have a sweeper on that short side of the ground yesterday, and they shouldn't think, if Glamorgan get any sort of momentum, that Yorkshire will be far behind them. 20 for 1. Code running towards us and bowling to Ingram, who's beaten by a ball that climbed a little bit. Bit of extra bounce there for Ben Code, and through to Bairstow.
45 wickets at 16.53 now in the championship this season for Ben Code. Useful.
Indeed, it's a very, very solid performance in these days when relatively few bowlers get to 50.
That's his aim.
As he sees Ingram on the defensive, playing up to mid-on, and there is no run. Well, with the best part of 2 games, I suppose, for Ben Code, 4 innings available, you would have thought he's likely to reach that magic marker. 20 for 1 after 5 overs here on this breezy morning that's sending the flags flapping round furiously on top of the pavilion away to our left.
Yeah, Yorkshire Sport, as I mentioned, not going to see much more of Matthew Fisher in home colours, as it were. they've been sort of craving days when these two bowl together, because there haven't been that many really over the years, with one injury or another. Matthew Fisher in, it's ball short of length. Bess is chasing down this nice back foot punch, but he's not going to win the race, and Asa Tribe will feel a little relieved to have got off the mark in the 6th over, then first ball of the 6th. Played that nicely enough over to the short side of the ground.
Yeah, so just keeping an eye on Dom Bess there, because he went flying over the boundary rope, and there's quite a lot of kits left lying around there between the rope and the advertising hoardings.
Yeah, he's looking around at it now. He's a tough sort. Fisher in, it's wide of off stump, and he leaves. But we've kind of waited from Yorkshire's point of view to see these two bowling and hope it would happen regularly. It just hasn't come off that many times at Bencode with that sort of unerring accuracy. Top of off stump, Matthew Fisher would be a little bit more of the flashy feel about him because he's got more pace. So it always looks a bit more spectacular when he beats the bat and it's on the rise into the keeper's gloves. And no doubt two very good bowlers. See what they can produce in tandem here, if anything. 24 for 1 as Fisher comes into Tribe again. And there you can just feel, you can see that extra bit of zip off the pitch for Fisher. Tribe got across to block it. Johnny Bairstow has seen something that has made him dash all the way down to walk back to Matthew Fisher's mark with him.
Getting his steps in.
Yeah, it's good to see, isn't it? A bit of intelligence from the keeper. Wonder what that was, and will it affect this delivery? Here is Fisher to Tribe. Not sure it was bowling one that he'll leave outside off stump. But that's what happened. 15 minutes into the day's play. Matthew Fisher, he's playing his 6th championship match of the campaign now, and he's taken 15 wickets at 29, which is probably not a return that is commensurate with his skills and abilities. And he comes once again. This one straighter, and asks Tribe to play, and brings James Wharton into play at mid-wicket.
But when you consider that basically anything under 30 is decent, isn't it? In first-class cricket, in Yorkshire in that category today have Hill, Thompson, Bess, Fisher and Code.
Yeah.
So 5 bowlers you can rely on, which is not the sort of cohesion that Glamorgan have managed too often this season.
And he comes again then. Oh, a bit of swing in towards Tribe. You could feel that from even this angle. Hands on his head for Fish, as that was turned to Moriarty at mid-on. End of the over, 24 for 1. But yeah, 29 is decent. I still think probably on a couple of occasions he's maybe not felt like he's been able to go through with things as he'd like, and that may be one of the reasons why that average is not under 25, which is more what I'd expect from him. Going at over 3.5 and over so far this season. Bencode at 2.62, George Hill 2.82, and Dom Bess 2.59. Moriarty also under 3.
Impressive stats, and shows you why Yorkshire are where they are. As Code is in to bowl, and Ingram is pushing that one up to mid-off, and there is no run. The second 11 match is also back underway. It is day 3 of 4 for Glamorgan seconds down at the Hove Academy ground, and Glamorgan are pushing on. 373 for 6, 108 runs ahead of Sussex already on first innings. As Code bowls and beats Ingram outside off stump, I think. Ingram may just have withdrawn his bat at the last minute, but went through to Bairstow anyway. Yeah, that will give the bowler credit for that one. Ball beating the outside edge, wobbling around a little. Tom Bevan scored 147 and Henry Hurl 65 for Glamorgan seconds. Alex Horton 41. Tom Norton is 31 not out. As that one again squares up Ingram and it's through to Bairstow. It's certainly a testing opening spell from these two. Yorkshire second 11 game was yesterday was enlivened by 255 from Harry Duke against Middlesex at Northwood, and today though Middlesex is turned to go well with the bat. Steve Eskenazi, experienced first team player, is 80 not out. As Code is into bowl to Ingram, who drives and gets an edge for 4 down to third man, wide of the slips as it's fielded by Glamorgan's S&C man.
Yeah, fourth slip might have been interested. It was definitely comfortably too wide for Finlay Bean.
Ingram throwing the kitchen sink at that one and profiting. 201 for 2. 200. Sorry, looking at the second 11 scores there. 20. As Ingram defends on the leg side. 28 for 1 here.
So the run rate's increased a little this morning.
So Middlesex against Yorkshire, second 11. Yorkshire 582 with that huge double century from Harry Dukes. Middlesex in reply though at 205 for 2. So might be a decent batting deck at Northwood, the Merchant Taylor's school ground. Glamorgan played last summer. As Ingram's on the defensive there, pushing out on the offside. There is no run. Ingram has 8, Tribe has 4. Glamorgan dealing entirely in boundaries at 28 for 1. Northeast, the man gone to Code for 16.
Yeah, so Yorkshire in and among this morning. Glamorgan just need to play the long game, don't they, really, and work really hard with the bat. Try to get a foothold in the game and do that cliched thing of batting partnerships. 12 this one is worth so far of the 28 that they have on the board. And Fisher, with 3 slips in place, going to come in and bowl then to Asa Tribe straight, and Moriarty brought into play at mid-on, and that's what he wants to be attacking. And I would imagine is what Johnny Bairstow was saying to him when he ran down the pitch last time. Just bring his bat into play, ask him to play it as many as you can.
I think as cliches go, batting in partnerships makes even less sense than bowling in units. Bowling in units I can just about get because pressure from one end helps the other guy you're bowling with. Batting in partnerships basically means just not getting out and scoring runs, which is the whole aim of the game.
I know. Fisher in, it's up there, the drive, driven and gone, and that is a very good catch by Adam Lyth at second slip to his left, because that was travelling. Super effort from him, and Tribe gone for 4, and Fisher, having straightened things up, he hung that one out just a little bit further outside off stump, and he drew Tribe into that injudicious stroke. 28 for 2 after 7.2.
Yeah, Glamorgan's opening batting travails continue, and Tribe really didn't get the pitch of that one. And you have to wonder about the responsibilities being laid on a young man to open the batting in his first block of championship games. Billy Root, another possible opener, left out of this particular game as the mustachioed figure of Kieran Carlson descends the steps. Carlson's been reasonably consistent. He says we're not wishing to jinx him, particularly in this block of games. And he has, well, he's got 4 innings to score 119 runs to 1,000. I know it's a team game and all that, but certainly is a mark of consistency for a batter. And I don't think he'll be looking to hang around too long, though. Looking probably to take the attack back to Yorkshire, although Glamorgan are effectively playing one fewer specialist batter than in most games this season, with Van der Hoogten up at 7, Crane at 8 in this particular lineup. So it'll be either Chris Cook or Ben Callaway in next.
And having seen that replay, although he started it wide of off stump, it certainly went, didn't it? It went late, and that's what drew Asa Tribe into the shot. He thought, I've got a nice wide looking half volley here, yep, and it's just got that little bit of a way swing and just follows that line off the pitch. That's a good catch though by Adam Lyth. Here's Fisher then, oh, got him again, first ball this time to George Hill at first slip. Fisher runs away to celebrate towards the pavilion, and Kieran Carlson is out for a golden duck, 28 for 3, and Matthew Fisher on a hat-trick.
Well, dramatic stuff here at Sophia Gardens. Carlson was playing more of a defensive push. It was, at first viewing, probably a ball he had to play at, and there is definite away swing there. And on a lot of occasions, Carlson's defensive prod would have done the job, but there was enough swing to catch the outside edge.
And just look at the length, Nick. So he can't get forward to that, can he? He's off balance, falling into the shot as he plays it. I think that's the key as much as anything. He didn't know whether he could get forward. He didn't know whether he could go back. He's in no man's land as he plays it. And yeah, 2 deliveries in a row where Fisher's got the ball to shape. So this definitely spells danger for Glamorgan if he's going to have one of these hot spells that he sometimes can. And that average I was talking about a few minutes ago, of course, will be beginning to tumble, and just see how that affects the figures. A couple of quick wickets, yeah, down to 27.43.
Hot up-to-date figures from Mr. Deutsch there, as Ben Callaway is in a new batting position for Glamorgan. He's previously been 6 or 7, opened at Derby. It's back down to 6 at Sussex, and this week he's at 5.
See what Johnny Tadasole is going to offer Matthew Fisher for the hat-trick ball. He's brought in an extra slip. James Wharton's closed in a little at mid-wicket into a catching position. Ben Callaway then. Well, there'll be the usual first ball nerves that I think we all suffer, maybe a few percent more. Hat-trick ball for Matthew Fisher then from this Cathedral Road end. Ooh, it's a good delivery as well, which asks Callaway to play at it, and he's not too sure-footed as it disappears into the offside. Applause for Matthew Fisher. 2 for 4 in his 4th over at this stage, and still 28 for 3.
Yeah, Callaway looking to play straightish. The ball squirted away off the outside part of the bat, but thankfully for him, along the ground.
So tail up, he turns again. A couple left in this over. In now, and just wide of Callaway's off stump, and he leaves. If he can get it back to similar length to that Carlson delivery, he will draw players into having a look at it. It's just a little bit further back of length and wide of off stump, especially now they know it's going. If they can read that, then if they've got the discipline, there will be some leaves. Here comes Fisher again then. Pushes off, coming in past umpire Naeem Ashraf. Bowls it now, and it's another good delivery that asks Callaway to play right up there. So good stuff from Matthew Fisher. 4 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 4. 8 overs into their first innings. Glamorgan needing, what did we say, 212 to avoid the follow-on, or being asked to follow on. A 28 for 3.
Well, that looks a very real threat as things stand. 1 wicket to Code, and Fisher with just the 1 scoring shot conceded in his 4 overs. Glamorgan have 7 boundaries on the board, but Yorkshire have 3 wickets on the board. So it really has been the visitors' start to the morning. As Code will come in for his 4th over of the morning, his 5th overall, and bowl to Ingram, who defends on the offside, and there's no run. Crowd a little down on yesterday, possibly because the cloudier skies promised largely sunshine today, and temperatures around 20 Celsius. From the cool breeze that's blowing in through the commentary box window, it's not that way so far.
It is a bit breezy in here as well. Notepad flapping around.
There's Code into bowl to Ingram, who drives, and it's blocked, parried by the bowler in his follow through. And there's no run. A couple of trees opposite us, decidedly moving towards the brown. Most of them remain dark green, but 1 or 2 in the park opposite us, Bute Park, the leafy heart of central Cardiff. As Code bowls, and Ingram is up on his toes and playing down defensively into the gully, where Bess comes swooping in the manner of a player whose team have taken 3 cheap wickets in the first half hour of the play. Here on day 2. Kenneth Davis will be in to replace me at the end of this over.
Has it been half an hour already? Yeah, it has.
Half an hour, 11 o'clock on the board.
Time for 11s, isn't it?
Time for another cough sweet.
I thought the Welsh cakes might have been in the back of the box today.
As Ingram drives nicely through the offside, it's beaten the dive of Moriarty at mid-off. Beat the dive of Tattersall at cover, bisected the 2, and it's run away up to the boundary at the River Taff end. In fact, Tattersall didn't put in the dive. Moriarty did, but couldn't get particularly near it. And the Glamorgan pattern of scoring in boundaries continues. Ingram has 3 of them, and it's 32 for 3. Yorkshire with, crucially, the first point of the day already on the board, and with big hopes, you would have thought, of making it 6 bonus points for the match. 3 batting, 3 bowling. As Code bowls to Ingram, who defends this time to Moriarty. No run. BBC Sport Online with you from Sophia Gardens for this, and indeed every Glamorgan match, including a BBC Wales production of the online commentary for Sunday, Glamorgan against Somerset in the One Day Cup final. Code in to finish his over. Ingram looks to turn his way on the leg side. Doesn't get much, if any, bat on it. Ball trickles out on the off. And the over 32 for 3. 2 wickets to Fisher, 1 to Code. Ingram at 12, Callaway to score.
Good morning to Martin Bloomfield, who says, morning all. Whitby Wizard, having to forfeit my winter fuel allowance from now on. I wonder whether Adam Lyth's enthusiasm could be converted into kinetic energy and offer consumers a renewable alternative. Congrats, Lythy, on your 1,000 for the season. Well, yeah, as you well know, Martin, doesn't take much for Adam to get excited, and he should certainly get excited with that catch he took to dismiss Ace of Tribe, because that was a sharp chance. Travelling at speed, he's still lined up at second slip, and Matthew Fisher is coming in here to bowl to Ben Callaway. Oh, good delivery, which Callaway is just feeling for. Balloons up into the offside, and Tattersall does the fielding. He's positioned himself at point with Bess who is Yorkshire's regular point, having gone in at 4th slip. Jordan Thompson has moved into that halfway house between extra cover and mid-off that is often employed on the drive. Dan Moriarty double teapot at mid-on. Wharton at mid-wicket, waiting for a catch about 3 strips off the straight, and Code down at long leg as Fisher bowls again. Callaway is solidly behind it. There was lots of moans and groans, and rightfully so, about the use of the Kookaburra ball. But we're back with the Dukes here, and these two bowlers are, well, they've got that feeling of being artists with it when there's a bit of seam to play with, and certainly if there's a bit of swing in the air, and we've seen that already from Fisher this morning, getting it to go away from the right-hander, and he has a right-hander on strike as he comes in again. Up there to drive, invitation accepted, a push really rather than a full-blooded drive, but it will get Callaway off the mark with 4 as he hit it straight through mid-off, and Jordan Thompson unable to get round and field. 36 for 3. Morning, Kenneth.
Good morning. Top class bowling from Yorkshire this morning. Glamorgan all at sea at 6s and 7s and in desperate trouble. I just think we saw some evidence last night in the 2 overs that Glamorgan had to survive of the ball shaping away, and they've done so this morning brilliantly.
Here's Fisher again. This time just outside off stump and dropped to the feet of Jonathan Tattersall, who does the fielding.
And just a suggestion, maybe the Glamorgan were bowling slightly too short. They bowled this morning in that corridor of uncertainty which has drawn the batsmen in. They had to play, and beautifully bowled by both Code and Fisher.
Yep. Not sure what was going on there. Looked like it might be a stud issue. Yeah, Jordan Thompson's indicating something to the changing rooms. It's not with him, it's with Matthew Fisher, who stopped for a brief exchange with umpire Ashraf. In comes the bowler once again to bowl to Callaway. Oh, that one just spits a little bit and has caught him on the right hand, which he rings and shakes as the ball makes its way sideways to Tattersall. That's going to hurt at that sort of pace, and he does remove the glove.
Yeah, he may be asking for some running repairs here as Ingram trots down, and a lot of responsibility will rest on Colin Ingram's shoulders as the elder statesman, just to guide Ben Callaway through this tough spot. Well, he might be okay.
Yeah, glove back on. This is the sort of thing we're talking about, the units, partnerships, whatever you want to call them, the Code Fisher thing. Matthew Fisher 80 plus, Ben Code mid-70s. 2 different bowlers complement each other really well, and Fisher has got this extra pace. Sometimes that could mean if you don't get it quite right, you disappear more quickly for boundaries. This time he threw one up there to drive wide of off stump, and it was hit straight along the deck to Jonathan Tattersall once again. So end of the over. That's 10 now complete in this Glamorgan first innings, 36 for 3.
But I think the last shot is an example of what we've seen. I don't think Fisher would be too displeased at seeing Ben Callaway coming forward to that, trying to lure him into a false shot. We saw Asa Tribe last night just having a nibble, and eventually he fell this morning, caught by Lyth. Kieran Carlson in similar vein, with a few in the slip cordon. There's one less as Code targets Colin Ingram from the River Taff end. Here he comes round the wicket to the left-hander, and that just jags back and it dribbles down, and there's no run. So the 3 to fall. Sam Northeast, LBW Ben Code, Asa Tribe. Caught Lyth, bowled Fisher for 4, and Kieran Carlson, a golden duck, caught George Hill, bowled Fisher without scoring. So Glamorgan have it all to do. They need to muster, what, 212 in order just to avoid the follow-on. Here comes Ben Code round the wicket, bowling, and that, well, I'm sure Colin Ingram was driving to the offside. Somehow it squirted towards fine leg, and they come through for a fortuitous single.
Yeah, Don Bassett was who'd come out of fourth slip and had been placed away to our right. A deep backward square leg for Colin Ingram,
but
left-handed of course.
There is a bit of movement, there's a bit of cloud cover, and of course this is a Duke ball, so they are posing problems here. There's a bit of movement away from the batters as Code starts his run up, coming over the wicket to Ben Callaway, and Callaway's forward to this one, and it goes along the ground to mid-on.
Yeah, got to take your chances as well, haven't you? And they've taken 2 good catches this morning at slip. Johnny Tatt said to me last week, just before the Leicestershire second innings, you know, we want to take 10 chances, not have 14 and only take 10. We want to take 10 out of 10.
Code is in, and Callaway leaves outside off stump. Slightly surprised they didn't stick a night watchman in last night, because it was a testing time with just 2 overs to survive, and Tribe never looked at ease in that situation as the sun was dipping down over Sophia Gardens. We are told that it was starting to peer through the overcast skies here at Cardiff. Code charging in from the River Taff end, bowls, and that is caught out. There is a glance off the bat of Ben Callaway, and Glamorgan have lost 4 wickets. They're in all sorts of trouble here in reply to Yorkshire's 361, and they're in deep trouble. 37 for 4 as Callaway falls.
Yeah, just Ben Code doing what he does. I mean, he's pitched it just outside off stump. It's probably going to go on and hit the top of off, and therefore, as a batter, you have to play at that delivery. And all he's done is just a little tentative push, a little feather through. It's dying as it gets to Johnny Bairstow, which is maybe a comment on the pace or lack of in the pitch. But Johnny taking a good tumbling catch to his right, and as you say, 37 for 4 is a lot of trouble against this bowling attack, with still, you know, a ball that's only 10 overs and 5 balls old, and they're using it extremely well this Wednesday morning. Can I just ask you to go back and say, as the sun was dipping over Sophia Gardens again, because that just sounded Burton-esque as you said it.
Yes,
beautiful.
Yeah. It's Glamorgan's chances are dipping at the moment as every ball passes. But again, Jonathan, that was just a decent length ball, and I'd go back to the toss yesterday. I know we sound like a broken record, but given that there has been a bit of overcast conditions this morning, there'll be some regret, I think, that they didn't chance their arm with the bats in the first innings.
Yeah, I mean, well, we sort of queried yesterday why were you shaving the 2 ends clearly. You're hoping that it's going to take some spin as the match progresses, and then you'd kind of want to be bowling last, given that. And there was sunshine forecast for much of the day yesterday, so it feels like a batting day. You probably have to back yourselves at the batting side to go in first, don't you, and say, we'll weather the storm in the first session. That could be quite tough against these 2, and then we'll prosper. And it does feel it's improving now, the sunshine, but it doesn't feel as warm as it did yesterday, and it feels more like a bowling day.
Cook is in, they're on the attack, 4 slips now, and he plays that to mid-wicket. These 2 at the helm know each other well. They've been through several partnerships, of course, but that is the end of a wicket taking over for Ben Code. His second, Yorkshire well on top. Glamorgan in trouble here at Sophia Gardens. They're 37 for 4 with Ingram on 13, Cook yet to get off the mark.
Having said that, I wouldn't be too hard on Sam Northeast as the Glamorgan captain for making that decision. You could see that there was some moisture around yesterday morning, and I think you've also got to, lay some of the blame at the door of the bowlers, because early in early on yesterday, they weren't asking enough questions, and they did, you know, give Lyth and Bean plenty of easy leaves, plenty of time to get themselves in, and you know, they came up with, I know it's not a crushing partnership, but still another partnership between that pair of 60 odd runs, which got Yorkshire off to a start. So I think also, you know, you've got to apportion some of that and say, could have bowled better in those conditions, as Fisher is in, he's wide of off stump, and Ingram leaves.
Of course, once they had 3-6-1, okay, enough runs on the board, they could go for the jugular early on, which they did, and it's paid dividends.
Yeah, if they do get going, they're a very dangerous pairing, very dangerous individually, but once you've got one on the scent at one end and starts to pick up wickets, then it's often happened that the other one does as well, because the batters are looking for somebody to play a shot against, and there's not much to hit. Fisher is in again, it's just wide of off stump, and on the rise it goes through to the gloves of Bairstow. So somebody's got to take responsibility here for the hosts, and weigh anchor, and just trying to get to the end of this pair's opening spell. Remember, there were just 2 overs on the board this morning, so this is only over number 10 of the day. 5th each for Fisher and Co. They can't go on forever. In comes Matthew Fisher again, right arm over. Once more left on length by Ingram, who's on 13.
Ingram,
37 for 4.
obviously can stick around, fresh from a double ton a fortnight ago against Leicestershire. And for so many games, this pair have played some major roles for the county in all formats.
Fisher just switching the angle of attack, then coming round the wicket halfway through this over. And that's first time in the over that Ingram's been asked to play, so straightening things up, making him use the willow, solidly blocking it. The fine sight of Edward Bevan next door.
Well, you mentioned some Welsh cakes. I believe I spotted Mr.
Really?
Bevan with some Welsh cakes, and he was sounding you out, Jonathan. So I may, if I peer through the glass, I think I can see them actually.
Oh yes.
So you may want to have a word.
Fisher in again. Ingram plays, punches it square on the offside for best of field. No run. I did just pass him briefly in the corridor before we came on air, and he said in that lovely deep voice of his, it's words to the effect of, I've got a present for you. And I said, well, that sounds interesting, I'll look forward to that. So maybe that was the indicator that he's brought some Welsh cakes in, and he might let me have one. Fisher, final ball of his 6th over, 2 for 8 against his name. Can he make it 3? Not with that delivery, because Ingram is solidly behind it, but it's an interesting angle, and it's asked Ingram to play at all 3 deliveries, and while ever you keep that blade in play and the ball is doing a bit of something, there's always that little bit of discomfort for the batter, as there is for Chris Cook, who's only faced 1 delivery and is yet to get off the mark. So they just need to try and keep that pressure on. It was another Fisher maiden there. That will help. Where are you going to find a run from Ben Code here, Chris Cook?
Callaway just going through his stance with head coach, thinking that's what I should have done. Yeah, unfortunately, like others, they haven't stuck around.
I think looking at Ed's use of the laptop there, he's clearly a technical wizard. He's got the mouse working and everything.
Coming in is Code again, and that's struck. The man is wide-ish at mid-off. They won't get 4. They'll come back for 3. Yes, they will. That isn't a term I've associated with Edward Bevan, a technical wizard, I have to admit. With no disrespect to Edward.
Yeah, I would just say, wasn't there, where you're going to get a run from off Bencode, and he's thrown that one up there and said, go and have a drive at me. His body language, as soon as he let it go, said he knew he'd not quite got that right. So even he's human and offers up a bit of width. And I think if he'd have tightened the line up there, he could have still been in the game, because length, it drew the man in to play the shot. But he was on it quickly, and it was well worth 3, the push from Chris Cook.
Still on the hunt for more wickets, and why wouldn't they? 40 for 4 at Glamorgan. Yorkshire have 3 slips, and there's a gully as Code steams in round the wicket to Ingram, and that's played defensively into the offside, and there's no run. Back to the Welsh kicks. If you get a chance and you have a wander around the city centre, you must go into Cardiff Market, and there is a shop there that do the best Welsh cakes around. So have a venture there.
Is this an outdoor or indoor
market?
It's
indoor. It's an indoor
market,
but they are very, very good. Other shops are available, of course. Code in round the wicket to Ingram, but leaves that outside off stump, and it flies through to Johnny Bairstow.
Good morning to you, Lily, who says Bencode bowling good line and length. Good to see Code and Fisher bowling together. Andy Walker, morning JD. Fish looking so good this morning. The ball, which took his 2nd wicket, looked absolutely formidable, a thing of beauty. David Bates says he's watching the stream from Cape Town, where the weather is similar to Cardiff today. YouTube is such a wonderful thing.
Code then to Ingram, and that's worked square of the wicket, and they'll pick up an easy single, which takes Glamorgan to 41 and brings Chris Cook on strike. Just a recap then, Yorkshire on the first day made 361, thanks largely to a fine knock of 90 by George Hill. Was unlucky not to get 3 figures, it has to be said, but he was running out of partners in the end, probably was under a bit of pressure. His Code comes over the wicket to Chris Cook, and that's a defensive shot, goes down to mid-off, and there's no run. But other notable contributions from Lyth first of all, then James Wharton, 63-41 from Johnny Tattersall, Dom Best with a 50, so a few batters got in, and bits and parts innings, but at the moment it's proving a tall order for the home side. Code coming in and bowls, and that's an extravagant shot by Cook, which is partially stopped at point, so they only get a single. Good bit of fielding there.
Yeah, by Dom Bess, who seems to have a distinct lack of hair underneath the line of his cap, which is not Best like, so he must have been into a Cardiff barber in the last couple of days and been shorn, I think. Well, I think we'll see more of that. And what is under the cap when he removes it to come on and bowl at some point. But of course, at the moment, Yorkshire going all seam, and Matthew Fisher is taking a breather here. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 8, and Jordan Thompson is coming on at this Cathedral Road end. Now this could be interesting. Will JT be able to get the ball to shape as well? He was loose, I think it's fair to say, at Leicestershire last week in both innings, and he came on, I think, when they were 15 for 7 Leicestershire, and they got a few boundaries quite cheaply, so he'll want to tighten things up this time around. And he's coming in now for his first delivery, which is punched away through straight mid-wicket. Moriarty giving chase, and Cook will pick up 2 to that loosener.
Well, they're glad to see Fisher off, but we'll see if there's any respite.
Yeah, will he be making things happen for his team or the opposition here, JT? Tattersalls backed him with 3 slips, as you would at 44 for 4. And he's in then again. That's feels like it's got a bit of shape on it in towards Cook, as he was just falling over ever so slightly at the point of contact. So Jordan just trying to get into the groove. Yorkshire looking for a 5th wicket. And bearing in mind, of course, that both sides came into this effectively a batter light, they'll feel already a little bit closer to the tail than would otherwise be normal. Good delivery from Jordan. A little bit of nip away from Cook's outside edge through to Bairstow. So the signs already from Jordan looking better than they did in both those innings at Leicestershire last week. Has been Yorkshire's leading wicket taker on several occasions in recent seasons. I've said this many times, Ken, that you know, he just keeps on going. He's always fit, so he plays a lot of cricket. He's in again, and that one turned a straight delivery through straight mid wicket again. Moriarty will give chase. They're back for 2. They're thinking about a 3rd, and they're going to take him on, and they're going to get home as well. So 3 to Cook takes him to 9, 5 off the over so far. Still a couple of deliveries remaining, and he gets his first chance to bowl at the lefty in Colin Ingram. Presuming he's going to turn a change and bowl round the wicket, or is he? No, he's staying over. See what he can produce here then. Bowls it now around about leg stump and worked away backward of square, and they're going to stroll through for another 1. So 48 for 4. Ingram now on to 15. Final ball of the 14th to come. You can get in touch, by the way, at Sporting Lives 1 or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Thompson then, last ball of the over to Cook. Good delivery, straight and blocked by the Glamorgan wicket keeper. So 48 for 4 after 14. 6 off Jordan Thompson's first over, but certainly was better than we saw in his first over in the 2 innings against Leicestershire last week.
So Glamorgan have it all to do. 2 batters in a bit of a conflab out in the middle, and well, it's not about scoring at the moment, just playing for time. And there is going to be a change at the river end as well, with George Hill coming on. Well, he had a starring role with a bat, and he'll be trying to replicate that with the ball. So double change in the bowling, taking over from Ben Code from the River Taff end. Colin Ingram will face. Here comes Hill, and that's defensively prodded into the offside, and there's no run off the bat of Colin Ingram.
George 6 for last week in the Leicestershire second innings. Wrapped up the game effectively in about a 45-minute, 1 hour or so burst.
Pressure is off. This is a lovely time to come on as first change as well. Seeing the bowlers taking 4 already. Here's Hill. Ingram flashes, and that's a fine cover drive. And it goes all the way. Shot of the day from a Glamorgan point of view. And Glamorgan have got over the 50 mark.
Yep, just a little too wide of off stump. Good attempt at diving to stop that by Tattersall, but unfortunately he needs to stand in a grow bag. I think he's just a little short on that front.
Yeah, just lovely timing from Colin Ingram. Just perhaps too much width from Hill that time. Here he comes, right arm over. That's driven that time. That'll evade mid-off, and that's another cracking drive straight down the ground that time from the South African. And 2 fours in quick succession.
Yeah, and when I was saying about being under pressure and all that, and that the 2 openers couldn't go on forever, when you're out there batting, you just got to try and wait for that moment, haven't you, to see what somebody else can produce. 6 off Jordan Thompson's previous over, a couple of boundaries already in this one, so the score moves on. Confidence begins to grow a little for the batters.
Hill coming in down the slope, bowls, and that's defensively driven back, and it's fielded by the bowler, and there's no run. Ingram 23, Cook is 9. Glamorgan, just to let you know, need 212 to avoid the follow-on. A long way to go at the moment. Hill will bowl to 3 slips. Here he comes past the umpire and bowls to Ingram, and again it's a good length delivery. Ball trickles down to mid-on. Still an attacking field, obviously, in this situation, with plenty of runs on the board, which is still only in the 15th over. Damage was done early on by Messrs Code and Fisher, both taking 2 wickets apiece. Hill trying to add to that. Here he comes. Bowls to Ingram, works that on the onside, but there's no run available, and that is the end of Hill's opening over. Few boundaries leaked, but they won't bother too much, Yorkshire, because Glamorgan still under the pump here on 56 for 4.
Yep, just up to these 2 change bowlers to settle in themselves. Still got a pretty handy newish ball to work with, 15 overs old. Use the conditions as well. Still a fair amount of cloud cover, although the blue overhead is beginning to increase. And Fisher is going to deposit the ball back in Thompson's hands. And Ed, I believe, is going to come in for me.
Thanks, Jonathan. As Thompson continues from the Cathedral Road end, bowls, good length delivery, but Cook gets a big stride in, and there's no run. Sun still trying to peer through the clouds here at Sophia Gardens, and we were told it would open up this afternoon. Edward Dealey hopes so, because he's arrived in his shorts from West Wales. As Thompson comes in past the umpire, bowls, and that just got slightly bigger on Cook and jagged, and it dribbled down to point, and there's no run. Very good morning to you, Mr. Bevan, who comes in for an unfit Nick Webb.
Yeah, poor old Nick is struggling with his throat, and I came up here to watch a day's cricket, as they say, and I pressed into action. And plenty of action out there.
Yeah.
More of that in a minute, because Glamorgan finding it hard going.
Thompson on the attack, coming in from the Cathedral Road end. 3 slips there, that just flies through to Johnny Bairstow. Yeah, 56 for 4. Just mentioned, we were deliberating this morning, that just always felt that Yorkshire bowled a better line, just drew a few of the batters forwards. Glamorgan was slightly short in their bowling yesterday, and we were deliberating, would Sam Northeast rule that decision? Not a bat first.
Yes,
easy in hindsight, obviously.
Yeah, but your technique, you know, the shot that Try played to get out, well,
Yes, he won't want to see the replays. Thompson comes in fullish, and that's driven, but it'll be fielded at mid-on.
You know, as an opening batsman, you don't go chasing a ball a foot outside the off stump and nick it a second slip. You just got to settle in all and very good bowling, you know, you don't say that. But you've got 4 seamers here who are averaging under 30 this year, and they're good, accurate bowlers. Where Glamorgan yesterday were far too profligate, with most of them going at 4 and over.
Yeah. Thompson in and bowls, and good length delivery played into the offside by Chris Cook. That is another dot ball. So good over this one from Thompson. He made just 8 with the bat, but others made notable contributions to get Yorkshire to 361.
Yep, you know, yesterday was a beautiful morning, not a cloud in the sky, good pitch. Don't quite know why Glamorgan decided to bowl.
Jordan Thompson brings Cook forward defensively, but is sound in his technique, and that is the end of Jordan Thompson's over. A maiden one at that. Ingram is 23, Cook is 9. Glamorgan in all sorts of trouble, 56 for 4.
Yes, all sorts of trouble. 212 is the follow-on target. All depends if you can get anywhere near that. If not, I doubt if Yorkshire will enforce the follow-on, because there'll be 2.5 days or 2 days left, and they'll want to give the bowlers just a break and get cracking in the second innings. But this has shown the difference, I think, Kenneth, between a side who are very much favourites to be promoted and a side who are languishing down at the bottom. Here comes Hill to start in the over, bowls to the left-handed Ingram, who tucks it away off his pads, and it goes backward of square for a single. And as befits one of the highest scoring the run scorers in the country, Colin Ingram, he's the only one that has showed anything this morning against this accurate attack, although even Ingram has been played and missed at a couple of early deliveries, but Glamorgan will hope that he'll settle down now. And you know, they're playing a batsman less this year, this game, because you've got Van der Gooten coming in at 7.
Yeah.
Okay, he's a very useful batsman. That's very high for him. Hill bowls to Cook, and Cook pushes forward into the covers.
It's a long tail with no Dan Douthwaite either being rested for this game, with an eye on the final on Sunday, of course.
Yeah.
But Ingram, obviously in the runs, set a new record 2 games ago, fastest to 1,000 first-class runs against Leicestershire, with 206, a career best.
Hill comes in, ball's close to the stumps, and it's a good-looking shot. Drive through extra cover up to that very long boundary in the far distance. It's a chase, and it's picked up just inside, and they'll come back for a comfortable 3, which takes Cook into double figures. He moves on to 12, and Glamorgan up to 60 for 4. Sun is coming out. Well, when I left the west this morning, there wasn't a cloud in the sky, and as I got near to Cardiff, it was nothing but cloud and quite a fierce wind.
Yes.
But it's turning out to be a lovely day now.
Dissipating, yes. So this is
round the wicket now, and that's pulled down towards fine leg for a single, and score advances by a single, as does Ingram, who moves on to 26. So these two experienced batsmen, the last, as you probably say, is recognised batsman for Glamorgan.
Yeah.
And much will depend on them if they can conquer this all-seam attack. And mustn't forget, you've got Dom Bess, a former England spinner there, who can come on, and Moriarty, who's an accurate left-arm spinner. So they're well equipped. As Hill bowls, Cook is forward, plays him into the covers, and there's no run. So the batsman out today. North East for 16, Tribe for 4, Carlson out first ball, and Kellaway also out for 4. That was 37 for 4. Now these two have taken it on to 61. Minor recovery. Such a long way to go. As in comes Hill, bowls, and this is pushed in between mid-off and mid-on, and the bowler, and they scramble through for a single. So that is the end of another over. 62 for 4.
I have to say, Ed, Jonathan was eyeing your Welsh cakes.
Well, he does give me a hint every time, because he was down for the one-day match, and he said, "Where are the Welsh cakes?" I said, "Mrs. Bevan, not about today, so you'll have to wait until the 4-day match." So I brought him a little bunch.
Yeah.
And he can't wait to get at them. He's probably hiding them next door, I think. Put them on his desk anyhow.
So still a breeze here.
Cheers,
around Sophia Guards. You can see that with the Yorkshire flag fluttering in the distance above the pavilion. So it will be Chris Cook to take guard, and Thompson will continue his spell from the Cathedral Road end. 3 slips in for the bowler, mid-off, mid-on, backward point, cover mid-wicket, and there's a fine leg as well. Here comes Thompson coming in, and bowls, and that was wide and flashed outside off stump, and a miss by Chris Cook, taken by Johnny Bairstow. Bairstow, oddly enough, was one of the ones who didn't score yesterday. Went out cheaply, caught by Kellaway at point for 2. But from a Glamorgan point of view, too many got starts in that Yorkshire side, and Hill deservedly should have got his 100. Here comes Thompson wheeling round, coming in, bowls fullish that time, and that drew Cook into a false shot once more. Not for the first time, Ed, we've seen that from too many of the Glamorgan batters.
Yeah, I was just saying that about Trine's dismissal, and Chris Cook is an experienced player. We've seen 2 balls wide of the off stump, and the last one, the best who took it in front of first slip, shows how wide it was. And well, Cook has been sort of in and out this year. He hasn't had a great season by any means, and this is showing at the moment. He's just got to try and stay there and defend.
Thompson in, and that stray down leg that time, taken by Johnny Bairstow. Well taken, in fact, by the England international. Now there's no run. 62 for 4. And it's just about consolidating now for a while.
Well, anything that's short, Ingram will put away, or anything that's off target. But these 4 seamers are just observing the virtue of bowling straight and getting a bit of movement. It was cloudy. It was good bowling conditions this morning for first 45 minutes, but the pitch is a good one.
3 dot balls so far for Thompson, who steams in, coming in and bowls. Oh, that's a good length delivery as well. Just Cook had a little nibble at that one. And just we speak about that corridor of uncertainty for a batter. That was certainly it.
Yeah, these 4 seamers, and no doubt that Colin Fisher will be back just to keep the pressure on before lunch and not let Glamorgan get away, because they know that if they can bowl them out cheaply, they have an excellent chance of winning this game, which they must do to try and keep up with the top sides.
Thompson, good over so far. That was firmly struck, but a good piece of fielding on his follow through by the bowler. So it's another dot ball, the 5th of this over. Piling pressure on Chris Cook here is Jordan Thompson. Cook is on 13. They're playing incidentally on the wicket which is to the left of our vantage point here at the broadcast centre at Sophia Gardens. It's not a wicket I've seen them play a lot this year. If they play, they're usually to the right. This is Thompson coming in and bowls, and that's worked through mid-wicket. They'll pick up a couple here as Cook comes back for a 2. So that is the only blemish on that over from Jordan Thompson, who was very tight otherwise. Glamorgan moving on to 64 for 4. Ingram 25. Cook moves to 15.
Yeah, I was talking about pitches, Kenneth. I thought perhaps they might have played on the pitch that England and Australia played, because there's only less than 40 overs bowled on that, and it's that's bang in the middle, straight in front of us.
Yeah.
There might be something in the rules saying, look, you've got to have a nearly cut pitch or whatever, but that looked a good pitch. A little bit on the slow side on Tuesday, but other than that, they're very, I don't think I've ever seen, it's not far off being a net wicket, because that's where the net wickets are. There's some 55 yards, that's the maximum you must have, square or pitch to boundary, and that's about it. And on the other side is one of the longest boundaries I've seen, up towards the big grandstand. It'll be George Hill to continue from the river, and he's coming round the wicket to the left-hand in Ingram. Comes in, bowls the first ball, which is left by him, and goes through to Bairstow. 3 slips, cover, an extra cover and a mid-off. A fine leg, who isn't really fine, he's a little squarer than that. And a straightish mid-wicket and a mid-on. It's the conventional field for the start of an innings for the seamers. Sometimes you have 2 slips in a gully, but Yorkshire have got 3 slips. As the next ball is in, that's an absolute pearler that Ingram got across and had to play it, and it seemed at the last moment it went through to the wicket-keeper. Well, they've got a good coach in Otis Gibson, former international bowler himself, played here for Glamorgan, fine bowler, and he had, no doubt, is with the bowling coach, has got these young lads bowling on a sixpence, as it were. And he comes again, Hill. Short this time, having said that, and he's going to get 4 runs. And he turns around quickly, knowing Hill does that. That was a poor delivery after a terrific delivery of the ball before, and Ingram fastens onto that and gets in. He moves on to 29. Again, he's getting runs, and he's the only batsman that's been in terrific form this year. He got 71 as Glamorgan lost in 3 days against Sussex down at Hove out of 218. Goodness knows where they'd be without his contribution. As Hill turns, as the sun is out now, comes in round the wicket, wide of the crease this time, and is pushed back down to the bowler. And Glamorgan have moved on. These boundaries come. It's a high proportion of boundaries this morning. And they're now 68 for 4, so this partnership will put on 31.
Yeah, Otis Gibson been around the block, but they're certainly a very strong unit, Yorkshire. Them and Sussex looking to move up a division.
In comes Hill, bowls to Ingram, who plays that away up to straightish mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I mean, Yorkshire could, we were talking about this yesterday, could bypass Lancashire the other way. Lancashire flirting with relegation from Division 1.
Yeah, there's a very even game going on there at Old Trafford against Somerset, who they're desperate to win as well, because they want to try their first, and put pressure on Surrey and gain their first championship pennant in history. But it's Hill coming in past the umpire and bowls to Ingram, and Ingram defends in front of his off stump, and that completes the over. I see that Middlesex are going great guns. They bowled Derbyshire out yesterday for 173, and they reached 150 for 1, and they're of course in the mix as well, so it could be a very exciting end to the season for the top 3 sides. Sussex should beat Gloucester. They've already passed them for the loss of 4 wickets. Gloucester probably feeling the effects of celebrations after last.
I would have thought so.
Saturday's excellent victory.
Fantastic victory over their nearest and
They'd have
dearest.
enjoyed that a bit more, I would have thought.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll pick up on that in a moment as Thompson will continue his spell from the Cathedral Road end. Still breezy here in the Welsh capital. Here he comes in, charging in. To 3 slips, bowls, and again Cook flirts with that just outside off stump and flies through to keeper Johnny Bairstow. Yeah, very glad from a neutral's point of view to see Gloucestershire succeeding, because they would have been very unfancied. I mean, but it just shows that what you can do if you progress from your respective groups, you give yourself half a chance, because Glamorgan should have beaten Gloucestershire here.
Yeah.
As Thompson comes in and bowls slight. Oh, that's wrapped Cook on the knuckles there, and drops the bat in pain, and that would have hurt. So he'll try and.
I don't like the look of that at all, but he's a tough lad. He's Chris Cook. He's picked up the bat now.
No 12th man at the moment, or
physio.
No physio, as Ingram just trots down to observe. Yeah, back to Gloucestershire. I mean, last year Glamorgan beat them twice in T20 competition.
Yes, they're they're well coached. The excellent coach in Mark Elaine, of course, was here last year.
Yeah.
And they've got 8 of that side that won at Edgbaston, who came through their system.
Wow.
And that tells you something.
Coming in is Jordan Thompson and bowls. Good length delivery. That's worked round the corner. Fine leg will pick it up and haul it back in just for a single. Well, that's what you need. You need to unearth these gems, your Kellaways and so on, and hopefully they do come through. But the other surprise package for me this year has been Sussex. I know they have had recruits, but they've not only in the championship, they're going to go up as champions. Well, they should go up as champions, but they did well as well in the T20.
Yes, but they recruited so well. They had Jaden Seals there, who played for the West Indies in the England, but he'd been unknown before then, and he was a terrific opening bowler.
But another county that did very little last year.
Yes, and of course they signed Daniel Hughes, who just an ordinary batsman out in Australia, never got anywhere near Test honours, 33 or 34 years of age, and he also was a very good find. They've had Pujara, the Indian batsman, at the start of the season. You have to recruit very good players if you're going to stay. And this is what something Glamorgan, I'm afraid, haven't done.
Thompson round the wicket, and that's was a bit streakish, but in between third slip and the man at point, and that's gone all the way for 4.
Just going back to Sussex, and they have got, I think it's 7 homegrown players coming through the ranks.
Well, there will be a fans forum today, so needless to say, there'll be a few of the Glamorgan faithful having their views, so to speak. 73 for 4 in the 20th over. It's been all Yorkshire this morning as Thompson comes around the wicket to Ingram, and he's trapped him. There's a big shout of LBW, and that runs down through third man. It might not go all the way as Glamorgan run back for a third, and Cook gets there. It was a big shout from Thompson, possibly height, possibly going down leg. It'll be interesting to see the replay on the stream. Thompson coming round the wicket. Oh, it's a good shout. It's a very good shout. It must have been just missing by a whisker, that leg stump of Colin Ingram's.
How did he get down to third man?
But that was heart in mouth time, that was.
Yeah, that was a terrific delivery, and well, had that been given out, I don't think anybody would have been in any doubt, but I'm just...
It certainly wasn't height, it was just missing by a fraction going down leg. But one of those, a review might have said otherwise. So Glamorgan survive for the time being and are 76 for 4.
And Ingram is facing again the new over as Hill goes very wide at the crease and bowls well outside the off stump and goes through to Bairstow. Yeah, and just going back to that, Kenny, this, I don't know what the position with Marnus Lamashane is. I think his contract is up. And the question there is, of course, does, he comes and just plays a fraction of international championship matches and played in the T20 this year and did quite well. But do you want that, or do you want a regular player? As in comes the next ball, it's tucked away nicely by Ingram, up towards mid-wicket. They'll think of a second, and they will come back for it as it's picked up by Moriarty, who hurls it in, and they take 2 runs. Gaining in confidence now is Colin Ingram, until he was a little bit undone by that terrific delivery.
Well, I posed that question to him after his last T20 about whether he was just diplomatic. It remains to be seen. He personally wants to come back. But as you mentioned...
well, have you seen the future England tours for next Australian tours?
Well, that's the caveat in all of this, is his international commitments.
So in comes Hill and bowls one, and he threw the kitchen sink, as that did Colin Ingram, but didn't get anywhere near it. Unfortunately, it missed everything and went through. Ingram here, quite rightly, I think, if it's offline, he's got to try and have a go at it, because Glamorgan are so far out of this game at the moment, and they need to get as many runs as they can. And he remains on 35 out of 78 for 4. As George Hill comes in and bowls again, and this is defended, and goes out to backward point, and there's no run. And Glamorgan didn't get a recognised seam bowler for these last few games. Was it Fraser Sheet?
Yes.
Unknown, really.
And Leonard was another youngster that came from Somerset.
On loan.
I mean, they had Mir Hamza in the early, 2 games, was it, that he played?
He's all right, but nothing really outstanding about him. And this next ball, they go through for a very quick single. And that, had that hit, I think Chris Cook would have been run out. It was a very, very dicey single. Throw came in, and well, as you say, there's somebody on the floor.
It's Don Best.
Don Best. Now, he went to retrieve that very hard and quick throw in.
Well, they won't want him injured, for obvious reasons.
Anyway, they've got the single. They live in dangerously, these two then. The score goes on to 79 for 4. England's on 36. Cook is on 16. Both batsmen have had their moments. As Hill comes over the wicket to the right-handed Cook, who defends. Despite these wickets falling and all the things all beating the back, the run rate is 3.76. So it's a case of watch the highlights. So going back to that, yes, I think the recruitment hasn't helped Glamorgan, especially in the latter half of the season. And apart from Colin Ingram, of course, it officially isn't. He's been terrific as one day overseas as it is, and just wondering what it's going to be from now on, because Colin has been living here for a couple of years, whether he'll be granted.
Yes, we await the retain list for next season, or the departures, to put it another way. Yorkshire still going with 3 slips here for the bowling of Jordan Thompson, who's coming round to Colin Ingram, the left-hand batter, and plays that into the offside. To point, there's no run. 79 for 4. Lunch will be at 12:30, given it's a 10:30 start around the county grounds in September, and tea will be approximately with 32 overs to go in the day. few less around the ground. It wasn't. It was a decent championship.
Well, it's quite a brisk autumn day today, and a nasty little wind just went out for a moment.
Thompson in, Fuller, and that's played down to mid-off by Colin Ingram. It was a decent championship crowd yesterday. Still a few following today. A few Yorkshire fans in their midst as well.
And if you're wondering where Nick Webb is, our
He's
cricket
spluttering,
correspondent, as they say, he's gone in the throat.
gargling whatever he can find.
Yeah, and he decided that, right, he's
Retired hurt.
retired, as you say.
Thompson in round the wicket. Ingram gets everything behind that, out to short cover, and there's no run.
I just said to him, look after yourself because you don't want to miss the final on
Exactly.
Trent Bridge.
Be interesting regards the final in terms of selection. The two we were thinking, Ed, do they include the likes of Mason Crane and Chris Cook, who haven't been involved in the campaign?
I don't think they will,
Right.
to be honest. And
Thompson coming around, that's wider, and as a misfield at point, they'll come through to a single. Is that Bess again? Because he was injured. Yes, it is. He was injured when Glamorgan elected to go for that dicey run in the last over. And I'll just conclude this over, and Jonathan will come back in my place. So Bess is just sort of looking slightly gingerly, and obviously he'll have a part to play bowling wise. So Thompson wheels round, still 3 slips. Oh, he started his run up, but he'll have to go back to his mark. Chris Cook is on 16. Ingram's now moved on to 37. A lot obviously depends on these two. Thompson in, a fullish delivery, and that's should be leg byes round the corner, unless the umpire says otherwise. Yes, it is a leg bye. So another single taken to add to Glamorgan's tally, but it's hard work out there at the moment. The first target, well, the first target even before the follow-on will be lunch, with no further wickets down, and then
Sounds like a good target to me.
it's always a good target, and then obviously 212 is the figure required to avoid the follow-on, which probably might not be enforced anyway. This is Thompson coming in, and Ingram is back defensively, and that goes down to mid-on. That is the end of the over, and it'll be Jonathan and Edward to take the reins forward.
thank you, Kenneth. Yes, it's been a struggle. Good to see you again, Jonathan.
Good to see you too, Ed.
Been very impressed by the seam bowling this morning. For Yorkshire lads, they've observed that virtue, as I said earlier, of length, line, and getting a bit of help from cloudy conditions. And it's been a real struggle. And it's Ingram is the only one who's looked, even though he's played and missed a few times, of dealing with this very accurate attack.
Yeah, Ben Coe had been brought back on then at the River Taff end.
Code then, coming into the right-handed Chris Cook comes in and bowls the first ball, and this is driven and intercepted at short extra cover. 81 for 4. I'm saying that despite wickets falling and all that, it's 3.65 the scoring rate. Probably because you've got players round the bat. Well, they did have 3 slips on 4 slips, but it's a slightly more defensive field at the moment, as the shine probably begins to go off, or the lacquer off the ball. Here's Code. He's in and bowls to Cook. Cook drives and is deflected by the bowler to mid-on, and there's no run. Couldn't have asked more, could he? The coach today, the Yorkshire coach of his bowlers.
Nope, they've done a good job. Obviously, the change bowlers haven't managed to make the breakthrough just yet. They'll get other opportunities, I'm sure, during the life of the ball or during the course of the innings. But back to the openers.
Code in bowls just short of a length, and Cook defends in the line of off stump, and it goes up to mid-off. Glamorgan resumed at 12 without loss first thing this morning. They quickly lost Northeast for 16, Tribe for 4, Carlson out first ball, Callaway also for 4. These two experienced batsmen have taken it from 37 to 81, which was much needed. Here's Code in past the umpire and bowls. That's pulled away out towards mid-wicket, the short boundary, but it was going to the fair rate of knots. And it's a boundary for Cook.
Yep, nicely played. And just having a look at it once again, yeah, just
Wasn't all
a
that
bit too
short.
straight, wasn't it? Yeah, really.
Well timed by Cook. He moves on to 20.
48 partnership now.
Yes, it was much needed. In comes Code. Bowls again to Cook, and Cook is right forward this time. Pushes it back down to mid-off.
What have we got? 25 minutes before lunch. Things can change quickly again.
Yeah.
As you say, to get to lunch, or as Kenneth was saying, get to lunch would be certainly what Glamorgan would require, and if Yorkshire can pick up another 1, maybe 2, then they'll have considered it a great session.
His Code comes in, bowls short, cut away, but straight to the batsman, just backward a point, and there's no run.
Morning Andy Lockwood, who says morning JD et al. Finally parked my backside on block 39 after going to Cardiff Market for a bacon sarnie, corner coffee shop for my daily latte and some fabulous Welsh cakes. Can life get any better? Yes, more wickets, he says. Well, we've just heard about the Welsh cakes at a shop in the market from Kenneth when he was on, so maybe you've been to that very same shop and can recommend them. It's going to be a double change because Matthew Fisher is coming back on as well for another blast in this final 25 minutes before the lunch break. And
I must add that
really well earlier.
You've had your own Welsh cakes.
I haven't yet, but apparently there are some.
Which was brought on
Is that
Mrs. Bevan, yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Bevan. Am I allowed to?
They're for
to
you.
tuck in?
She said, "Does that nice man from Yorkshire down? And better make some Welsh cakes."
Very kind of her. Thank you very much, Mrs. B. Fisher round the wicket to the left-handed Ingram, who's taking a ball short of length and punching it away into the covers. And James Wharton out there to sweep, does the fielding. 1 run.
The two gentlemen commentators that she makes for, one is you and the other is our good friend from Derbyshire, David Fletcher.
Really?
So
Yeah, well, I'm in
You're honoured.
exalted company there.
yeah, I came up here, as you know, just to have a day's cricket because I've got this game off, and all of a sudden pressed into action, which is always enjoyable, of course. Poor old Nick is in dire straits.
Yeah, not feeling so good. Fisher in. Oh, has he got a nick on this one? He has. Fisher, the change has worked. Very good catch indeed by Johnny Bairstow, diving to his right across George Hill. If you're going to go, you've got to make those, and he did. That's a very good grab. And Cook gone for 20. Glamorgan 86 for 5. That makes a very good morning indeed for Yorkshire, and they'll hope, and they'll be working on trying to improve it in what remains of this morning session. But that is well wide of off stump. Look how far Bairstow's gone across to take the catch. You've got to say he shouldn't be playing at that ball, should he? It's well wide of off stump, swinging further away. It's basically just at the bottom end of the bat. His feet are anchored. Yeah, you've got to be disappointed as a Glamorgan supporter with that one.
That's the second one now that has got themselves out. We saw Ace of Tribe do basically the same thing and caught that slip by Live, and then Cuckoo really didn't move his feet anywhere. Went to try and slap it through the covers and nicked it to the keeper. As you say, a very good catch by Johnny Bairstow, but that was more or less gifted. And Glamorgan now are in dire straits because they're a batsman short in this game. And you will have Tim van der Gooten, who's played some very useful innings this season, but his normal position is around 9, sometimes 10. So things not going at all well.
So, Cook, let's bring you his final figures. They were 20 runs against his name from 37 deliveries, and that included 1-4 in a 56-minute stay at the crease. It's well, far and away the best partnership so far. It came to an end on 49 for that 5th wicket. And Fisher got his name against 3 wickets now, 3 for just 9 in his 7th over. Shows you what a proposition he is with the conditions. You wouldn't exaggerate that they're massively in favour of the ball this morning, but you definitely say that they are at least slightly in favour of the ball. A little bit of cloud cover, not the warmest. But you've got to be backed up when you create opportunities with some good fielding, and that was a super catch from Bairstow. So 2 of those to him this morning.
Took it in front of first slip's boots.
So Van der Hoogten waits for Fisher, who is in bowling a fuller length delivery this time. Dropped into the pitch, no run. Long way away from asking for the follow on just yet, still 5 wickets to take. And 126 runs to play with. You do think, what will Yorkshire do if they're fortunate enough to be in that position to make a decision on it? And
well, all the time that's left,
I think they'll probably bat again. That will be my take on it.
That's what I said earlier on, you know.
Because they have to make sure first and foremost that they do not lose this match.
Exactly, but you know, all the time that's left gets 400 in front.
Yep. As he bowls one wide of off stump, and that is left by Van der Hoogten. Yeah, because if things do improve, and they can do here, we saw that in the match here last year, where things really did flatten out as the game went on. It felt like it was nigh on impossible to take wickets the later the game went. So,
on the other hand, Glamorgan low on confidence this year. They're batting. They haven't got an opening pair. They juggle around, and apart from Ingram, it's been a pretty sorry state of affairs.
Fisher in again, a bit edgy. Played it with an open face. It wasn't a genuine full-on edge, but it was towards the outside of the bat. He's diverted it wide of the cordon, and TVDG will get off the mark with a 4.
Yes, he's worked at his batting. He loves batting, Tim van der Gooten says, and he's someone who relishes the night watchman's duties.
He's got a long stay if he wants to be the night watchman today.
Yes. I thought he might have come in last night. But
final ball of the over then. Fisher's now conceded in double figures with that 4, 3 for 13 as he bowls here. And Van der Hoogten, Luxton, who's out there substitute fielding at the moment by the looks of things, fumbles that, but doesn't cost the team any runs. That's the end of the over. He's getting a bit of a ribbon, I think, from Dom Bess, who walked quite pointedly across from 4th slip and probably had a few words and then shoved his arms around him. I'm only joking. Ingram 38, Van der Hoogten on 4, 24 overs of this Glamorgan innings complete. And at Yorkshire, well, they did lots of damage, didn't they, at Leicestershire last week. They bowled the Foxes out in the first innings in 24.2 overs. They've got 5 wickets here in the first 24 of the Glamorgan innings.
I'll just tell you, Kenny, how interesting it is with at the top of Division 2 with the 3 sides, Jonathan, now in excellent positions as we go to lunch on the second day, as Ben Code will continue. He's coming around the wicket and bowls to Ingram, who plays it away down towards backward point and trots through for a single. Because when I looked last, after bowling Derbyshire out for 173, Middlesex were 150 for 1. Then, of course, you've got Yorkshire in prime position here at Sapphire Gardens, and Sussex, who have overtaken Gloucester, would probably get a big lead. So all three could win, and you'll start the last game as you were. So who was the last game for Yorkshire?
Northamptonshire at Headingley.
Well, of course, down towards the bottom.
And Sussex are at home to Middlesex in the last match.
In comes Code over the wicket to the right-handed Van der Gooten, who plays it out to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. And then I know, you talk about things like this, but Hove gets better weather than Headingley. So, which often, well, we've been saying this for years, but you can't, you go by the weather, and that's it. It's a shame, really. And I often say, would Manchester United and Liverpool, if they were snowed off or something, not play that game? You get the analogy. Here's the next ball.
Yeah, look, I said this last year when Yorkshire obviously had the 48-point deduction as a result of the racism scandal, and then they had 38% of the championship season weather affected. And I was just saying that when people were having a pop and saying they're not going to get there and all the rest of it. In cricket, you just lose that time. In football, you play that
game
again.
That's what I'm saying. You never have that in football,
no.
In any division. Here's Code again as he comes in from that river end and bowls. Van der Gooten pushes it out to mid-on, and there's no run.
So I was saying, would you expect Manchester City to win a title if you took away 38% of the potential for scoring goals that season because they couldn't actually get on the field? And you wouldn't expect it, would you? Arsenal would be running away with it.
I'm going back many years, and I think they only tried it out for a season, that the county championship was decided by who played, and they divided it, if you know what I mean, and they worked it on a percentage.
Yeah.
Here's Code again, 3 slips waiting. It's a nice looking shot there, but straight to cover from Van der Gooten, and there's no run. Which to me sounded, well, if people in Manchester and possibly Headingley get a shed full of rain throughout the summer and people down the south don't get any, how is it fair? But
well, I mean, never does anything but rain in Manchester, does it? It's amazing that Lancashire are getting relegated because you'd have thought that they got draw points for all their home matches.
Yeah.
I'm saying getting relegated, they may not, of course.
In comes Code, bowls, and this time it beats Van der Gooten's forward prod, goes through to Bairstow. Lovely delivery.
Jay Grover says, Yorkshireman loving Welsh cakes here. Me dear departed Nan, Scots/Irish, married to a Welshman, said use lard. Does Mrs. Bevan use lard to make Welsh cakes with?
I don't know. I don't pretend to know. I don't go anywhere near. She might say, you can do these. I try and stay away from kitchen things like that. I don't know. There are different recipes, of course, but I do enjoy them. 91 for 5, an excellent morning for Yorkshire. We've had 25 overs of the innings. The innings somehow being held together by Colin Ingram, who is on 39.
Yeah, and he's played well, hasn't he, so far? 7 fours.
Well, he's had a wonderful season, as Colin.
97 minutes he's been out there, so he just wants to try and get Glamorgan to lunch without any further loss. Here's Fisher bowling to him now. It's wide of off stump, and he pulls the bat away with an exaggerated leave. If you have just joined us, I'm wondering what all the commotion's been about. Well, Sam North East was first to go, LBW for Code, 2 Code for all the 16 runs that had been scored by Glamorgan at that point. Asa Tribe, he'd struggled and hit 1-4 in 20 deliveries before he was well caught at second slip by Adam Lyth off Matthew Fisher, who then had Kieran Carlson caught by George Hill at first slip the very next ball without scoring. Ben Callaway went caught, Bairstow bowled Code for 4, and then Cook, very good catch by Bairstow, diving to his right off Fisher in this, his second spell Cook out for 20. That was 86 for 5. They've moved on to 91 for 5, and that was Ingram driving to Moriarty, who's positioned at wide-ish mid-off. No run. Sun is now full on out there. It's just feeling for the first time this morning, as it did yesterday morning, with much of the cloud now having dispersed, as the forecast suggested it would. So batting conditions likely to feel a little better for what remains on day 2, as Ingram is top of the bounce and dropping one out backward of point for Finlay Bean to jog round and field.
Came up when we drove up, it was perfect weather down west, not a cloud in the sky. Then as you got to Cardiff, I thought this can't be, and it was. On the screen, is that Otis down there?
It is indeed, with Ali Maiden, batting coach. Ali on his way to Birmingham Phoenix to be their women's coach for 2025. Otis, well, we don't know what the future obviously holds for him, but it'll be his final game as head coach for Yorkshire next week. And hands-on face for Matthew Fisher, because that delivery to Tim van der Hoogten wasn't so far wide of off stump, probably missing on height as well. Let's have a look at it again from behind for those who can see that. Oof, dear me, that was closer than I thought. Dear. Yeah. That is a very good leave indeed, he said with a smile. Van der Hoogten remains out there and on 4, but nearly lost the off bail as Fisher pushes off and comes in once again. Got a head of steam this morning, Matthew Fisher. Van der Hoogten has turned that one backward of square. Wharton quick across the ground, does the fielding and keeps them to 1.
Has he been injured this season, Fisher?
No, he's just flexing his knee, James Wharton there. He might have just picked up a bit of an injury. Maybe the knee got stuck in the turf. Yes, Matthew Fisher has been out with an injury again. He slid for a ball earlier in the season in a match-up at Headingley and had an ankle problem for quite a while after that. He's only just come back into the side for last week's match against Leicestershire. So missed a large chunk of cricket once again. Here he is round the wicket. Ooh, short ball, rare short ball to Ingram, well over his head. And that just keeps Van der Hoogten on strike, of course, for Ben Code to have a go at here in his next over. 10 minutes before the lunch break. Fisher 8 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 15, has been very good this morning, and Ben Code reliable as ever, 2 for 39 from 9.
Yeah, the deficit now 268, and that's a long way behind, with having lost 5 of your wickets. And remember, Glamorgan have to get a 212 to avoid the follow-on. But it's pretty, we think anyhow, that even if they don't get there, Yorkshire will have a bat, being there's 2.5 days to go from now, which is 10 minutes before lunch. As in comes Ben Code and bowls to the right hand. Van der Hoogten, who prods and misses, and Bairstow nearly tackled second slip there as he dived across and went straight into it. There was no doubt, was there, that Bairstow would keep wicket instead of Johnny Tatt?
I would have said, because I would have thought that it was probably, does Johnny Bairstow want to keep? And he probably said yes. That was, I would imagine, would be the decision. I don't know that, but
what did
just
Johnny
judging
say?
by the way that's happened so far. So Johnny,
Captain of the side, like to be out and about. And
he has captained and kept when Johnny Bairstow has played in recent matches. In one recent match, I should say, not recent matches.
Last ball just kept a little low outside the off stump and dribbled along to the keeper.
So Johnny Bairstow kept wicket in the win against Sussex at Scarborough on his return to the side. Then I think I'm right in saying Tats had the gloves. Let me just check back for the match against Middlesex at Headingley, and then Johnny Bairstow back with them last week and for today.
Here's Code, comes in, bowls to Van der Hoogten, who gets a straight delivery and plays it up gently to mid-on. 93 for 5. Ingram's on 40. 10 runs away from yet another 50.
No, forget that, I'm wrong. Johnny Bairstow has kept wicket since he came back into the side.
Right. He'd probably, as things look at the moment, be with Yorkshire for a while because
Yes, I think, sorry, the discrepancy occurred because Tats was down as keeping in one of the games and then didn't. It was Bairstow who did.
good looking shot here, but well fielded there. Is that
It is. That's Johnny Tats.
yeah, fielded at cover because his international days at the moment appear over, but you never know. And he'll be a valuable asset, of course, to Yorkshire. No runs of this over as Code comes in, bowls, and well, he squared him up there, gets a thick outside edge, goes down to the third man boundary. It won't get there, but they come back for 2 runs, which takes the score on to 95 for 5, and de Gooten is on to 7. The sky is devoid of hardly any cloud now. Little to our right, but they'll soon dissolve. The clouds dissolve. Do they dissolve clouds?
I'm no scientist, Ed, as you can tell.
Neither am I. Here is Code completely over and bowls to Van de Gooten, who is right forward and pushes it off to mid-on.
Would they not evaporate?
Evaporate.
Is that the...
If they evaporate, they'll drop some juice, won't they? I don't know. Ask a professor of geography. 95 for 5 with what have we got? 2 overs left.
It's difficult enough to know what you're talking about with cricket, isn't it? Let alone with meteorology and all of that sort of stuff. I'll do this one over and then I'll have to nip off and do my 12:30 update for BBC Radio Leeds. So hopefully you can take care of the final over.
I think I can manage it.
Just having a little think here about maybe trying something different with Matthew Fisher's final over before the lunch break. Bess had just been rummaging in the bags at the side of the ground. And he's back on. He might be applying a bit of sun cream or something by the looks of the way he's rubbing his hand around the back of his neck. So he's going to come in at gully. Yeah, he's just rubbing that off on the grass, Don Bess. Wouldn't want your hands to be greasy if you're trying to take a catch at gully. There's Fisher round the wicket then, and that's punched very nicely by Ingram. They have positioned Wharton at square cover, and he's lightning fast across the ground, and he's just shown us that again by keeping them to 1. Very good in the field out there. 96 for 5 in the 28th over of this Glamorgan innings now. So Yorkshire, well, they're showing level on the over 8 at this moment in time. There'll be a reassessment on that front at lunch. They'll have this 28th and one more, the 29th over, and of course take off 2 because they bowled 2 of those last night. So there'll be 27 in this session. I've lost the pictures in here for some reason, but in comes Fisher over the wicket now to Van der Hoogten. Ooh, and he's pushing at that and then pulling his bat out of the way when it's almost too late. No run. 3 for 16, Matthew Fisher.
Excellent figures, isn't it?
Yeah,
he played the 1 game for England, did he?
One test match.
I thought so, yeah. And he hasn't really got the build for a fast bowler compared to Ben Code and others, but he gets a lot of movement and he bowls splendidly this morning.
Here he comes again, 4 slips in place, and that's not so far away from the top of off. He's definitely bowled good lines and length in the main this morning, although ironically I probably think certainly a couple of his wickets have been deliveries that batters have chased, and we'll probably look at them again thinking,
why did I play that shot?
Yeah, they've been drawn into playing at deliveries around about 5th stump. I think one of them more like 6th, and then nipping further away, and so they've had no control over the shot and have therefore perished. As he's in again, that's around about leg stump this time and flicked away backward of square, And right on cue, Wharton gallops another 35-40 yards to field it. They get 2.
Glamorgan remaining in the batting order. James Harris, Mason Crane, Andy Gorvin, who can hold the bat and get scores, but you wouldn't say that they recognise batsmen. And Morris making his debut.
Fisher in again as an appeal for LBW and gone. That is the end of Tim van der Hoogten, who was stepping across and trying to work it to leg, and I think that's possibly the key. When we see the replay, we'll have more of an idea, but it was just that first movement that might have put him in trouble, and umpire Naeem Ashraf raised the finger. 98 for 6. That's another sensational session for Yorkshire. Van der Hoogten gone for 9 of 21, and it's a 4th wicket for Matthew Fisher, and that will also, by the looks of things, spell the lunch break.
Let's have a look here. It's the not going to argue with that at all. And that is lunch, as Jonathan says. It's been an excellent morning here for Yorkshire, and Glamorgan in dire straits at the moment. The only batsman to show any sort of substance, Colin Ingram, who is undefeated on 41, and Glamorgan, it looks at the moment as if either be following on, because it looks also that there'll be a substantial deficit. We shall know more during the afternoon session, but for the moment it's time for everyone to have a spot of lunch, and we will be back shortly before 1:10.
Welcome back from Sophia Gardens in Cardiff for the second session on the second day. Glamorgan 98 for 6. Colin Ingram 41 not out. Mason Crane yet to score. Matthew Fisher had just taken a wicket, you may recall, 40 minutes or so ago. That at Tim Van Houten, LBW, that induced lunch a couple of minutes earlier than was scheduled. And so Crane will take this first ball back. Fisher, what I mentioned earlier on, is bowling average. Now things quickly can change in this sport. Around about 29, saying it wasn't commensurate with his skills and abilities, and he has quickly changed things in that respect. His 4th wicket, now 19 for the season, has brought that under 25, as I was suggesting. It was much more like it, 23.84. And he's been a threat throughout the morning session whenever he's been on. He'd have a breather for a little while. So he's going to open with this first ball of the afternoon from the Cathedral Road end to the right-handed Mason Crane with 4 slips in place, and in comes Fisher. Crane solidly behind that. That will complete Fisher's 9th over, 4 for 18. 4 of them maidens. Kenneth will be back with us in a moment or two. He's doing that thing that we often have to do with the home broadcast, and that is we have some music playing in the background of our commentary, which can be a little bit unnerving when you're trying to talk about cricket. Just trying to get rid of that for us. And Ben Code is going to open the afternoon session at the River Taff end. The sun is shining. Yorkshire ahead of the game at the moment. Glamorgan have got a fair bit of work to do here to get themselves back into it. Yorkshire will also be mindful that they're -2 on the over rate, but no panics just yet, and you would expect them to quickly catch that up if and when they turn to spin. May not need it in this Glamorgan first innings, but of course they're armed with Don Bess and Dan Moriarty, and if required Adam Lythe as the match wears on. Here's Ben Code then, round the wicket to the left-handed Ingram. Punches that first ball of the over into the offside. Tattersall does the fielding. One or two of you during the lunch break, thanks for putting me straight. You know, my short-term memory is a shocker. At first I thought, yeah, Johnny Tattersall, I'm sure he's kept when Johnny Bairstow's been in the side in his last few matches, and then thought no. And then I checked back through the notes and I didn't check them thoroughly enough. As Ingram pushes one into the offside, no run. So Jim Green and Yorkshire lad. Yorkshire lad says he thinks Taps kept in the second innings against Middlesex, but there was only 1 innings. And Jim says in Johnny's first game back, Taps replaced him in the second innings of the game because Bairstow got hit on the thumb whilst batting. I think that was it up at Scarborough. Ooh, Ingram gets an inside edge on this Code delivery. Drops down by his feet. No run. And Yorkshire CC Grumbler says that there was only 1 innings v Middlesex where we bowled. Can't recall Bairstow and Tats switching keeping duties during a game. Well, it might take a little bit of further painstaking research on my part. Painful, perhaps, on yours as listeners to sort it. As Code is in and Ingram pushes into the offside, and there's no run, and that has sorted the popular music that was filling the earwaves for us too. It's gone. So back to those two matches at Scarborough for the match against Sussex. More in a sec because Code's coming in. Ingram leaves. The match against Sussex at Scarborough. Did we have Bairstow? Tattersall keeping wicket? Good question. I've not made any obvious marker point in the first Sussex innings to that. Anyway, ultimately, actually, do you know what? Does it really matter? It's history now, as it Cody's in and it's wide of off stump, and Ingram leaves. I've lost patience with that one.
Apologies for my late arrival to the hot seat, but we were being put off by various tones in the distance and on BBC Radio Wales, and glad to say it's now been adjusted. 98 for 6, so no runs added to the score at lunch, with Glamorgan in desperate trouble, and Fisher, who's been the pick of the bowlers with 4 for 18, comes in from the Cathedral Road end. Lovely cover drive, and that will race away to the boundary for 4. So Crane gets off the mark, but Fisher, with 4 for 22 now, has been sublime with the ball all morning. Just too much width that time, and Crane, who's more than able with the bat, was on it in a flash. He has got a few half centuries as Crane this season, but it is a long tail as Fisher comes in past the umpire, right arm over, bowls, and Crane is behind it, blocks, and just goes down to what is 4th-ish slip.
Yorkshire lad, sorry, Sussex first innings, Taps Bairstow second. Yeah, well, whatever. Yeah, I'll let you all fight that one out between yourselves. I've had a look back through my notes, and like I say, it's done. I'm not sure quite why we're spending so long on it.
So Fisher wheels round, comes in and bowls, digs that one in short, and that's punched to the onside, but it's fielded at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Ingram is 41, so a lot now will depend on the South African to see where he can steer Glamorgan to. As mentioned, 212 is the figure for Glamorgan to reach in terms of avoiding the follow-on. It may be that Yorkshire have a bat anyway as Fisher comes in fullish, and that's firmly driven into the offside for no run.
Yeah, you feel like conditions now, with barely a cloud in the sky, are the best they've been for batting in all day. I can promise that the Welsh cake score went down pretty well. You'd be more of an expert than I, but in my trips down here, I've always enjoyed them, and I think they're just about as good as it gets. Mrs. Bevan, so thank you very much.
Yes, I know Mrs. Bevan very well, and yeah, they are a delicacy in these parts.
Certainly make a few quid with those on the market stall, I reckon.
Well, they're only Welsh cakes. There's a certain thing that you use to ensure that they get to the right temperature, and it's a kind of iron that's nicked away through the slip cord, and it died on them anyway. It wasn't a catching chance, and it's raced away for 4 off the bat of Mason Crane.
Yep, Matthew Fisher probably a little bit disgruntled that he's conceded runs there. Half decent delivery, but it did die short of Finlay Bean, and he usually gets his hands on everything there. It's unusual for him. He missed it to his right. It's raced away for 4. But yeah, the Welsh cake count. I imagine that there's probably some sort of Welsh cake championship at some point during each year, I would think. Mrs. Bevans must be
there must be
right up there.
I don't know of one, but as I mentioned to you a little earlier, there's a few shops in the market, and
yeah, There's Code now, then he's got underneath this one, and oh dear, it's going to fall short, 20 yards or so short of James Wharton coming round deep backward square. Ben Code, unusual really, you don't see him dig short ones in very often. They're also a delicacy, a rarity in cricket, and Ingram didn't deal with it like a bloke who's got 1,000 runs against his name. It's a bit top edgy, wasn't it?
Yeah. The recipes are usually handed down through generations. I remember my grandmother used to do Welsh cakes and let this ball be bowled.
Code is in, and Ingram right behind this one.
And of course, the traditional one is the ones you have provided by Mrs. Bevan there, and they're usually just the currants. Those are the traditional, bathed in sugar. But there are a lot of variations now. If you pop to the market, you can have salted caramel ones, and there are different. But those are the traditional ones.
Salted caramel one sounds superb. 108 for 6. Ingram on 43. Code turning at the River Taff end and making his way into bowl round the wicket now, and that's just a beautiful drive through the covers for 4. Yeah. Fisher is not so far away from that on the boundary edge, but no chance of getting in the way of it. Just over pitching Ben Code on this occasion, and that's cost him another 4 on the analysis. 2 for 47 halfway through his 12th over. Unusually from nearly 12 overs has bowled just the one maiden, Ben. Other things, there might be a Welsh Championship. I thought it was the Welsh Stewarding Championships this morning when I walked in. Canada, there was a load of people in fluorescent bibs out the back. I think it might have been a litter pick,
I think
actually.
it was.
Yeah.
I think it was, which obviously it's testament to them, and good job that they do as well.
There's Code in, and that's punched to Tattersall. They're going to take a run here. An unusual misfield from JT, who parried the ball rather than taking it cleanly.
Just to ensure that the park around us is kept in pristine condition, because we have Butte Park, which is behind the Taff, which is just adjacent to the ground. Then to the left you have, because this area is Pontcanna of Cardiff, so you have Pontcanna Fields, and then further left Llander Fields as well, that go all the way up to Llander from the cathedral in the distance.
Code then over the wicket, bowling here to Crane. 3 slips in place. A big appeal for LBW. David Milnes not interested on this occasion. He has previously raised the finger in the affirmative to appeals for Sam Northeast, and then to a caught behind of Ben Callaway off Ben Code. Something about it said doesn't feel quite right. We've just seen a replay of not that delivery. Punch into the offside. So Code making his way in again, and bowls it now. Flicked into the leg side by Crane.
It looked a touch outside the line, possibly.
Yeah, it just didn't feel like it. Sometimes you do hang on, don't you, when the finger's raised and you raise your eyebrows, but yeah, it didn't feel like Milnes was going to raise his finger for whatever reason, sitting at this angle. So yeah, the Welsh Stewarding Championship will be an interesting one, wouldn't it? I mean, who is the most... what criteria would you get for stewarding? I mean, you know, would it be how many bags did you search this morning?
Yeah.
How many people did you annoy? Or were you friendly? You know, maybe it could be the friendly steward award. Very friendly around here. The lady on the gate, I should know her name by now, because she's always the same lady when you come every year. She never quite remembers me until she sees my name and then goes, yeah, I thought I recognised your name.
Fisher continues from the Cathedral Road end, full and creamed away by Colin Ingram, and that will be the South Africans' 50, a much needed one for Glamorgan, and a lot will depend on Colin Ingram remaining at the crease. And he's just starting to get into his groove. Ingram is unbeaten on 52.
Yep, and he's playing an invaluable knock here, given the position that his side are in. The only player who's come up with anything of note, really. Chris Cook 20, Sam Northeast 16. Got right over the top of that.
Yeah, any width and he's going to be on it like a flash. It was full as well from Fisher, who comes in. Good length delivery, but that's cut behind point, and they will pick up a second run. He's in good nick, Colin Ingram. He will give you an opportunity because he likes to score, but he had a career best a fortnight ago, double ton, coming up in that match against Leicestershire, and the fastest Glamorgan player to 1,000 first-class runs this season, beating a certain Majid Khan, who played many a year ago for this county. And Fisher will now come around the wicket to change the angle to Ingram. Probably just has been giving him a bit too much width in the previous deliveries. That's guided down to where point would have been, but he's deep, and it's an easy single.
Yeah, coming up to Majid Khan's 78th birthday at the end of the month, back end of next week.
Fantastic player for Glamorgan, amongst other overseas players. We mentioned, had this conversation yesterday, of course.
Yeah, played from 64 to 83 for Pakistan. That's a massive span.
Yeah. Fisher in and bowls. Good length delivery, but straight down leg and taken by Johnny Bairstow. 120 for 6. So they've sort of consolidated. They've come back slightly, given that at one point they were 37 for 4. They've since lost Chris Cook. It was a wild flash outside off stump. And then Tim van der Hoogten for LBW just before lunch. Fisher, good length delivery. Crane gets everything behind that. And there's a stare down the ground from Fisher towards Crane. A bit of a verbals afterwards as well. The first time we've really seen that during the course of the match. Must have been annoyed by something Crane had said or done.
Unusual. Matthew Fisher to get involved with that.
Is he not the hot-headed type usually?
No.
Wheels round. This his last ball of the over. Fisher bangs that one in short. Crane is on it, but mistimed, and it's hooked to backward square, and they pick up 2.
I guess he sort of got something a bit like the result he might have wanted there, because he banged it in and it was a mistimed shot, wasn't it? That the field was set back and he wasn't in danger, but there was no control really from Crane either. So if the idea was just to get him to play a rash shot, then it was some way towards achieving that.
9 fours in Colin Ingram's 50, coming from 72 balls. Such a classy player, Colin Ingram, and such an array of shots in his locker. He's so solid on both sides of the wicket.
So, Code at the River Taff end to Ingram, who is flicking one away round about middle and leg. Square on the leg side. Jordan Thompson into field. This partnership with 25 now.
Batting, as you'd think it would, has become I say slightly easier. It was shaping all sorts this morning for Code and Fisher. And they got them to swing away.
Here's Code again. Ooh, now then, thought Mason Crane had got a tickle on that, because Johnny Bairstow's had to dive right across in front of George Hill to take it. So that's either nipped off the pitch or swung after it's pitched.
He's taken well, hasn't he, Johnny Bairstow? He's had a few where he's flung himself in front of first slip.
Yeah, he has. Code again. Mason pushing at this one quite firmly. Wharton fielding backward of point.
fans forum here today. Interesting what was said by the Glamorgan faithful in that. One thing we do know is Mason Crane will be here for the next 3 years. We're yet to receive a retainer list in terms of the players that will be here. Always interesting to keep an eye on.
Code again. Crane gets this one away square on the leg side. Tattersall gives up the chase and leaves it to Fisher to come round and field. 1 run. Yeah, always events, aren't they? Fans forums. Yorkshire have a few, members forums a year. Usually one the start or somewhere near the start of the season, and often one as well at Scarborough, as we saw a few weeks ago during the Sussex match. Colin Graves has Cody's in, and Ingram is solidly behind this latest defensive push.
Still 3 slips in as they go on the hunt for more wickets. Fair bit of wind being picked up by our effects mic below. 4 gentlemen in front of it as well.
Here's Cody in. There's an appeal for LBW. It sounded a bit woody, actually. They're all up for that, and I guess they would be because Ingram maybe stands between them and wrapping this Glamorgan innings up and giving them the possibility of asking the host to follow on. Yeah, it's hit him in front of the leg, but slanted in. Never felt like you were going to see the finger raised there by David Milnes. End of the over then, 124 for 6, 237 behind, but don't forget Glamorgan have to get to 212 to avoid that possibility that Yorkshire might ask them to follow on.
So it's going to be Matthew Fisher to continue from the Cathedral Road end. The last wicket to fall was Tim van Hoogten prior to lunch. This partnership is now 26. Ingram 56. Mason Crane, who will face, is on 11. Here comes Matthew Fisher. No, he'll have to restart. Crane rather wasn't quite ready, so he'll have to go back to his mark.
Ben Crossland has sent us in a little clip of Welsh Cake, the first track off his new album with three-way.
Fisher. And Crane is right behind it. It's fielded by the bowler. No run. Oh, right, okay.
His chamber jazz group. For listening later, obviously, he says. Give that a play at some point between now and tomorrow morning.
Well,
Ben?
the Welsh name for Welsh Cake doesn't sound anything like Welsh Cake. And I will tell you what it is now. After Fisher bowls, right arm over, and that was leggish and helped along the way down to fine leg by Mason Crane. They are called Picie ar man, and it basically means these are made on what is called a man. That's what it's cooked on,
right?
And it's a special piece of equipment.
Picie ar a man. That's
not bad. That is quite good for a first attempt.
For an A-up Yorkshireman.
No,
Aye.
Fair play. You've done this before.
I haven't. I am here to tell you.
Round the wicket comes Fisher to Ingram, who guides that one down to the third man area, but it is the man at deep point that has to come around, and they'll pick up 2. Which takes Glamorgan to 127 for 6.
Is the national language a difficult one to learn? Do you need to be learning it from childhood?
Well, you can, although Mr. Webb, who we can see through the glass, who's recovering, has learnt and has done very well. As Fisher comes in, and that's full and driven firmly towards mid-off rather, and there's no run. But yes, it is far easier if you obviously are immersed in it from an early age. I was, my first language was Welsh at home and so forth, and the dialect and so forth, and the words mean that it isn't the easiest language to pick up, certainly. Fisher is in, and that's short. They're asking for, well, that's missed by the man sweeping on the leg side boundary. There were shouts of catch, but I think it was lost in the air, and it dribbled over the boundary for 4. Fisher banged that one in short to Ingram, didn't quite get all of it, and it was Thompson, was it?
Yeah, it was. He sort of, he almost yoked himself, didn't he? I think it was probably fair enough that he went for the catch. Yeah, clearly you'd wanted him to get his hand on it, but it was then the bounce when he couldn't quite get there that just did for him.
That's the second one, though. Fisher's banged in short. One to Crane, one to Ingram. It's not a bad tactic at Colin Ingram. Fisher is in. That's another one that he's banged in short. Ingram is on it but misses it completely, goes straight through to keeper Bairstow. That is the end of the over, with Glamorgan moving on to 131 for 6, and Ingram, the main man, still there, unbeaten on 62.
Yeah, he this is what you've got with Matthew Fisher that you don't really get with any of the other Yorkshire bowlers, and that is that extra generation of pace, other than Matthew Revis, who of course is out at the moment with a stress fracture. Got 5 wickets, Rev, here in this same corresponding fixture last year. I think that's his sole 5 for in first class cricket. Hope he's recovering okay, and we'll be looking to get back in action, I'm sure, during the winter and ready for next season. But he's got an extra bit of zip over that most of those who've been playing regularly this season. But Matthew Fisher, you still think is, if he really lets it go, he's the quickest of the lot, and you can just tell by the bounce and carry that he gets when he does put his back really into it, as he did with that delivery. Change of bowling at the River Taff end. Thompson coming on to replace Code, and his first delivery to Mason Crane is full and pushed back along the deck to the bowler, who came through his first spell this morning with 5 overs for 14 against his name, 1 maiden, so that was more of what was required. I was mentioning he was a bit loose against Leicestershire last week, but back on it today. Hasn't yet picked up a wicket, but that may come during this, his first attempt at the River Taff end today. In past umpire David Milnes over the wickets. Ooh, bit of an airy-fairy waft from Mason Crane, and fortunately for him doesn't get any part of the bat on it.
Just depends how if Crane can play a supporting act for Colin Ingram. Scored a half-century in a championship match against Northants, which was back in June, so he more than able with the bat, and if he could just stick around.
Here's Thompson again down the leg side this time, with a good one-handed take, or stop really rather than take, by Johnny Bairstow, because he couldn't take it cleanly. So moving pretty well behind the sticks. Crane scratches at his guard, was what I was going to say. Will Luxton is out there substitute fielding at the moment. He's number 68 on his back at cover. But one of the Yorkshire players who I've not noticed has left the field for a mo. Could be possibly Ben Code now that he's off the field, and now that he's off the bowling at the Taff end. Get the words in the right order in a minute. Bess just fielding that push at mid-off. No run. A little cloud for a moment, but conditions are good here. Thompson making his way in towards us. 3 slips waiting for an opportunity along with keeper Johnny Bairstow, but that's a bit short and wide. And just waiting nicely for it, Mason Crane has got 4 runs through the covers. Struck that firmly along the carpet all the way, and Luxton and Walk, who neither of them slouches, couldn't reel that in. So Crane on to 16. This partnership beginning to flower to some extent. They came together when the score was on 98-6, the first ball of this session, so 37 runs have been added in just 7 overs without any further loss. Here's Jordan Thompson again, throws this one up there. Crane again gets it away through the offside. Wharton again giving chase, and this time reels that one in for the concession of 2 runs. So Jordan Thompson 6 overs for 20, 6 runs coming from that one. 137 for 6 Glamorgan, remembering still that they need to get to 212 if they're going to avoid being asked to follow on. There's still a fair way to go before they get there. And Yorkshire, well, would they even enforce it, or would they bat again and try and take the game miles away from Glamorgan, but still give themselves what they hope would be enough time to bowl the hosts out for a second time? We shall see.
And for Glamorgan, just because last recognised batter probably, it's a longer tail with Fisher coming around to Colin Ingram. He's trying to guide that down to third man, but fielded at just 3 slips in now for Colin Ingram. Yeah, lunch was taken because there was no time to get back out there with a changeover when Tim van der Hoogten fell LBW to Fisher on the stroke of lunch. So these have added 39. Coming in is Fisher and bowls full, and Ingram leaves it, passes his off stump and goes through to Johnny Bairstow. Over rate is -2, but largely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. As Glamorgan still trailed by a massive 224 with a minimum of almost 63 overs to go on the second day. Ambling in is Fisher. It's a good length delivery, and then asking the question. The slip caught and Johnny Bairstow went up, and there's no response
Ingram
from the umpire.
Yeah, he's indicating, I think it caught the pad flap, and it was dying on Johnny Bairstow as he got to it. Again, it was a good take by YJB.
It's one of those that's always difficult for an umpire, because you instantaneously hear a noise, and it probably is off the thigh pad, and did go through to Johnny Bairstow, so they heard something. It just wasn't a feather off the bat.
Yeah, a bit of a celeb appeal from Matthew Fisher, who's smiling as he walks back to his mark towards us. Big beam on his face, but yeah, it was close to the bat, but I think it was pad flap, and that's also what that bit of drag slowed it up on its way through to Bairstow's gloves.
Fisher, good ball, good length delivery, and Ingram gets everything behind that in defensive mode. So another dot ball, good over this from Matthew Fisher, is trying to pile on the pressure after a few runs were leaked in the last couple of overs. Nothing to panic about whatsoever, though, with the advantage Yorkshire have with Fisher coming around. Ingram takes guard, and he's pulled that on it like in a flash, and it goes through mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, nicely played. Just signposted it too much, didn't he, Matthew Fisher, by banging it in a bit too short this time. And a man who's got 60 odd to his name already is unlikely to miss out on that exemplary pull shot. Matthew Fisher, 4 for 46 now. His figures not looking as good as they did earlier. Conceded a few, but he's looking fit and firing today, I've got to say.
Fisher bangs that one in, and Ingram obliges by ducking out of the way, and there's no run. So that was the only blemish on what was a very good over, tight over from Matthew Fisher. But it goes to show what we were discussing about Colin Ingram. He's just his wagon wheel of shots. He's just so strong. We've seen him cream a few cover drives, but that was on the onside, and he's so strong there as well. So he will be the danger man. 66. He's unbeaten, and Crane is there on 18, just trying to stay there in a supporting role.
Yep, Thompson running in towards us from the River Taff end. Oh, waft again from Crane. Twice he's done that in recent overs where his feet have been absolutely anchored.
Yeah.
And he's annoyed with himself afterwards and goes through the shot with some foot movement. Andy Lockwood says, afternoon Doidge and colleagues, just back from the cricketers, tasty pint of Warrior Ale. Loving the Welsh lessons. My jokey point of the wonderful language is the lack of vowels and throwing in a double L and Y, not forgetting the Snowdonia station.
Oh yes, well I shall
Thompson in, Crane flicks off the legs.
oblige if
Gets 4 through backward square.
well, that station is on Anglesey, and it is Llanfair Pwll Gwyngyll Gogerech Llwyn Drobwll Llantysilio Gogogoch.
That's easy for you to say.
Thankfully, I'm not up there all that often. Nothing against my friends from Anglesey, but it is a long way.
Yeah, people will be breathless by the time they've ordered the tickets at the station to get there. Thompson in, punched into the offside by Crane and fielded by Don Best. No run. I'll let Ed come in at the end of this over. Yorkshire still pressing for their first afternoon session wicket here, having taken 6 in the morning. Expectations were high. They've been lowered to some extent by this pair, really. They put on 47 in this session alone in just over half an hour's play. Jordan turning again then, running towards over the wicket. Crane, ball short of length again, not much in the way of foot movement, washed it all the way onto the bat here. He's run it down to third man, and James Wharton has given chase, and they've taken the arm on for a third.
Yeah, Crane more than an useful batter. He's been suspect just outside his off stump a few occasions where he just has wafted at a few shots.
50 partnership. Yeah, he's of the pair. He's looked the more likely to get out, maybe to get a nick on one, but hasn't so far. That 3 brings Ingram back to being the focus of attention. Changing the field for the left-hander. Now 2 slips and a gully is the way Yorkshire have gone. Thompson coming round the wicket to Ingram, but he's going to get 4 here through fine leg. And Jordan going for a few here now. 31 off 6 overs and 5 balls.
Yeah, anything wayward, and Colin Ingram is on it like a flash. He's quickly moved on to 70. These two have made rapid progress since lunch, adding 54. Of course, there aren't many batters in the shed, so it's still very, very precarious.
But it's all helping getting Glamorgan to that 212.
Yeah.
Taking him closer, still 60 away from it. And if these two both went quickly, then that might be a struggle again. But Ingram right behind the final ball of that over. 37 complete. Glamorgan first time around, a 152 for 6.
Thank you, Jonathan, who will make way for Edward Bevan. Still glorious conditions here at Sophia Gardens. It really has opened out now. Still a bit of wind in the air though, as we see the Yorkshire and Glamorgan flags flutter in the distance above the pavilion. Ingram and Crane gather together some dialogue between both as Yorkshire make a change, and it will be George Hill from the Cathedral Road end to take up the reins after Matthew Fisher. Well, you're loath to criticise Fisher with figures of 4 for 46, but was just leaking a few boundaries in his last couple, but he's done the damage already with 4 wickets. Code picking up 2. Here is George Hill then, coming in right arm over, and Crane tries to work that into the onside, but there is no run. George Hill, who was top scorer in Yorkshire's first innings with 90, and looked set to get his ton, but I think he was starting to think about the partners that were disappearing before him, and got out in the end. Here he comes with 18 on his back. Comes George Hill past the umpire, right arm over, full-ish, and they're asking again, and I think just darting down.
No.
Leg side.
Well, you know, you could see from here that was going well down the leg side, but they are, I suppose, they badly need a wicket. They're appealing for just about everything.
Yeah, difficult for us in terms because we're not front on to see.
No, but we've got the screen camera.
Yeah.
You could see that was going miles down the leg side, but obviously they are appealing. And, they're allowed to do it because it's a hugely important game for them.
Hill to Crane. There's the man in close there, which is Dom Bess.
I must say, I went over for half an hour the far side.
Yeah.
It's absolutely boiling, like midsummer.
That is the sun trap, isn't it, over
And down here in front of us there's about 20 people, but it's a lot of people sunbathing, shirts off. It's hard to say, you know, we sit here and it's freezing cold with this wind.
Hill fullish and driven firmly just to mid off. Yes, we're having an Indian summer. Always happens when the kids go back to school.
Yeah. 152 for 6 represents a good recovery from
Well, they were 98 for 6 at lunch.
yeah, and 88 for 5 at one stage.
Crane on strike will face George Hill. Here he comes. Bowls. Good length delivery and just has a little nibble again, like he has on a few occasions outside off stump, and it goes through to Johnny Bairstow.
Yes, he's been beaten a few times, but credit to Crane, he's done it a few times this season, a couple of 50s, and he reminds me a bit of Graham Wagg, who was splendid all-rounder for Glamorgan for some years. He would come in when they were in deep trouble and get you 50 or 60,
Yeah.
and just break off.
In comes George Hill, and Crane gets everything behind that, plays it to the onside. Waggy is still playing, isn't he?
Very, very fit, and I'll never forget that. But Guildford, when Glamorgan, we were talking about following on, he came in at number 8 and got a double century. It was an absolutely terrific innings. He must have hit about 8 sixes onto the railway line, which it circles the ground. And he left arm seamer, excellent fielder anywhere. And I think perhaps he might have been released a little bit too early, because he was okay getting towards the 40 mark, but he was immensely fit. And he used to come in, him and Craig Meshter,
Yeah.
was another very good player, good all-rounder. They would often put on 70, 80 or sometimes 100 and get Glamorgan up to trouble. And Crane's done that a few times this season. But the other man there, well, what can you say about his season, Colin Ingram? And I was thinking the other night, because you get the various Player of the Season awards, and I think there shouldn't be any doubt. There's only one challenger, and I'll just break off as Thompson starts another over, comes in and bowls, and it's left. And not a very good piece of wicket-keeping there from the former England wicket-keeper Bairstow. He throws his glove down because it went
Wincing
through.
in a bit of pain.
He is in a bit of pain, kind of, and if he has to go off, well, you got Johnny Tattersall. He's more or less the first wicket
keeper anyway. Yeah.
It's handy, but you know, let's see, Johnny is all right because he's putting his gloves. He's a tough nut. Two slips and a gully now, and an arc of 3 on the offside, saving one, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a deep fine leg. As in comes Thompson over the wicket to the right-handed Crane, and Crane plays a nice-looking shot, but straight to cover. I did think perhaps it would be a toss-up between Colin Ingram for the Player of the Season award and Tim van der Gooten. But as Tim has only played 5 or 6 games, albeit he's taken about 38 wickets, I think you can't give it to anybody else but Ingram. How many half centuries? I really have lost count. I didn't know I'd be working today, so I haven't put my stats book with me.
Yeah.
5 centuries, I think. And here's the next ball, which is played up to mid-on, and it's been quite incredible.
I don't think there are others on that short list.
I'll ask Nick later on, because as I say, I've left my stat book at home, thinking I'd be sitting all
he'll be
day over
called
there.
into action.
Just the people joining us after lunch. Poor Nick, as I like to say, is gone. I don't like to say it. He's gone in the throat. In other words, he's got a very sore throat. So we've persuaded him, he's persuaded himself to have the day off. This is played not where he wanted. Crane, he's looking to play it on the offside, ended up at square leg. So therefore you've got me today and tomorrow. Sorry about that, listeners, but that's how it goes. 153 for 6, Glamorgan, and the ball is 38 and a half overs old. So this is the sort of time where, if they possibly can, is to try and cash in the new ball some 50 overs away. Here's the next one, and it's watched carefully by Crane, plays it out to cover. Ingram is on 70, Crane is on 25, and the partnership is 55 after a partnership of what was the other one, 51 between Cook and Colin Ingram. Ingram is on 70. Probably hear the shouts in our effects microphone, urging their bowlers, as they do these days. Comes Thompson, comes galloping past the umpire now, bowls, it's played nicely through the back foot, but straight to mid-off, and there's no run. That is the end of yet another over. 39th, and Glamorgan 153 for 6. So if you asked me, who would you vote for? I would say without any doubt, Colin Ingram.
I think he might very well be on top of people's lists for that accolade at the end of the season.
And, you know, supporters of Timmy, of which I am one, Tim van der Gooten, and say, well, hang on, he's taken all these wickets, and one-day cricket has been terrific, often picking up wickets first, second or third over. Yes, we would agree, but
And there are the other batters, you'd have to say, have been indifferent.
very
Carlson.
so North East has a 100 at the end.
Well,
Another huge scores, but as you say, it's the perfect word: inconsistency.
so George Hill continues around the wicket to Colin Ingram, and it's a full delivery, and that's played deftly into the offside, but there's no run.
No near the movement that we saw this morning.
It was really shaping this morning, and both Code and Fisher drew many batters into false shots.
Well, you had the perfect conditions. You had a wind, blow,
Overcast.
crosswind, cloudy,
Yeah.
but you have to bowl well, and they did superbly.
Coming in is George Hill, and of course we've got the Duke's ball back. The last game, the last game here was the Kookaburra ball, and I'm not sure, Ed, I can see why the ECB are persevering with that the reason is, the primary reason is they want their national side to be better out in Australia. However,
as I said, you might have been with me in the last game. How many international players are playing county cricket?
quite. And Hill comes in, but I was talking to James Harris about, and he said, well, the difference is a kookaburra ball on English and Welsh wickets it's different anyway.
Well,
so
you don't get the hard bouncy wickets you get out in Australia.
He was questioning it.
I think everybody's questioning it.
Could see the merit of why they were trying it, but this is Hill coming around the wicket, bowling, and that's worked into the onside. England thought about a run, but thought otherwise, and went back to his crease.
Okay, if you say every England batsman plays in county cricket for those 2 games, okay, you wouldn't argue. But you've got over a 12-month before they go to Australia. Who's going to be playing then? And I don't see much point in it. But there we are.
I mean, Hill coming in, bowls, and England gets right behind that. Well, of course, they've been pummeled, haven't they, in their last 2-3 Ashes series since the only victorious campaign was 2010-11, and
they should have won last year, but the rain spoiled it in Old Trafford. They certainly have won that.
sorry, away from home.
Oh, away from home, yeah.
2010. Well, they last year, yes, that scuppered their plans last year. Coming in is Hill, and that's a lovely cover drive by Colin Ingram. Will it have the legs? I doubt it will. So they'll probably pick up 3 here, and it will be an easy 3 for Colin Ingram, which will take him to 73.
If he'd run any further, the man had extra cover. He'd been in the pub.
I know.
Outside
they could have run
ground.
4 because it's such a long distance from where the wicket is to the boundary, just in the shadow of the main stand.
I don't think he bent down. I think it's Moriarty, isn't it, down there? Not sure. We'll have a look now in just a moment.
I think the trainer is having a word with him. Obviously another one.
Moriarty doesn't have a number on our scorecard, but
another one who can bowl. I don't know if he's indicating to the balcony that.
Yeah, he doesn't look too clever, does he? Anyhow, let's concentrate on what's happening out there as Colin Ingram faces up to Jordan Thompson, who's coming around the wicket from the river end, and bowls to the left-hander, who has hit him, and that's a big appeal, and that is not out again.
And that stayed low, Ed.
It did stay low, but did he get outside the line? A vociferous appeal from everybody out on the field, and
yeah, very low.
You've got one of the most experienced umpires in the business, David Milnes, at the far end. He's nodding his head, either saying it was going down, yes, or that was very close.
Yes.
Don't argue with Millsy, though, whatever you do. Ex-coal miner, 6 foot, whatever, just as broad. Here's the next ball, and that's played defensively. They go for a quick single, and they get there. Well judged signal, good backing up from Crane. Yeah, he's one of the senior umpires now on the circuit, David Mills. Former pace bowler with Nottingham and Derbyshire in his time. He's had to give a few close decisions.
Haven't seen many that have stayed that low, has to be said.
Well, I'm just about to say that this pitch is a very good one. It's been a good one all through, really. And it could well do, as it always happens here, play out until the end of the game. Here's the next ball. Oh, and that's lifted on Crane. And, Johnny Bairstow had to take it sort of head high, dug it into the pitch.
Yeah, Johnny Bairstow. Well, Yorkshire will be seeing more of him now, one would think.
We were talking about that before lunch.
Yeah.
And, at the moment, he's out of favour. You've got Jamie Smith there, who's such a
Huge hit to the ball.
excellent prospect. Yeah, here's Thompson. Right arm, medium fast. Bowls down the leg side, taking it away down towards fine leg. There'll certainly be 1, And Crane wants another, and he gets there quite comfortably. That was good calling there. And Crane has been a very good partner. He's moved on to 27.
Yeah, good foil, isn't he, Ed? And
Yeah.
he's been, I saw him striking a 50, I think it was against Northants back in June. There was less pressure because Glamorgan were, I think they'd mustered a good total in that game, although it ended up a draw, if I remember.
Draws. Here's the next ball, and that's lovely shot again through extra cover. That's going towards the town centre again.
Yes.
It's 100 miles away. And they take 2 runs. Yeah, he's had a couple of... you're absolutely right, Ken. He got 61.
Yeah, there we are.
Coming in at number 9. Well, he's batting at number 8. He's had promotions. And he's played extremely well. 16146. This partnership is worth 63. The best partnership with the innings. Wonder if we'll see a bit of spin before long.
Yes, Mr. Bess,
I think
you would have thought would have been called upon at some point.
He's pushed a man back to deep mid-wicket now. Fine legs on the boundary. Let's see what he's going to bowl. In comes Thompson. Bowls. Yeah, it is a small one. And he's caught him.
Oh,
Well, it worked. He put a man back. He bounced him. And Crane got an edge.
yep.
And
Well-
he's hitting his bat. He knows that perhaps no need to play at that again. And Glamorgan lose their 7th wicket at 161. And just as the partnership was developing, you wonder, you know, it was a terrific catch by Bairstow. So Crane goes, caught by Johnny Bairstow, but he gave him valuable assistance there to his partner, Colin Ingram. But now departs for 29. And our first wicket there for Jordan Thompson.
Yeah, you'd have to say that the plan worked there because he had peppered a few and dug a few in short and just a feather off the glove and taken by Bairstow. It was a great catch, fair play.
Next batsman is James Harris. Perfectly capable batsman. Got 100 for Middlesex at his time up there, and I remember him, he was 90 odd net out at Swansea one year. I think it was against Leicestershire. And the rugby boys got on to this. I'll tell you why, Kenneth. He and Robert Croft put on a big partnership. And the rugby boys, the pair of halves were doing well because James is number 9 and Crofty was number 10.
Yeah.
You pick up
The
things like that.
halfbacks.
The halfbacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, when he came in as a youngster, club level, he used to bat high up, obviously. And,
He was, yeah, fine player, fine player. But if Glamorgan needed anybody to prop up now and stay with Ingram, it's James Harris, and that was the last ball of the over. Can you believe? And
yeah. So Crane departs. It will be Hill to continue then from the Cathedral Road end. So Ingram will be on strike. He's just been joined by James Harris. Here's George Hill coming around to Ingram. Just guides that through point for a single. The target to avoid the follow-on, just to give you a recap, is 212, so they're still a long way shy of that.
Yeah, they need a partnership like they've had in the last 2 wickets, but Andy Gorvin is in next. Well, he bats middle order for his club, and I've got absolutely no idea about Ben Morris's capabilities as a batsman. This is on his debut. He's a pace bowler. We shall just have to wait and see. But I do hope that somebody stays there to try and get Glamorgan out of the mire.
So this is James Harris to face his first ball from George Hill, and a few oohs and ahs, but that went down to fine leg, and a single is taken.
Yeah, he's pushing it out to cover really into the in-swinger.
2 slips still in as Yorkshire go on the hunt. Yeah, we were talking about Crane, weren't we? You don't think we'll see him on Sunday?
No, not really, and I'll tell you why. Because
we'll pick it up after this ball from George Hill. Ingram dabs that, didn't quite know where that had gone, and it sort of squirted behind him.
You see, these boys have taken them there, and I remember 3-4 years ago when we were up at Nottingham for the one game against Durham. Durham brought everyone back. They had about 4 players, and they had their strongest side out. A few criticisms, yeah, but you know, it's up to the club. Nothing you can say. And Glamorgan stayed.
Well, interesting you say that as Ingram gets behind, that is played to the offside. I remember the final in 2013 against Notts, and they brought everyone back then. They brought Stuart Broad back, who hadn't featured at all.
No.
And was in the same hotel as the Notts players. I think you were there, Ed, after the game. And some youngster was coming up to David Hussey, who played... you think he was instrumental in that final, pulled them back. Coming in is Hill, and that's cut behind point for single by Ingram. And a good bit of fielding to...
yes, I will remember that.
But what the point was that the young boy was asking for autographs, and he went up to David Hussey and he said, what's Stuart Broad like? And he said, I don't know, I haven't seen him all season.
Oh, well, you wouldn't. But Glamorgan stuck with, and they had available then, they had Douthwaite, Cook, Van der Gooten, but they didn't pick them and stayed, and they won the game, which is a great credit.
Hill over the wicket to Harris, lovely drive, but mid-off is wideish, and there is no run. That is the end of the over. Glamorgan having lost Mason Crane in the prior over, 164 for 7. So it'll be a question then of what Somerset do, because obviously they could bring the big guns back.
I've been told, unofficially, whether this is right, that they will stick with the lads.
Right.
Which I think will be good for the game, because if you want it to win the cup, you win the cup with your strongest side, well played, and that's it. But I think for the game itself,
you don't think they'll be tempted by the loss against Gloucestershire?
Not really. I haven't had a chance to look to see how they're doing against Lancashire, where 21 wickets fell yesterday. Can you look it up? I'm sure on his phone. Here's Jordan Thompson in ball. So Ingram pulls out to mid-wicket and he'll get 4 runs. Marginally short of a length, and a lovely shot by Colin Ingram. Wasn't a bit, shows what a good pitch this is now. Ball coming on nicely, got in position perfectly, hammering it away for 4 runs.
Well, Lancashire, well, they must have got up to 140. Somerset were 146 all out. Lancashire in reply 143 for 4.
They're in a fairly good position there, Lankies. 164 for 7, and Ingram has moved on to 76. Here comes Thompson. He's round the wicket, 2 slips and a gully weight, and bowls, and now that's the ball that got Crane out, very short, and Ingram went and said to himself, well, I'm not going to try and do what my partner did and let it go through, and well taken above his head by Bairstow. Going back to this pitch now, it looks a very good batting pitch, and you know, Glamorgan will only wish that their main batsman one hadn't stayed there, because Ingram hasn't faced any sort of any problems whatsoever. As he waits now, as I said, Thompson comes in wide of the crease, bowls, and this is driven not authentically. He's looking to drive it through cover, and it eventually ended up back with the bowler.
Sussex going great guns in their great game against Gloucestershire. There's an innings break there, and they made a 311 after Gloucestershire were all out 109. Sussex obviously will be the other team to go up in this division.
If you're looking at the three top ones, they're all in excellent positions because Middlesex are doing well at Derby. Next ball to Ingram is pushed away, calls for a quick single. Good response by Harris, and they go through for that single. And
yeah, just to pick up on Middlesex, they're 263 for 6 in reply to Derbyshire's 173.
so they're nearly 100 on already. Derbyshire in the first innings lost 6 wickets for 3 runs in the middle of the order. And the two Welsh boys are not having a good season
No, they're
at
not.
all.
David Lloyd and Aneurin Donald.
Lloyd was out for 8 or 9 and Donald naught. They're bottom, of course, and Sadiq Glamorgan are next to them. In comes Thompson to Harris this time, and Harris plays it well, ducks outside it, and rehearses it again as it goes flying through to bear. So he's not short of pace, is Tom.
No.
Thompson, good pace.
Northants 353 for 7 in reply to Leicestershire's 203. So Mr. Andrew Radd will be happy with that, I'm sure.
Yeah, if they can get a win there, they'll move from bottom up to mid-table. One for 7 as Thompson from the rear end is in and bows again, and that's a nice looking shot, but straight to mid-wicket. No run. And look as if they're going to give a single here, because Moriarty at backward point has been told to go back about 20 or 30 yards. Giving the single, which they probably fancy bowling to Harris rather than Ingram. 171 for 7, still a long way behind, but it does represent a recovery, mainly thanks to Colin Ingram. Here's the last ball of the over, which plays and beats him outside the off stump, and that was a superb delivery from Thompson, who's really bowled well from that far end. Well, all four bowl well. End of the over, 171 for 7. Colin Ingram is 81 not out. James Harris just the one.
But it is, as you mentioned, looking more than a decent pitch now. It's just that Glamorgan haven't got wickets in hand. So Ingram running out of partners, still trailing by 119. And 41 from the follow-on.
See, in the last game here, Glamorgan got 550 for declaring in their first innings. Leicester trailed by 299. They finished 369 for 6, which is the point I'm trying to make, that this pitch evens itself out.
Hill coming in full and whipped into the onside towards mid-on for no run by Colin Ingram. Yeah, that petered out, unfortunately, that game. The Saturday and Sunday, well, we were both here, was affected by bad light. But it was a bit of a shambles at the end, where they went on, then off, and so on.
Yes, there should be a new rule coming out here. I remember Matthew Maynard advocated it.
Of course, Sophia Gardens Hill coming in. That's trapped him on the right leg, but a muffled appeal, nothing more but by Johnny Bairstow in optimism. Yes, the council, obviously, there are restrictions on when they can use the floodlights here at Sophia Gardens.
Yeah, just for one day evening games, and it's for the residents. Well, you tell me whether there are any residents around here, apart from quite a long way away.
Yeah. Coming in is Hill. And England thought about a run, but they think otherwise. Ingram on 81.
Yeah, the point was, going back to that, was, look, if you're 280 ahead at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and you lost 3 wickets or 4 wickets, what is the point of going on? Because there will not be a result. It's a common sense perhaps, but the rules of cricket.
George Hill, good length delivery, and Ingram gets resolutely behind that once more.
The rules of cricket, you see, I was at going back some years now, at Bristol doing a championship match. Glamorgan, we had to get on the road and go somewhere. And at lunch, they needed 2 to win. No, then they went for lunch and came back after lunch. You know, that sort of thing. It's funny rules.
Oh, and Hill misses just draws Ingram into a false shot and misses everything.
The rules of cricket are very odd at times. Or the laws.
It's the first one he's played and missed for a while, Colin Ingram.
Yes.
Just having a word with himself.
Well, he's inside 19 more runs. He got yet another. I think it'll be his 6th if he does get it.
Hill round the wicket, bowls, good length delivery, and that's worked into the offside by Colin Ingram. And it's an easy single, which moves him to 82. Good over from Hill, just the 1 run coming off it, off the bat of Colin Ingram. Just a bit of a lull in proceedings at the moment. Yorkshire desperate for another wicket.
I think I see Bairstow calling for a cap, so we might see a bit of spin here.
Tom Bess, yeah, we did think that he would have been introduced at some point.
Former Somerset spinner, former England spinner at times, but didn't play many times. But he's an useful all-rounder, and it'll be an interesting battle this, because if he doesn't have men back long off long on to Ingram, you might see a few disappearing. But Ingram knows that he's a canny bowler, his best. And he's now setting the field. He's coming round the wicket with just a slip. Deep extra cover and a deep mid-wicket are the 2 outriders at the moment.
Yeah.
And all the rest are saving 1. Back, and it will be Best bowling his off-spin to Ingram, and comes in now and bowls the first ball, which is on the length and pushed out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. The score remains 172 for 7. Bess in from that far end, bowls, tosses this one up, and it's gently played in front of him. Ingram just having a look whether there is any turn. There's Bess, we've got plenty of runs to play with. Is in again, bowls again, it's pushed forward. A couple of oohs and ahs from Lithe at slip and Bairstow at mid-wicket at behind. Always get that, just gives us encouragement. In comes the next one, and that's played defensively. You sense here, don't you, there's something going to happen. He's having a look at it. Shall I or shan't I try and lift him over the top? But he's just pushed at the first 4 balls. Bess from the river end here at Cardiff. Short. Oh, caught in the wicket. Bowled. Or bowled him. Yeah, bowled him. And a good bowling change. Not a great sight for Glamorgan. Must have done him in the flight, because he got him by going back. I thought he was caught to the wicket, but as you rightly say, he's bowled. Ingram departs for 82. An excellent innings. And, well, everything's working out now for Yorkshire. And deserved applause for Ingram. As we look at it again, yeah, he made room, and well, the off stump went out of the ground, so he might have just pushed you through. But well played, Colin Ingram. The only batsman to bat with any sort of authority, and well, the tail coming in.
He was just a bit quicker, wasn't it, from Dom Bess?
Yeah.
And perhaps wasn't there to cut. And Bess strikes in his first over. with Andy Gorvin coming in, number 9.
Yeah, Glamorgan 172.
Sorry,
So
number
that's
10 rather.
40 runs away.
Yeah.
It's the last thing they wanted now, because you thought if Colin Ingram and Harris could stay there, they would have got past it. I don't think it's. I reckon that they might just bat again. There's Andy Gorfin, right-hander, has come in, so 2 right-handers at the crease. And you would think, well, the end is not far away. So Bess striking with his 5th delivery as he prepares to bowl now. He's over the wicket to the right-handed Gorvin, bowls to him, and Gorvin drives nicely through the covers up towards the long boundary. It's a very long chase, but they're going to get certainly 3 runs from it as Gorvin gets off the mark and will retain strike. But Bess is over because he dismissed Glamorgan's top scorer. And when I was sitting at the far end, a lot of Yorkshire supporters here, and they've been blessed with this fine weather. Whether they'll be blessed and have to pay their full amount if this game doesn't go the distance. But why not tour a bit of Wales?
Yeah, at the moment, you'd have to say it is likely that
Could be
they
over.
won't see.
Anyway.
Certainly Friday.
But you know, they've got a lot of bowlers. If they could go in tonight, play, attack the bowl and get well ahead, back until lunch or before lunch.
Hill. And it is Gorvin on strike.
Well, that's supposition, of course, but anything can happen. They might just say, okay, follow on. But I will have still a very, very big lead.
Yeah. The danger there is it seems a far better pitch now. So
Yeah, well, the ball is old.
yeah. Hill coming right arm over to Gorvin. It's full, and that's played into the offside, and it's fielded at point, and there's no run. So just a question, well, can they get near that tally or there or thereabouts?
Is it 39?
Coming in is Hill. Oh, and that's edged. Has it been dropped? It has. Well,
It's very low.
did it carry is the question.
Looks like it. Whether Bairstow impeded Yorkshire, the first slip.
Edge. No, it just died on first slip. But
Bairstow was going across there.
yeah.
It wasn't his catch, really. Might just have carried, we'll never know. But it was fumbled. And look again. It's going straight.
Oh, did
Yeah.
Bairstow get a touch on it? I think he might have,
Yeah,
actually.
he might have
I think he might have, and that might have...
been a drop.
yeah, and that's whipped into the onside. They'll come back for 2 as it went square. It was a bit streaky from Gorvin. I think he had a touch which affected a possible catch for first slip.
Yeah.
So tough chance, but it's one that goes begging. 177 for 8. Hill comes round, bowls, bangs that one in short of a length that time, and is picked up quickly by Gorvin, who plays it into the offside, but there's no run. .35 adrift in terms of the follow-on now.
So it's 186, is it? Something like that.
Hill prepares to come in to Andy Gorvin, full again, and that's played nicely into the offside. They'll pick up a single. It drops down to backward point. And that is the end of the over, with Glamorgan 178 for 8 and the big blow. They have lost their top scorer Colin Ingram, who's departed for 82, bowled by Dom Bess, and it will be the spinner to continue from the River Taff end, and he'll have a chance to wrap up the tail here.
Yeah, I think you've got to show positive instincts if you're the batsman. You mustn't sort of die in the hole, because there's not much point of it. There's only a young lad making his debut to come to batting at number 11, so anything that's on offer, I think you've got to go for it. A leg slip and an orthodox slip now for James Harris as best. Prepares to bowl his second over from the river end. And he comes and bowls the first ball, which Harris just pushes away on the leg side. Morgan starting this morning, 12 without loss. He lost wickets regularly. And going 98 for 6 at lunch. As best comes in, bowls, and this is pushed forward by Harris, backward of square. There's no run. Best doesn't take much time to bowl the over, and down the pitch comes Harris. And it's after a little fumble. He was aiming to that gap on the onside over mid wicket, and it ended up at the man on the 25, so might have been a little bit of turn there, and they go through for the single. As in again, he comes to Gorvin, who goes back and cuts straight to backward point, and there's no run. I think they're in deficit on the over rate. It's another reason perhaps for bringing Best on. -2 or -3.
Yeah, -3.
Gorvin pushes forward, no run. -3, so this will hurry things up for them. I think always at Cardiff, when you've got a long walk from the dressing room out, they might always take an over off for that. Best bowls. And it's played past the man this time at backward square, and they go through for a single. Single to Gorvin, and he's on 7 already, and Harris is on just 1. 179 for 8, and Glamorgan hoping to get that. How many runs do they need? 33.
Yeah.
To avoid being asked to follow on. Whether that will take place, we shall just have to see.
Yeah, and in arrears on by 182 on Yorkshire's first innings score, and the damage was done in the first session this morning by Fisher and Cord. Fisher taking 4 wickets, 2 for Code, Thompson and Bess picking up 1 apiece. This is Hill, and that was wide.
Good take.
And a very good take down the leg side by Johnny Bairstow, because that was shifting.
He looks more like his dad every day, Johnny. What a character he was, David Bairstow. Yeah.
He did well there. Those would have been 4 byes. George Hill coming in, right arm over, good length delivery, but Gorvin gets everything behind it, and there's no run. So Glamorgan need 212 to avoid the follow-on. They are 179 for 8. Still glorious conditions here at Sophia Gardens, with George Hill, their top scorer, Yorkshire, in the first innings, bowling to 3 slips. And here he comes in from the Cathedral Road end. Bowls, good length delivery again. Gorvin well behind it resolutely, and it goes out mid-wicket and there's no run.
So we have tea today.
Yes.
10 past 3, I think. Isn't it?
No,
Yeah, supposed to be. Well, we'll get it. I doubt it.
yeah. Well, meant to be with a minimum of 32 left, but that'll be. We'll see what happens as Hill comes in. Bangs that one in short that time. Again, Gorvin well behind it. And another dot ball. Just
listeners will be pleased to know that Jonathan Dodge will be back. He's just updating one of the many stations he has to get in touch with during the day.
yes, I shall slip out.
Half an hour in the sun, Ken.
In comes Hill, and Gorvin again defensively prods that one out.
Well, I can tell you, it's like the
It's
middle.
colder this side. It's like the Arctic Circle.
It's
this
middle
side.
of winter over here and the middle of summer over there.
Yeah, it's always the case. It's a real sun trap over on the River Taff end. And the Glamorgan faithful are enjoying the weather, as are the visiting fans from Yorkshire. And they're enjoying their cricket as well, because they're well on top as Hill comes in. That's a good length ball, little dabble perhaps, or in fact Gorvin just does leave it at the last moment. That's cracking over maiden at that for George Hill, who has figures of 0 for 31. Gorvin is 7, Harris is 1, Glamorgan 179 for 8, and the target for them initially will be 212.
Yeah, it's been a good fight back from Ingram, and Cook and Crane did help him a little bit, really. On the whole, it's been a very disappointing batting performance. Now the batting points, I think, are very low for Glamorgan this season, and they have struggled yet again to find an opening pair.
Yeah.
Eddie Byram, of course, was injured some time ago in the T20 game at Essex, and hasn't played since. I don't think he'll play again this season. There's only one championship game left. We've got a change of bowling at the far end, and he nearly got a wicket. It's Fisher coming back.
Yeah, it's a shame. Eddie Byram's form, Ed, was indifferent, but he struck
At least he is an opening batsman.
and he struck 2 tons in the one-day cup, and was looking as if he was starting to get back into a bit of form before that injury, which is a shame for him.
And Ul Hassan is a fighter, and I thought he's back playing. I can't quite understand why he's not opening, because
Well, he's
tried
won.
a poor start to his career.
Yeah.
Here's Fisher, comes in and bowls. This time.
But one we haven't seen at all. Ul Hassan, and
He was injured. He's
Yeah.
over the injury, and I think he's playing for the second team now. But at least he has established himself. And we got him 50 down at Hove last year against the likes of Ollie Robinson. The Glamorgan have tried, but nothing seems to have worked out for them. It's been a real problem. They'll have to solve it somehow by next season. Fisher bowls, nice looking shot there, going up towards the mid-wicket boundary. Will it just get there? No, it's struck off just inside the rope, and they go through for a couple of runs.
and I shall make way for Jonathan.
Yep. Thank you, Ken. And Jonathan is back. And he will go out into the sun. Did you get somewhere warm? Your little time off?
Well, I was going for the warm side of the ground. A steward apprehended me on the way past the sight screen. I don't know quite why he thought me. And he said, do you know Edward Bevan? And I said, oh yes, he's just replaced me on the commentary. He said, could you give him a note for me?
Okay, somebody's Alan Morgan, an old colleague.
There was some conversation you must have had earlier today, and I can't. Your short-term memory and mine are contriving to forget exactly why that you got that note. I can't remember why he gave me it now, because it was half an hour ago, and that's easily long enough. Yeah. And then I was having a chat with some people down in the shade, just in the corner here, so I'd never actually got to the sun.
Did you?
Talking to Mrs. Moriarty, actually.
In comes the next ball, and this is a beauty from Fisher, who's changed ends and beats the batsman James Harris. All ends up, and that is the end of the over. 181 for 8, which does represent some sort of a rescue act, but mainly it's been all Colin Ingram. Interesting over from Best. I don't know if you were concentrating on it, Jonathan, but he tossed the first 4 balls up, put a quicker ball in. He went back to cut down in the flight, and that was that. So it was a good change of bowling and a good change of pace.
Yeah, so that was the point at which I was talking to Mrs. Moriarty, Elaine Moriarty, Dan's mum, who introduced herself to me. Never met her before, and then Dom came on, obviously his spin twin in the side, and took the wicket. So we got a good close-up view of that. Here's George Hill then from this Cathedral Road end. There's a little flick at that one down the leg side by Gorvin.
Did you tell Mrs. Moriarty, I don't know if your son's going to bowl in this game?
No, I said I'm sure I'll be calling 6 wickets for him in the second innings when it's turning square, Elaine. Yeah,
doesn't square turn at all here.
So yeah, she's here for the week to watch him. She's watched him a few times by the sound of it this season, just in between work. And Hill coming in, that's pushed into the offside, and Tattersall does the fielding.
Well, I sit over in the sun when I have my break after lunch. There's a number of Yorkshire supporters there, so they've come down in numbers.
Yeah.
And, and why not in this weather? They may have to play an extra night and not stay, because if this game is over, it could be over tomorrow, but who knows? Well, I have a feeling they'll bat second time round.
If they pay for tomorrow night, Ed, they will be staying tomorrow night to get full value for money, being Yorkshire folk. As Hill is in, and that's turned down to long leg by Gorvin for a single. I'll tell you what I did see when I was down there. I don't know how it came across from this angle above, but at ground level, that catch that Johnny Bairstow took to dismiss Mason Crane was an absolute belter, wasn't it?
Absolutely, and it worked it out, because I said to Kenneth in commentary, I see mid-wicket's been posted back for the last ball of the over. Will he try and bounce him? But he did bounce him and got the result perhaps he wasn't looking for. He was looking for somebody out here to catch it, but it is a superb catch, diving over his head.
Here's Hill again. This one off the pad down the leg side. It's going to be signalled as 4 leg byes by Naeem Ashraf, but of course that's all getting Glamorgan towards the possibility of avoiding the follow-on. 186 for 8, I think it will be. Yeah, it is, when that is updated on the board. So just 26 more needed, and they will be across the line in that respect. And Yorkshire will have to bat again, come what may. They may do that anyway.
And this pitch is a very good batting pitch, I think.
Hill in again, shaping in towards James Harris, who's just turned it backward a square for a single. But yeah, I think it's very fair to say today that in a wicket-keeping capacity, Johnny Bairstow has been absolutely outstanding. Great catch across first slip earlier on.
There's so many good wicket keepers in the country, every county. Chris Cook, to me, is one of the best in the second division. You got people like Ben Cox, who was near a couple of years ago with Worcester to a cap. We were talking about him.
Yeah.
So you could pick any wicketkeeper, I feel, at the moment.
Hill comes in again. Expansive looking drive from Gorvin, which he drags to Ben Code on the deck at mid-on. 1 run, Otis Gibson, Ali Maiden, and I think it's Alex Donnelly, the S&C, all doing a few laps just round the boundary edge. the Yorkshire staff.
Who's the bowling coach?
That's Cabby Raleigh, who may be around. I haven't actually seen Cabs this week. Yeah. Sure he will be, but I just haven't clapped eyes on him.
Fisher to continue from the river end. 3 sips waiting as he comes in and bowls. He's pushed away onto the offside by Harris. He's on 4, going on 8. And we are in the 51st over. The run rate is 3.73. So Glamorgan have exploited lots of gaps that have been there because they've been attacking with 4 slips, short leg, gully for most of this innings. But it's certainly an improvement from 37 for 4. Here's Fisher. He's in and bowls. It's driven. It's parried by the bowler. Fielding and off.
Yeah, I think they'll probably already know, won't they, out there, whether or not they're going to ask Glamorgan to bat again if they're good enough to take these last 2 wickets in time. We already made a bit of a call on that,
Yes,
so they may be just mentally preparing to finish the innings and bat again, and we'll have to wait and see.
Fisher to Harris. Bowls to him. Harris is forward. Good length ball. Fisher's run in purpose throughout this innings and thoroughly deserves the 4 wickets that he's picked up. In fact, every bowler has bowled well because it's a very good pitch. I'll stick to that, and to bowl Glamorgan, well, not bowl them up, getting 8 wickets, just 50 overs. It's a great effort, I feel. Next ball is edged and it's fielded at backward point. There's no run.
Yeah, just open the face on it. Andy Lockwood says, re your broadcasting shenanigans. Often off to do your updates. Also the tangle of wires that often need sorting.
Oh yes, that's about it. Often no lines working.
Yeah, he said, I was in the Mad Dog bar last night, a plaque showing it was the first Welsh broadcasting building. The brewing area has part of the original roof.
Here comes the next ball, has driven nicely, but straight to mid-off, and an accurate over. There's no run again. The Mad Dog pub. There are other public houses in Cardiff, which I'm sure you can visit, and I didn't know that. That's very interesting.
When the first Welsh broadcasting building was opened.
I think that was up in off Newport Road, so in Cardiff. Here's the next ball. Left, a couple of oohs and ahs, close fielders. End of a maiden over, and the score remains on 187 for 8.
174 runs the deficit. The over rate's -3. Time to catch up with that with another innings to bowl. George Hill going to continue from this Cathedral Road end of the ground then. This is cricket, isn't it? 6 wickets last week and all the rage last Wednesday afternoon a week ago. And then none for 33 off 11. He's been, as usual, round about 3, usually just under 3 and over. Hasn't yet taken a wicket, but that's a good delivery, which balloons out into the offside. I thought for a moment he'd got a shoulder of the bat on that, and he might be looping up in the air to Don Bess at 3rd slip, but actually it dropped towards Mrs. Moriarty's son, who's fielding at point, and there's no run.
He came from Surrey, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
2 years ago?
Yep, he was born in Surrey. She was telling me that he was 1 when they moved to Botswana because of his dad's work.
Right.
As that is short of length and punched into the offside Cadasol fields. And then I think she said when he was about 10 years old moved to South Africa, which he spent his youth in, and yeah, signed up by Surrey at some stage. I'm not quite sure when he signed for Surrey. Yorkshire gave him the opportunity to come north. Seems to be enjoying himself. As this is pushed into the offside, and here he is right on cue to do the fielding, although his throw misses. Fisher will back up in the distance, and they got one.
Glamorgan failed to get a batting point in their last game, and it looks at the moment rather doubtful whether they'll get one here. They did get one against, they got a couple against Leicestershire, well, and Derby. They didn't get many, so they're short on bonus points this year.
Hill again, short ball. Good carry through to Bairstow. No run. Still 14 overs and 2 balls to go before the tea break, so we could have going on for another hour's cricket here.
Stubborn defence coming here. Not many runs scored by Harris and Govin, but they're defending quite well.
Yeah, they've had 16 in the last, what is now, after that delivery, 7 overs. One on the rise as it passes Harris's bat.
And the wind is fluttering away in the flags. They really are blowing there. And, the trees in the far distance, which are slowly changing colour. The two in the middle certainly are, as you get at this time of year. But the weather is beautiful.
Here's Hill again. Ooh, that one's falsely played by Harris, who's pushing probably into the offside, and it ends up going to Wharton at mid-wicket. So that's the end of another George Hill over. He's got that economy rate down below 3. 12 overs for 34, 2 of which have been maidens. Matthew Fisher, who's had a very good day, 4 for 48, 15 overs and 5 maidens. He's going to carry on at a very sunny River Taff end of the ground. What a wide old body of water, isn't it, when you walk across that bridge? Takes a minute or so to get across it.
Yes. Yeah. Do you walk down the ground every day?
I've walked in both days of the match so far.
Lovely. Here's Fisher from the river end. Bowls. Harris, Gorman rather, tries to flick it around the corner, but it stopped eventually.
I remember the first year coming here, Ed, back in the Andrew Gale years. We stayed in a hotel, might have been the Hilton, quite close to the bottom corner of the castle, so not very far to walk. But
walk through the park.
Didn't realise that, and because of the roadworks in the town at the time, had to drive all the way up, way beyond the town, round the top and back in. So it was about a 3-mile trip or something like that to get to the ground.
Oh, there's a thick outside edge or onto the pad, because Bairstow in the 2 slips got hands on the head. Just got a nick on that and a balloon from his pad. Fisher calling problems all the time. If you stay quite near, you can. It's the best walk in county cricket, through the park and over the bridge and into the ground.
Yeah,
it really is. And if you've got time, you can have a cup of coffee in a little cafe situated in the gardens. Here's Fisher, comes in and bowls, and this time it brings Govin right forward. Hit it in the middle of the bat, and the bowler had his hands on his head for some reason. But you often see players doing that.
Yeah, he can be quite expressive, Matthew Fisher.
Govin's on 9, Harris is on 4. 188 for 8. Still 24 runs behind follow-on target. There's the next ball. Harry's in. Govin shows the full face of the bat, and it's played up to mid-on.
Lots of encouragement ringing around the field from the Yorkshire fielders. And they have, what, 24 runs. Runs to play with.
Fisher steadies himself into Gorvin. Gorvin plays it nicely off his legs, but straight to short mid-wicket. So, since Colin Ingram departed, it's been rather slow going. If you are watching on the screen, you can see that beautiful view of the ground here, all the trees, blue sky. Why couldn't we have had this all through the summer? Allegedly summer weather.
I heard the sun always shines in Cardiff.
No. Fisher bowls, and it's left through to the keeper. No run. Little surprised that Bess only had a couple of overs.
Yep.
Perhaps they might have thought the pace of Fisher, who's been the best bowler, might have undone the 9 and 10. It hasn't quite worked like that.
No, working hard here, Yorkshire, to try and get these last couple of wickets. George Hill's going to continue. Yeah, he sort of, it was almost as if it was a case of, let's bring him on, see if he can get a wicket for us. Got the big wicket of Colin Ingram, and then whip him out of the attack. And let's go back to seam. There's Hill. Comes Herring in. That one ball short of length, turned into the leg side by Harris and fielded by James Wharton. You can get in touch on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, or indeed on at Sporting Lives 1.
Glamorgan 3 bowling points. Debatable whether they'll get to 250 for their first batting point, whereas Yorkshire just need the 1 point for maximum bowling.
Hill in, solid blocked by Harris.
And they picked up 3 batting points. So were they to win this game, they'll have a rich haul of points. Still, Sussex and Middlesex in good positions. The last time I looked, they were over 100 ahead. Middlesex 6 down against Derbyshire at the bottom of the club. And Sussex well in front of Gloucester.
Hill in again, and Harris defends. Yeah, James Green says, hi Jonathan, with Fisher leaving and Leach already gone, we're going to need a couple of pace bowlers next season.
Where's Fisher going?
Yet to be announced. On the spin front, Moriarty is containment rather than wicket taker, and he was brought in because Bess at the time was not functioning. Spinner may be needed. I suspect it'll be seam. Jim. Here's Hill. And Harris brings that out into the offside.
Is
again.
it the case I'm not signing yet from Fisher, or if they go to the first division, will he sign? Or is he leaving?
He's got a deal, I think, with another county. They haven't announced his signature yet. But yeah, it was announced probably about a month ago now that
didn't know that
he was going to be allowed to leave at the end of his contract. Now then, he's got underneath this one, a short ball, and that's going to be 4 down through fine leg for James Harris, but it was very much an uncontrolled shot, top edge. Bit of a halfway house really. There is a man set back down at long leg. He was perhaps more likely to have been the target for a catch, and it ended up going too wide for Johnny Bairstow to get involved with.
These are put on 20, which is useful.
Yeah, and it's at the moment looking like at 212 is going to be achieved. 20 runs away from it, but just 2 wickets left, and a wicket now can change that again.
Oh, well, friend, the helicopter man is back.
circling around when I watched it and listened to yesterday. He's back.
Hill. A bit of swing in towards the right-hander, and that's turned through mid-wicket. Wharton will get to the ball before it makes the boundary, and he'll save 1. 3 runs scored. So 195 for 8. And 16 Yorkshire have to play with. 17th run would mean that Glamorgan avoid being asked to follow on. Little Brains Trust group, Ben Code, Johnny Bairstow and Johnny Tattersall
What have we got before?
discussing matters.
12 overs.
George Hill just leaving the field straight after that over, and Will Luxton coming on to replace him.
I think perhaps if they had a little bit of spin at either end, just to change seam all the time.
Yeah.
Best certainly is a good recognised spinner. Comes the first ball of the next over. It beats the batsman, who is James Harrison, goes through to Bairstow. Fisher 4 for 48. He's worked hard. At 88 for 5, 98 for 6. Yorkshire would have had hopes of bowling Glamorgan out shortly after lunch. But, there's been good defensive play here. As the next ball bowls, Harry's on to the batsman, and Harris puts it out, plays it into the cover. Still, in the 55th over, there are 3 slips. There is no third man, and I am, as you probably know, Welsh listeners, a great proponent of a third man always, but not criticising this innings because it's so one-sided in Yorkshire's favour. The slips could easily get a catch there. As Fisher comes in towards us from that far end, bowls and beats the fence. I don't know. Yeah, he did in the end put his back the way. Harris 11 of 31 balls, Gorwin 9 of 32. No free flowing cover drives or quick scoring at the moment. It's just survival.
That's life, Ed.
Survival. Yeah.
Just survival.
Here's Fisher. He's in. Bowls again. That's squirted away. That's going up towards the third man boundary, and I think it's not going to get it. It's tapped back inside. There's been some good running. But you get across for 3 there.
But you had half a chance of getting that right, didn't you? I think it's going. It's not going to get there.
I thought it was, and then no, it's right in front of us. I've changed my mind.
Love it.
Anyway, the score now has moved on to 198. Harris, with those 3 runs, has moved on to 14.
You used to be indecisive, but now you're not so sure.
Not so sure. They get older. Gorwin is waiting as the next ball is pushed forward to cover. There's no run. These 2 came together at 172. 26 the partnership. Obdurate batting. I think fanciful. And odds on getting to 100 from 98 for 6. Well, I mean, very taking those, but they've done pretty well to get quite near it. There's the next ball. And, that's pushed away into the covers. That is the end of another over. 198 for 8. Harris is 14. Gorwin is 9.
Yeah, and it may be an indicator that the pitch is flattening out.
Well, it is the 56th over coming up. And yes, this pitch is, well, just when you were away, I read out the last game when the Morgan got 500. Mrs. Moriarty will be pleased.
She will.
As I say, in the last game, he played here against Leicestershire. Glamorgan first innings, 550 for 9 declared, led by 299. Leicestershire 369 for 6 in the final innings of the game.
Yeah, so it's something that Yorkshire are going to have to
think on.
Yes, that have in mind that taking wickets second time around might be significantly more difficult. If it is flattening out, and get a clearer idea on that in another 43 overs time at the end of the day's play, when I talk to somebody about what they're feeling about it firsthand. So Dan Moriarty, he of Rearguard, brought up in Botswana and South Africa, is in and bowling his first delivery there, which is pushed out into the offside.
Well, I'm glad that Johnny Tatt's taken my advice and I've spin at both ends.
He's always listened to you.
He's had the message. The one that best will be coming on the far end.
The learned Edward Bevan. Moriarty wide on the crease. Left arm spin, of course, for those who are not watching and only listening. Sunglasses in place. That second delivery punched out to the cover sweeper, who in this case is Finlay Bean. 1 run. Jonathan Thompson keeping himself stretched at mid-off. Don Bess is a little bit deeper, perhaps 10 yards deeper at mid-on, as Gorvin pushes forward into the offside. And again, there is a dot.
As you can see, Jonathan, no sign of any sort of spin, is there?
No, it doesn't look like it at this moment in time. And then again, it's just wide of off stump. Dropping it there. Dan Moriarty. That was pushed out to code, no run. But of course, the longer you take the game, the more the pitch might take some turn. Start to part to some extent. Good use of feet here. 6 runs, in fact. Didn't feel like it was going to carry when it went out of sight beyond the sight screen, but it has just cleared the boundary rope.
Lovely shot.
Yeah, Andy Gorvin advancing from 9 to 16 to 15, I should say, in an instant. Moriarty struggling to see the ball in the sun as Best threw it back to him.
And then there were 7 runs needed.
Here is Moriarty again. Felt like he pushed that through quicker right up there in the block hole and blocked by Gorvin. So the end of the over. 205 for 8. Moriarty going for 7 off that. His first over of the match. It was a little bit unlucky a couple of weeks ago at Headingley in the draw against Middlesex. Failed to take a wicket. And we think that it was a record number of overs by a Yorkshire bowler in any innings in first-class cricket.
He bowled over 50.
61, I think it was, and didn't take a wicket, but he did have 3 catches dropped.
Start of another over, and the first ball bowled is pushed up to mid-on. Fisher earning his money today. 4 for 51, starting his 18th over. So these two came together at 172, and they've done well to take it to 205. As Fisher comes in again and bowls. He's been so accurate as Fisher, landing it on the spot. Very little on offer. How many times have you seen him driven? Not often. Still 3 slips. I think it's a case now with Yorkshire. Okay, if they get past the follow-on, so what? I don't think. I keep on saying I don't think they would have enforced it, but if we take a couple of quick ones, we'll know. But the tiredness of the bowlers, they want a break. I would think Fisher would need a break, but he's striving on, comes in, bowls, and that is driven backward as square, and that will run away for 4 to the long boundary. And it's getting ever so close now. 200 9 once the score goes up. Harris moves on to 19. It was a well pitched up outside the off stump and well driven for 4 by James Harris.
Harrison Allen, Yorkshire analyst, has just pinged me a message to say Colin Ingram averaging 96.3 this season, but 23 versus off spin. So we were talking about why Bess had come in and out, and I said maybe it's just to try and get a wicket and whip him out of the attack.
Here's the next ball, bouncer. Anger of the bowler.
He follows up by saying, not that I'm trying to give away any tactics, but it worked, didn't it? So well done to Harrison.
It was a quicker ball, and he thought, right, I'll try and... he bowled 4 slow, ordinary off-spin, and then he pushed it through, knocked the off-stump out of the ground.
So well done to Harrison as the analyst. If it was you, Harrison, who spotted that, I'm sure it was, or he'll be happy to claim the glory anyway. And well done to Don Bess. He's got to still execute when he gets the opportunity.
But we're watching Fisher now bowl well wide of the off stump. A sort of ball you'd say, well, that's my lot for a moment. Probably getting a little bit tired. It's quite hot out there.
Yep, nearly the end of the 18th over of the innings. One of those last night. 17 today. He has bowled well. They've just got to stay disciplined themselves with the ball here and make run scoring hard, and that, sooner or later usually draws a shot from a player that may not be on.
And he comes, and this is clipped away to mid-on by Harris. There is no run. That concludes yet another over. Glamorgan, at least odds-on favourite to get 3 runs with 2 wickets in hand and avoid the follow-on, the ignominy of the follow-on. At least they'll be thinking then, can we get a first batting point?
Yeah, there's that possibility. Moriarty to continue at this Cathedral Road end of the ground.
Fisher is going at just 3 runs and over. Hill is going at 3.15. Bess only had 2 overs. And Thompson, who run in with purpose, has been going over at 4s.
Here is Moriarty then wide on the crease, left arm round the wicket, tickled round the corner by Gorvin. Fisher does the fielding. They tell me it's warm in the sunshine. You said it was
boiling over there.
Yeah,
absolutely. Not so warm here.
No, the window was open yesterday morning and it remained so. As Moriarty bowls and Gorvin flicks to mid-wicket for 1. And in view of the lurgy that's flying around, probably just as well the window is open, really.
Yeah, so we're talking there, the poor old cricket correspondent Nick Webb. You might be thinking he's taking a day off. Well, he rarely does, and he's not taking a day off, I can tell you.
Here's Moriarty again, flicked into the leg side by Harris, fielded by Wharton, no run. Yeah, I wouldn't want to take the Cardiff cold, the Welsh lurgy, whatever, back up to
no, I'm sure you wouldn't.
To the north at the end of the week.
He's plodding on. We'll give the report at the end of the day, Nick, but he's not describing anything because of his throat.
Moriarty in again, and another block by Harris. Heroic Nick Webb, no other word to describe.
Absolutely.
2 to come in the over. Moriarty trying to achieve hero status with a couple of quick wickets here. Gonna have to be quick as well. Not with that delivery. Wharton fielding straight mid wicket. And here comes the left armour again. Once more flicked to the leg. That was just aerial for a moment. On its way to Wharton. And there is no run, so
38 runs added.
Yep, 40 remaining in the day, so still 8 more before the tea break. That's probably going to be around about what the normal tea break scheduled at 3:40, but of course tea should be being taken now. So they are getting behind on the over 8, -3. Might be even slower when they do that reassessment at tea.
Get the spinners on together. You didn't listen to me there, eh?
Jordan Thompson's coming back for a bowl. Took the wicket of Crane, and he is now going to bowl to Andy Goffin on 16. And he's coming in from the River Taff end here at Safari Gardens, and bowls the first ball, which is clipped past mid-wicket up towards the short boundary. And, it's gathered, and they just get a single. 2-1-1. One run. Well, we can safely say, I think, that Yorkshire will be batting in their second innings. Does Thompson may have other ideas as he comes racing in past umpire Mellons and bowls. Wants driven up to bid off. Stretching exercises there by, who was that?
Matthew Fisher, yes, making my
Fisher,
my eyes water.
yes. Here's Thompson in, bowls, played nicely, but well fielded there at cover. And there is no run. We got news of cakes. Well, my time is coming to an end here, in the nicest possible way. There's Thompson bowling. And,
I wonder what the wooden box that just been brought in the back of the con box was for.
didn't sound very good, that, did it?
Do you want to do the song? Sinatra style?
Yes, my way. Kenny was going to overlook because he quickly vanish when the press box boys get going. 211 for 8. Big moment here as Glamorgan need a single to avoid the follow on. Thompson is in and bowls. This is, I think, left to go through to Bairstow. He thought of playing it, did Harris.
Malcolm says, I too am more than a little concerned about Yorkshire's future bowling lineup with the gap that Fisher will leave even after all his injuries. Got great regard for George Hill's bowling, but he's no opener. I hope Ben Cliff makes progress, or else we will probably need to recruit. What do you think? I think Yorkshire will probably need to recruit.
Here's the next ball. That's pushed away onto the offside. There's no run. End of the over. And Evie, 211 for 8. Harris 19. Gorvin 17. And Kenna will take you with Jonathan up to tea.
Yep, which is still 7 overs away. Dan Moriarty is going to continue from this Cathedral Road end of the ground. But I do, Malcolm, and anybody else who wants that opinion, just think that with Fisher leaving, with Mickey Edwards not being seen for most of the season, similarly Matt Milnes, that they have to recruit some seam bowling quality as well, not just recruit a couple of seam bowlers, try and bring in some class. As we've seen, Fish is that when he's fit, we know. And there is a ripple of applause around the ground, maybe more than a ripple, because Glamorgan have avoided the follow-on with that single by Andy Gorvin, taking his score to 18. Glamorgan now to 212 for 8, so Yorkshire, when they've taken these wickets, will be batting again. That decision taken out of their hands. As Moriarty in again with an open face. That's run to backward point, no run. Welcome back.
Hi, Jonathan. Well, more than a rearguard action here. Good effort by these two, who have put on an unlikely 40.
Here's Moriarty. Good use of feet this time by Harris. Pushes it up to deep mid-on, where George Hill fields 1 run.
One thought the end was nigh when Colin Ingram departed, bowled by Dom Bess. But credit where credit's due.
Moriarty in again. Oh, now then, this was in the air on its way to Jordan Thompson at mid-off and bounces about a yard, 6 feet short maybe. And, he's annoyed because it wasn't a catching opportunity. Andy Govin, the man striking the ball, just getting slightly underneath one. Moriarty in again. That's dropped into the leg side by Govin. So 1 to come in this over. Still, don't forget, the Tykes have a 148 run lead, which in any game of cricket on whatever surface is still pretty significant. And here is Moriarty.
Oh yes, indeed. But from where they were, Glamorgan, at least they've managed to negotiate the first task, which was past the follow-on mark, which was, well, they'd done that by a single run. That was 212 rather.
There's still a minimum of 230 overs remaining in the match. Now, obviously, there's some talk of unsettled weather on Friday afternoon.
Yeah.
But that's a lot of cricket still to be played. We've had the 96, well, 94 yesterday, I guess. Call it 96 with the 2 over allowance between innings, plus 60 today, and 18 wickets have fallen already.
Shot. Yeah, and that was guided down by James Harris off the bowling of Thompson and deliberately played as it evaded the slip cordon, and 4 more crucial runs to Glamorgan's tally. Harris moves to 24.
Yeah, I remember on a road here last year, Yorkshire had terrible trouble taking wickets in the second innings. I think it was Glamorgan's second innings.
Thompson starts his run up from the River Taff end, right arm over the wicket. Harris is caught on the popping crease slightly, but there was a half-hearted appeal from Thompson. Perhaps hear the wind on our effects mic below. It's still breezy. I went out earlier. Still like the Arctic Circle this end of the ground. Nothing like the far end, which is bathed in sunshine. It's always a sun trap. You have to be wary. A few red faces probably at the end of the day.
Arctic Circle. You've never had it so warm.
Yeah, I forget I'm talking to a Yorkshireman.
When I were a lad.
Yeah, that sketch. Brilliant sketch. Thompson coming in, right arm over the wicket, and this will frustrate Yorkshire slightly, even though they're still in a very commanding position in the game, but they would have expected to have whittled Glamorgan out, well, about half an hour ago or more, when they saw Govin and Harris coming together. There's Thompson starts his run up. Harris faces and leaves outside off stump.
Cardboard box.
Yeah.
Luxury.
Yeah, I won't do the accent.
No, it's fine, by all means, have a go. I'm not worried about that sort of thing. Crack on.
No. Tail still wagging then for Glamorgan. Jordan Thompson coming in and bowls, and that just got big on Harris, but left it, and it's just straight down leg side, taken by Johnny Bairstow. Still plenty of cricket left today, a minimum of 37 overs. Glamorgan still trailing by a huge 144 runs.
Lily hoping that Yorkshire bowl both Don Bess and Dan Moriarty because the over is -3.
Coming in is Thompson, bowls. Yeah, I don't think they'll be bothered about that at the moment. That is the end of Thompson's over, and Glamorgan still continuing to plug away. They've now passed the follow-on mark and are at the very least making a bit of a fist of it after being under the pump for the majority of this game.
Andy Lockwood says, with regard to the historic broadcast, the first broadcast in Wales was on February the 13th, 1923, from a radio station on the first floor of 19 Castle Street. The broadcast included the live singing of the Welsh language folk song, which I'm not going to try and pronounce, by baritone Mostyn Thomas. As in comes Moriarty, and then is stroked down the ground by Gorvin for 1 run to George Hill.
Oh yes, it's a famous song.
David y Garrigwen.
David y Garrigwen.
David y
Yes.
Garrigwen.
It is a famous Welsh song, yeah.
I have to try these pronunciations. In comes Moriarty. Straight. Harris has to play. Turns it leg side for Wharton to field. Jim Green said, I think Best needs more of a chance. Thompson and Moriarty hardly likely to restrict runs, and neither been bowling that well, he says. As Moriarty is in again, and he's blocked by Harris.
Yeah, I thought they might have persevered more with spin after the wicket of Colin Ingram.
Doesn't look like there's a lot in the way of movement off the straight for Moriarty, who is just straightening it really a little. Harris playing that one as well back to him. Back to his mark, a little skip in, slows to a walk and then gets into his delivery stride. He's going to be cut here. Finley Bean is not slow and trying to chase one down to third man, and he's done well actually. They're going to get through for 3. That's Harris 24, Gorvin 19, 218 for 8, and a good partnership of 49, in fact 221 for 8. 49 between his pair for the 9th wicket. Another one of these tail end partnerships that yields a few. It just seems to happen so often now in professional cricket, as that final ball is turned to leg and Wharton does the fielding. I don't know if you get the moans and groans on commentaries about Glamorgan maybe not being able to take tail end wickets, but I get it on Yorkshire broadcast.
Oh yes, it's
wherever you go, there's
bugbear.
But wherever you go, it just happens these days, doesn't it? I think
It does, yeah.
just players bat right down the
They
order.
do, yeah. It's not like it used to be. No, certainly, and certainly with the advent of T20 cricket as well, has changed how strong the tail is. As Thompson will continue from the River Taff end. 2 slips in for the bowler, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, extra cover, backward point. Here is Thompson coming in and bowls, and that's fended off into the offside by Harris, and there's no run. Now the crucial thing was, when I went on a hunting mission down the corridor, there was cake there, but a lack of plates, so I'm hoping that Edward is going to secure a few pieces for us before the written press gather around. Thompson in and bowls, and that's played to mid-wicket, and another dot ball. Useful, more than useful runs here by Andy Gorvin and James Harris. Just dig out when they came in together. So what was it, 49? Thompson starts his run-up coming in, and that's a full, and that's played through mid-wicket. Nice stroke. It won't go all the way, but they'll pick up a couple. And that is the 50 partnership. And a fine effort from these two tail-enders, Andy Govin and James Harris. And runs that will continue to frustrate Yorkshire.
Yeah, they're a long way away from a second new ball. They'd want to wrap this innings up a long way before thinking about taking one of those. But all this is doing really is just putting more overs in the bowler's legs. And obviously it's closing down the deficit as well.
Thompson charging in, bowls, and that wraps Harris on the pad, but I think there was a bit of bat involved as well.
Yeah, frustration for JT. 1 for 50 from him in his 13th over.
I think it just shows what we've been mentioning since early on, where there was a bit of moisture, cloud cover, and the ball was shaping. It's not been a bad track at all to bat on, but nobody's really stuck around. Thompson in and bowls a bouncer, and Harris obliges by ducking under it. Had one just stuck around with Ingram, and they could have been in business.
Yeah.
Thompson trudges back to his mark, bathed in sunshine, coming in and bowls, and that's guided down to the third man area, which is vacant, and will go all the way for 4. Another boundary for James Harris, who's now into the 30s.
Yeah, played it pretty well. Jordan Thompson just, well, you can't say that was a terrible delivery, can you?
No.
It's not very wide of off stump, maybe fourth stump. Maybe just the length allowed him to cover his stumps and open the face and run it wide of the cordon. And so 4 more. And thanks again to Harris and Alan, the Yorkshire analyst, who's just been back on. We were just talking about tail-enders making stands, and for those who do have a moan and a chunter about Yorkshire not being able to finish off the opposition, before this match Yorkshire have an average of 16.7 against batters 8, 9, 10 and 11 this year, which is the best in Division 2 in 2024, and Glamorgan are second best with 18.7 average partnerships or average scores of those tail-enders. So if Yorkshire have got it bad, then the rest of the division are absolutely appalling. As Moriarty is in and Govin right over the top of that defence. Back to Moriarty. There's loads of other factors to take into account as well, I suppose, such as some of those pitches and using the Kookaburra during this season. As Moriarty is once again, Govin is over the top of that. So he's just sent me the stats through. Try and get to these in a sec, because Moriarty, well, he was turning to bowl. He's now bringing Beth. He was out in the deep, sweeping on the leg side, up on more of a one saving position. George Hill would be about a dozen metres inside the long on boundary rope, and Moriarty then goes wide of off stump and he's cut to Finlay Bean backward of point. So Yorkshire 16.7. I'm thinking, Harrison, that you are meaning these are the average runs per batter broken into sections during the team, 16.7 being the average score of batters 8, 9, 10 and 11. We've just seen another dot there. Or is this average partnership? It must be average per batter, I imagine. Glamorgan 18.7. They're the only two counties under 20 with the tail end batters, on lower, middle and tail. That is pushed out into the offside for Tattersall to field, no run. Then you've got Northamptonshire bang on 20, Gloucestershire 22.3, Derbyshire 23.4, Middlesex 25.6, Sussex 25.8, top of the table, and Leicestershire, well, they're having a nightmare, 37.6 away behind everybody else, as that is dropped into the offside. And again, no run. Average by bat position, so yeah, that's per batter, he says. So if you go in at 8, 9, 10 or 11 against Yorkshire, then you're likely to score just under 17 in that innings. If you're going in at those positions, 8, 9, 10, 11 against Glamorgan, you're likely to score 18.7 as an average, and so it gets bigger from that. So both these sides have got a pretty useful record at finishing off the tail by current standards.
In comes Thompson, and that evades Harris, who ducks underneath the bouncer. Well, they're certainly doing well here. The tail. Having put on 55. So Thompson trying to round things off here, comes in, but Harris is well behind that, resolutely blocked, and there is no run.
Jim Green says Alex Wade has taken 3 wickets for England under 19s against Scotland. Otis Gibson stated that he would have been involved in the 50-over comp but picked up an injury. I think he's only 17. Could he be the answer to the fast bowler problem? Well, you would think maybe somewhere down the line if he continues progress. I don't think you're going to be throwing your hopes and expectations on a 17-year-old right now.
Thompson starts his run-up, coming in and bowls, and that's clipped into the onside just behind square, and they'll come through for a single.
Just think, Jim, and anybody else really from Yorkshire's point of view on a bowling front. So I've mentioned Matt Milnes has been injured, and there's a couple of lengthy injuries since he came to the club. Hopefully he, for his own sake and for the clubs as well, can get fit and play more cricket and bowl, because he's a very useful all-round cricketer if he can. So he's one to come back in.
Thompson in, and that's left outside off stump. Just a single, well, it was a leg by of this over, so decent over from Jordan Thompson.
And you've got Mickey Edwards, who not sure but not looking likely for the future. Matthew Fisher, we know, we've been talking about on his way. Dominic Leach for the Northamptonshire. So there are a few moving in an outward direction. A new coach to come in, you would think that's got to be priority for next season.
Thompson in and bowls, and that's driven and should be just the single as mid-on came around. So Harris moves to 30. That was Gorvin, rather.
And then in addition to that, you work on your Alex Wades, of course. You give him more opportunities, second team cricket. Maybe get him to first team level if he's playing well at that level. And like they always do with these young players, whichever county it is, there's a gradual process, isn't it? Nobody really there's very few who get thrown in at such a young age and completely backed and come off.
Last ball of Thompson's over, and that's blocked into the onside. There's no run. So good over, but well kept out by James Harris and Andy Gorvin. And on they go. Glamorgan 229 for 8, with a minimum 33 overs remaining today.
So just one more to go before the tea break, and hopefully a piece of cake for us.
Hopefully, unless it's been gobbled up by the Britain press, which is always a risk as they're nearer the action, so to speak.
Ed's tucking it to something there.
I think he's plenty there. He says.
Plenty there, he says. Yeah, that means there'll be nothing left when we get there. Moriarty in, and that's pushed to the offside, and they're going to take on the field here. Garvin. Oh, Thompson not so far away with the throw. Could have been interesting if it had hit. It looked as though it might have been a piece of cake for Yorkshire this morning, 98 for 6, but you've got to give full credit to the hosts here because they have fought back from that position to avoid the follow-on and some, and they now have the deficit down to 131 and still going a partnership of 58 for this 9th wicket. Moriarty is in again, and Harris goes back foot and punches to Tattersall. It looks as though it could be chocolate cake.
Oh, Nick has the task of bringing in cake.
Let's hope he doesn't bring the lurgy in on the cake as well.
No, that
would be my concern, Nick. As Moriarty's in with maybe a little bit of evidence of turn there. It also felt like it kicked a little bit off the pitch. It was cut for a single by Harris.
I mean, still a huge buffer here, but I mean, I know we're a long way from the mark, but just psychologically, Nick has just planted some chocolate cake in front of us.
Moriarty's in, and that's blocked by Gorvin.
I was just going to say, if you can get down to the trail by 100 mark, it just makes a big difference psychologically, even though, as you've mentioned, Jonathan, it's still a huge lead.
Moriarty, Gorvin again propping forward. He's got one more ball to see off in the session, and then the players will also take tea just before 20 minutes to 4 o'clock. Moriarty in, and again blocked by Gorvin, and that is the end of the afternoon session. And this time it's been a good one in context by Glamorgan. They've moved to 231 for 8, Gorvin 21, Harris 34, partnership 59 with 32 overs to go in the day. 231 for 8 is a deficit of 130 balls.
Thank you, Jonathan. So that wraps up the afternoon session. So I think it's fair to say, as Jonathan was alluding to, in the context of the game, mini fight back by Glamorgan after being reduced to 98 for 6 after lunch, and when Crane and especially Ingram departed, the writing was on the wall, you would have thought, for Glamorgan, but a good rearguard action by both James Harris and Andy Gorvin. They've put on a partnership of 59 for the 9th wicket. So at tea, Glamorgan still trail in this match by 130 runs. They are 231 for 8. We will be back after tea in about 20 minutes' time.
Club shop, sometimes with sports just outside gate 2, as limited edition Metro Bank One Day Cup final caps for sale, ideal to wear in East Midlands on Sunday. If you're thinking of going to the cup final on Sunset on Sunday, tickets are still available from the Nottinghamshire website, trentbridge.co.uk. Latest scores in the Vitality Championship Division 1. Surrey versus Bournemouth, 262 all out, and reply Surrey 269 for 6 from 74 overs. Utility Bowl, Hampshire 462 all out against Worcestershire 172 for 5 and 43 overs. They trail Hampshire by 290. Canterbury versus Nottinghamshire, Notts 433 all out. Kent 186 for 7 and 42 overs. They're trailing Nottinghamshire by 247 runs. At Old Trafford, Lancashire versus Somerset. Lancashire 140 all out, Somerset 146 all out on the first innings. In the second innings, Lancashire 276, leading by 201 runs. The result of their transfer, Warwickshire against Essex, Warwickshire 78 all out and 114 all out. Essex reached 232 in their first innings. Essex won by an innings and 40 runs. Division 2, at Bristol, Gloucestershire 109 all out and 48 for 1 in their second innings. They trailed Sussex, who were 311 all out in their first innings by 154 runs. At Northampton versus Leicester, Leicestershire 203 all out and 10 for 1. Northamptonshire 303 all out. The lead was the Leicestershire 170 runs. And at Derby, Derbyshire against Middlesex. Derbyshire 173 all out. Middlesex in their first innings 326 for 8. That's a lead of 153. In the second round championship at Blackstone, Glamorgan were all at 419, Sussex 265, and in the second innings 125 for 2. So Sussex trailed Glamorgan by 29 runs. The ever popular Sapphire fireworks display takes place once again here at Sapphire Gardens on Sunday evening, the 3rd of November. Gates open at 5 o'clock. Tickets to buy are out now. The event is sold out over the past 2 years. We're quite confident it's going to be just as popular this season, so you should be fast to buy your tickets. Remember to get a 10% discount by entering the code, which is emailed to you. Get your tickets on the website royalcricket.com.
Oh yeah, it used to be my local territory. I can understand why
If you look at that
We have two big international games here in 2025, an England versus West Indies one-day international on Sunday the 1st of June, and a T20 international between England and South Africa on Wednesday the 10th of September. Members enjoy a 10% discount on adult tickets. For details of all games and to buy tickets and enter the ballot are on our website glamorgan.com. Supply Gardens is one of Cardiff's best and busiest year-round venues for meetings and conferences, whatever their size. Our hospitality team would be delighted to go through. Our options for equally details are on our website, theworldcricket.com.
When the new John Lewis store opened, and it was done everything. All I can tell you is I got the two in there and they were rapidly deleted. You're welcome to want to stand on the bank on a freezing cold evening in November. I know you say that. We do. Yeah. I'm very happy. No kids. Yeah, but that's next door on one side. That's too good.
to our match umpires, the Yorkshire referees, and
Very warm welcome back to Sophia Gardens on day 2 of this county championship match between Glamorgan and Yorkshire. And Glamorgan, who have been under pressure throughout, are at the very least showing some resilience in the afternoon session in the shape of an unlikely partnership between Andy Gorvin and James Harris. Just to give you a recap of the tale of the match so far, in reply to Yorkshire's 361 yesterday, Glamorgan were reduced to 98 for 6 at lunch. Since then, Colin Ingram departed as well as Mason Crane, but Gorvin and Harris have put on an impressive 59 to ensure that Glamorgan have at the very least avoided the follow-on and a frustrating Yorkshire. This is Thompson with the first ball after tea then, with Glamorgan 231 for 8, still 130 runs in arrears. And Jonathan, although still a huge buffer, they are at least making a fist of it, these two, and are, as mentioned, frustrating the visitors. Thompson coming in, Harris on strike, Bowles. It's actually Code, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, the scoreboard's not changed since tea, but it's Ben opening from the
so there is a change.
River end,
Beg
yeah.
your pardon. Yeah, it is Ben Collins, you know. So reverting to one of the partnership that caused havoc this morning. Code, right arm over the wicket, 2 slips in for the bowler, coming in and bowls, and Harris gets right behind that one. And they played well, these two.
Played very well. Yeah, they've deserved what they've got so far. Yorkshire just have to find a way through. It's going to be interesting. As I said earlier, is the pitch flattening out? Is it just because the ball's getting older and the bowlers are getting a little bit more tired? 14 overs now, or 13 and a half before another new ball can be taken.
Code in, bowls, and Harris tried to guide that down to the vacant third man area, but backward point is there. I anticipate an update for BBC Radio Wales in due course, just to give you some prior warning.
If they did happen to get through to the second new ball, this pair, or the team, then you'd expect them to be a fair way under 100 in front, Yorkshire, and then that would bring into play, will this end up being a result, really?
Code in. Oh, that's nicked and it's gone through. I think it might have been partially stopped, but it's going to run all the way to the boundary. It'll be interesting to see if that carried to second slip. If so, it was a difficult chance.
I don't think second, I think it's more like first. Yeah, it bounces short.
First, yeah.
Short of Hill at first, and Bairstow's across because it's bouncing short, so it was his to go for. He could have, legitimately go for it, just to try and stop the ball, really. But unfortunately, I think he's knocked it round the post, effectively, if he can call George Hill a post.
I think there was a similar one earlier after lunch where Bairstow got a fingertip on it. Very difficult chance. Harris faces Code, and that's whipped round the corner to fine leg, and they'll take a single. So Harris moves to 39. Gorvin is 21. This partnership now worth 64. And on they go. There's a bit of a conflab between both batters in the middle.
Yeah, David Mills, sometimes there's a curious thing at the end of an over where he's been standing. He stands and lingers for quite often, 20 or 30 seconds after the final ball's been bowled, and then the other umpire walks the bowler's end at his end, and he's sometimes not quite sure what's going on. Anyway, Don Best going to open from this Cathedral Road end.
And an impressive rearguard action by Glamorgan, who were reduced to 98 for 6 at lunch in reply to Yorkshire's 361 when they struggled to deal with Ben Code and Matthew Fisher, who picked up 4 wickets. The task got harder when top scorer Colin Ingram departed for 82, but then an unlikely partnership between James Harris and Andy Gorvin of 64 has ensured that the home side have at least avoided the follow-on and are frustrating the visitors. Yorkshire still in control though, with Glamorgan still 125 adrift.
And Bess with the first ball of this over, just played into the onside for Tattersall field. It's James Harris on strike. Don Bess off spin, of course, got the wicket from Colin Ingram earlier, and he's bowling right arm round the wicket. We've already seen Moriarty have a go at this Cathedral Road end. That a single worked into the leg side by Harris to take his score to 40 here. 65 the partnership now. We're into what, the 68th over of the innings. So they might rattle through a few here, but they'd really like to just rattle through the tail, break this partnership, and try and snaffle the last wicket quickly, and still take a healthy lead with them into their second innings. Because not there's any panic at the moment, but 2 days and 30 overs to go, and it's just looking a little bit more difficult to take wickets at the moment, as they found last year the longer this match went on between the sides. Another dot there.
Just having a technological meltdown in front of us at the moment.
Pass again. More sidearm about this. He does sling one in now and again. And that's been cut away, not off the middle of the bat, because Ben Cope was able to comfortably pull the ball in 5 yards or so short of the rope on the short side, and they get 2. Lyth at slip, and I think it's George Hill under the helmet at leg slip. Best in again. Gorvin goes back foot, gets right in behind him. Back with Bess, and once again Gorvin right in behind, and there is no run to complete over number 68 at 239 for 8, a deficit of 122.
Still no pictures, unfortunately, at the moment, so we will await with interest. Harris on to an impressive 40, with Gorvin an able partner on 27. 67 now for this 9th wicket. So crucial runs these. And I was just mentioning just prior to tea, if they can just get it down to that 100, and anything below that is a bonus. As Code continues from the River Taff end, and there's a big appeal, and Harris is given. Now there was a big thud, and Harris looks at his bat. However, he trudges off, and that is the breakthrough Yorkshire dearly wanted. And it's a fine innings from James Harris, and he still looks a bit bemused by the decision.
Yeah,
there was a third. Let's
well,
that looks,
it's hit him on the back leg, hasn't it? Well, you're always in a bit of danger territory there. Above the top of the pad flap. Here we go again.
Is there back? He seemed to suggest there was a bit of bat involved.
Interesting. It felt like it hit him on the back leg above the pad flap.
But he's frustrated. It's James Harris. Shake of the head as he trudges up to the pavilion. But a fine effort, and he could do no more. His innings comes to an end.
And you know that gut feeling you get when you watch all the play from the same angle? That felt less like LBW than anything we've seen.
And the sound was,
far.
it just had that sound of, but sometimes it's a sound of bat on pad.
Yeah. It wasn't so much that I thought he hit it, but yeah, it just felt like it might have been going a bit leg-sided. But when you see the replay from front on, it He's hit him on the back leg in front of about, middle and leg, and heading towards leg stump. So more understandable that you've seen David Milnes raise the finger, unless he did hit it, and probably only he knows. If he got a little bit of edge on it or something like that, then yeah, actually it was not a bad shout at all in the end. And it's not like it's a fast bouncy track, is it, where you're thinking that there might have been a height issue, even though James Harris is tall enough.
So it brings young Ben Morris, the debutant, code, and Morris gets behind it. A few nerves, as there were when he bowled yesterday. They were a few wayward, and you would expect that in his first class debut, the youngster from Abergavenny. Facing Ben Code. He's picked up 3 wickets. Here he comes in, right arm over again. Jags back at Morris, but he's well behind it. There's no run. So it's a pity from a Glamorgan perspective to have lost Harris. Thought he could have gone on. But valuable runs nonetheless.
Yeah, the 3rd wicket for Ben Code, 3 for 55 now for him. Continues to chip away.
Code in and bowls, and that's an edge, but along the floor to 3rd slip.
Harris, by the way, 82 balls, 5 fours in that 40, out. First ball of the 69th over, for those who like those things to be recounted.
As Ben Code starts his run-up, comes in, bowls and bowls in, and that is the end of Ben Morris and the end of Glamorgan's innings. Bowled out for 239, which means they trail by 122 after the first innings. So Yorkshire, after the tail wagged a bit with Govin and James Harris putting on over 60, they've whittled Glamorgan out and have a commanding lead going into the second innings.
Yeah, which is 122. So it's a handy lead to have on your side, isn't it, before you've even faced the delivery. And yeah, they're still clearly fairly well ahead in the game, but they now have got to, well, in the first instance, bat well and not get themselves into any trouble here, and therefore be forced into going out in the field for a second time. They want to try and control this situation, manipulate this situation to their advantage, and it really will be from here on in all about, well, building as big a possible lead as they can get away with, but still then keeping in mind how long will it take us, how long do we need to give ourselves to bowl out the opposition for a second time. It's taken them 68 overs and 5 balls to do it first time around. It may take longer if this pitch is getting flatter and unsettled weather possibility on Friday. You want to give yourselves every possible chance, having set things up here. But cricket being cricket, well, it's not an exact science, is it?
No. And James Harris, having just trudged off the pitch, will have it all to do with the ball now, as the roller comes on. But a far better situation than it could have been. That's all you can say for Glamorgan. At one stage they were 98 for 6, and the writing was on the wall when Colin Ingram was bowled by Dom Bess for 82. But credit to Andy Govin and James Harris, they stuck around and have made a fist of it. But still, Glamorgan under pressure in this game, trailing by 122.
Yeah, Gorvin not out 23, by the way. 63 deliveries he faced, and he was responsible for no 4s but 1 6. The one hit down the ground. Off Dan Moriarty. And then the Yorkshire bowling figures. Ben Code finishing 14.5 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 55. The same as Matthew Fisher, 4 for 55 from 18 overs and 6 maidens, so slightly tighter, unusually. Put that one in the diary. Jordan Thompson, 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 55 himself. And then George Hill, 13 overs, 2 maidens, none for 41. Don Bess, 1 for 7 off 3. Dan Moriarty, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16. There were 12 extras, which comprised of a bye, 9 leg byes and 2 no balls. So in 68 overs and 5 balls. Glamorgan bowled out first time for 239, and Yorkshire in a few minutes time will take a 122 run lead into their second innings.
Yeah, so still plenty in the bank in this final session. Still 29 overs that remain to be bowled today, so plenty of cricket left. And Yorkshire obviously overwhelming favourites to secure victory. However, we are promised some adverse weather on Friday, so they probably want to ensure that if they can, wrap things up tomorrow. That might be the plan.
I think that would be the ideal, but that's a long way out. If they set things up for that, the weather forecast changes, and Glamorgan did have to have loads of time on Friday to knock off a score, then the last thing they'd want to win the game, yes. The last thing they want to do is to lose this match. You want to give Glamorgan any chance whatsoever of winning it. That's got to be more of a priority, I think, than anything. Because if they lost the match, Middlesex won elsewhere, then that could be handing the baton back to them and taking it out of their own hands in the final match of the season. I cannot see any way that they will be giving Glamorgan much of a sniff here. It's not going to be one of those wins where we say, let's tease you with a total, have a go at it.
Anyway, we will take a very short break before Yorkshire begin their second innings with a handy, more than handy, advantage of 122 runs. Welcome back to a sun-drenched Sapphire Gardens, where Yorkshire about to begin their second innings after Glamorgan were bowled out for 239 in their first innings. Ben Morris, the last man out without scoring. So that means that Yorkshire have a commanding lead of 122 and firm favourites in this county championship match as they try and push for promotion to Division 1. The umpires are out in the middle, the bell has sounded. Glamorgan are trudging towards the middle as well. Rollers are off and we are about to get under starters' orders once more, with a minimum 29 overs to be bowled.
Let's just, while we've got a moment, why don't we just have a look at that? We were talking about the averages of the last 4 scores. So Mason Crane 29. Says getting the calculator out. James Harris 40. Andy Gorvin 23. And Ben Morris 0. And I've not added that up correctly. Oh, the calculator. Press some erroneous button on the calculator. No, done it again. Right, final go. At 40, 29, 23.
Welcome back to our
23. So they've come in above average today, Glamorgan's last 4. An average score of 23 compared to that 16.7 that Yorkshire have been keeping the last 4 batters to on average so far this season, so that their average will increase.
Yeah, the damage was done early on, as it'll be Adam Lyth and Finlay Bean to open for Yorkshire, and for Glamorgan it will be the Dutch international Tim van der Hoogten. 3 slips in for van der Hoogten, coming in and bowls. We didn't get much success in the first innings and didn't get the shape we know he can, and the shape that we saw this morning from Code and Fisher. Morgan obviously have to go on the attack here. Tim van der Hoogten, 3 slips coming in and bowls, and that's left by Lyth, the former England opener. There's cover, point, mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket. There's a man at fine leg for protection, no third man in. Sophia Garden still bathed in sunshine on this second day of the county championship. Trudging in is Tim van der Hoogten past the umpire bowls, and that perhaps stayed a fraction low. Haven't seen much uneven bounce on this wicket at all in the course of 2 days. Lyth made 46 in the first innings before being trapped LBW by Andy Gorvin. But an innings that put Yorkshire well underway with Finlay Bean, who made 23. Van der Hoogten, and that's guided down past backward point. There's no third man, and it'll race all the way for the first boundary of Yorkshire's second innings.
Yeah, nicely played by Lyth, who, as we know, of course, got 1,000 for the season in the first innings. 1,013 he began this second innings on, averaging 53.31 for 2024. And Finlay Bean, 678 against his name at 33.9 coming into this.
Van der Hoogten in, now that just squares Lyth up a bit, and it's pushed into the offside where Kieran Carlson fields.
Incidentally, on the bowling front, by the way, for Yorkshire supporting listeners, Ben Code 48 wickets now for the season in just under 300 overs, 295.3, 16.31 he's taken his wickets at. That is a phenomenal effort from him. Matthew Fisher has brought that up. Well, he's gone back up again slightly. It was below 25 earlier today. It's 25.78, 19 wickets for him.
Yeah, that concludes the over. No run coming off the last ball, just the 4 from the bat of Adam Lyth. So Yorkshire 4 for none as they try and build a huge lead here.
James Harris to bowl from the Cathedral.
Code taking his wickets at just under 37 every 37 deliveries, and of those who bowled regularly this season, that is the best strike rate. Vishy Fernando took 17 wickets, one every 26 balls in his spell earlier in the campaign at 13.35. You'd have to wonder if they might go back on the look for somebody like him for another season, as in comes Harris, and that's cracked away by Bean off the back foot. May have been a bit of a hand on it from Kellaway. It's not quite going to make the boundary. They could run for here if they get the skates on, and they're probably going to come back. I think Finlay Beans just had a slight hesitation in one of his strides, but no, they've got back for an all-run 4. So they've been outlost,
which is a rarity.
Get the blood pumping. Mind you, they've been out there in the field all day, these two, so they've been warming off despite the fact that they so often stand and slip. So Bean waits, and Harris right arm over, all short of length, and pushed back up the pitch for Mason Crane to field. How much more will he come into play in this Yorkshire second innings? I suppose we'll be seeing him in the at some point in the next 25.4 overs.
Well, they have to do something. It's pointless being conservative.
In comes Harris again. Bean stands tall and then defends out to Kieran Carlson in the offside. Lovely late afternoon, sun shining, still plenty of people away on the pavilion side of the ground and at the river end, particularly in that far corner. You get the sun all day, I think, over there, don't you?
Yeah, that's the spot you want to be.
A relatively small section, but well populated. Harris in again, throws this one a little bit further in down the pitch and pushed into the offside again by Bean. Started to take on a lighter tone in colour is the surface. Looks a little bit greener it felt yesterday. Sometimes that's just the sunlight that makes it look a little bit more straw colour than it really is. Here comes Harris once more. It now. David Milnes, of course, now switched to this Cathedral Road end as he watches that one sail past and Bean leaving.
It just seemed to get easier, didn't it, in the latter part of the last session to bat on.
Yeah, so Yorkshire now batting third on it will at least have a clear appreciation. You know, is it feeling easier than it did first time around? And when are we going to pull the trigger on having a go at getting some wickets second time, as Bean punches one to Mason Crane at mid-off? That's the end of the over, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappear and go do a 4:30 update. I think Ed's going to come in for me.
Edward just sunning himself on the far part of the ground. No doubt is on his way. With Yorkshire 8 for no wickets, and that is the lead of 130. So goes without saying, Glamorgan need to make inroads with a few quick wickets. 25 overs remaining today. It will be Tim van der Hoogten who continues from the River Taff end of the ground. 3 slips in for Van Hoogten. That's creamed through the offside for 4. A cracking stroke from Lyth, and too much width from Tim van der Hoogten. And Lyth was on it in a flash. Plenty of encouragement from the slip cordon, where Colin Ingram, top scorer, is at first slip. Sam Northeast and Andy Gorvin. 3 slips in for Van der Hoogten, who comes in and bowls, and there is a shout, but I think that was clearly going down leg side, and it was a bit half-hearted in any case. There's no run, joined by Edward Bevan. How is it on the far side of the ground?
We were over for half an hour. Within 10 minutes or 5 minutes, they were all out. So I had to trudge back again. But it's absolutely scorching.
Yeah, it looks lovely. As Van der Hoogten comes around to Finley Bean, and decent ball was left by left-hand batter. Both left-handers opening for Yorkshire.
Did you have a look at James Harris's dismissal very closely?
It sounded to me that there was a yes, but
did you? Was it a deflection? Because everybody, we're only about 40 yards
when
away.
it sounded, it had that thud.
Yeah. And he looked at his bat.
He looked at his bat. Yeah. Coming in is Van der Hoogten round the wicket, and Ian is behind that defensively.
It gives you some indication, because my first impression always said that. But the umpire says out, and that was it. Sometimes,
of course, it is bat on pad, and you never know. But
and also pad and bat. He gave it the ball his way, and that's it.
Yeah, Harris was frustrated, made a valuable runs in the context of where Glamorgan were.
What a partnership it was, fair play.
Coming in is Van der Hoogten round the wickets, and Bean works that, but mid-wicket is there, and there's no run. 13 for no wicket. The lead is 135. We still have 24 overs to be bowled, or there or thereabouts.
I have some news from the members forum.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, apparently the coach spoke and said, I think you should all make the most of watching Ben Callaway.
Coming in is Van der Hoogten, and this is slightly ominous, Ed.
Because he's so talented, he'll be playing for England before long. Which is
great for him.
And great, but let's see if we can, do something for Glamorgan. He's only played a handful of games, and secondly, I think we all knew this, that it's highly unlikely, because Australia have a tour, we spoke about this morning, have a tour to India next May and June, that Marnus Labuschagne will be back, and it would appear, Michael Neser won't be back, which I think was pretty obvious when he went to play for Hampshire.
Yeah.
So there we are. Apparently they're on the lookout for, how many times we've heard this, overseas but fast bowler. As Harris starts an over, and it's driven. They have to be quick here, but it's in the end very well judged. And it was wide of mid-off. So a quick single.
Told as well, Ed, that he reiterated what you thought, and they will stick with the team, or the nucleus.
Yeah, that was my next one. Yeah,
taken them through.
Which, as I said to you earlier on, I thoroughly agree with. And I think Somerset, that they will do the same. Yeah. James Harris runs away from us and bowls, and this is a half volley, 4 through cover. And the wet pitch, he saw that ball come on, and it was absolutely perfect for being hit through the covers like a rocket. And they've already 18 for no wicket. They've been very positive, and the lead now is already 140. So Glamorgan have a lot of work with bat and ball to do if they're to get anything at all out of this game.
Yeah, I wonder what the pushback would have been on oh, we need a new bowler, because that's been the same rhetoric for a few seasons, isn't it?
Yeah. Harris to the left-handed Bean. Bowls to him now. Just a better delivery, pushed away, but they'll get a single out to mid-wicket. They get more than a single, they get 4. It just rockets away on that small boundary. And the way that the fielder was going, I thought he was just a few yards from him. But obviously he'd given up already. 2 successive 4s, which Glamorgan can ill afford, really. And I also gathered that hardly anybody's going to be released. There was a question asked about Prem Sisodia. Apparently,
Who hasn't played?
well, he's captain in the seconds at the moment. As Harris again bowls to Bean drives. And this time there is no run. He's captain in the seconds down at Hove against Sussex seconds, and he has brought himself on to bowl, so I'm told. But there was some problem that he'd lost his action and all sorts of things. But I think he's got a year to go on his contract. There are new contracts from Tim van der Gooten and Dan Douthwaite. But other than that, I don't think there's much we can say. That's what we've been told or gleaned from people who were there. Harris bowls to Bean. Bean plays it out towards
This is becoming
mid-on, and it's not good enough.
Good
It's
pitch to bat on as well now.
3 successive 4s, you know, you're not getting anything swing or. And this just, you know, shows the inadequacies of Glamorgan's attack since Nisa went. You know, he's been a wonderful servant, James Harris. But they need a quick shock bowler, don't they? 3 4s in this over as he comes in again and bowls, and this time it's left outside the off stump. So that was a big over. Already Harris has gone for 17 or 19 in his 2 overs. That's my television has disappeared.
Yes, it's been malfunctioning in the last hour.
There we are. Little touch, and it's back. 26 without loss. The lead is 148, and there are 23 overs left this evening. So if they go along at 3 or 4 and over, plus 100 runs, they could be 250 on tonight. Glamorgan will be chasing rather a large total tomorrow.
Lyth is on strike. Here comes Tim van der Hoogten bowls, and that's left outside off stump.
That's the length.
Yeah, just a probing length, which we saw.
Well, they did so well, yeah.
With Code and Fisher in tandem this morning, but there was a bit of swing round then as well. But it's gotten easier, it has to be said, throughout the course of the afternoon.
As you would expect, and the pitch is hardly any green in it.
Coming in is Van der Hoogten. Bowls. There's a shout, a big shout from Tim van der Hoogten, but
very close.
Umpire is not interested.
Big shout, wasn't it?
Well, it stayed low again, I think. If we have a chance to look at the replay.
Yeah, he's asking the umpire. Umpire says something to him. Don't know quite what.
So, first shout from Tim van der Hoogten, who's coming in. Bowls. Oh, that's a good line as well.
Absolute beauty.
That is the line. Good over this from Van der Hoogten. 3-dot balls.
As you would expect, you know, he said bowled so beautifully since he started playing this season. A little stat for you. Probably mentioned before, Andrew Hignell has been in touch and said that Colin Ingram has passed 50 in every game this season.
Has he really?
Either first or second.
Yeah. Van der Hoogten coming in, and again confidently left outside off stump by Adam Lyth. Yeah, well, that says it all.
Statistic, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think he'll be cleaning up when the presentations are dished out. That will be next month, sometime, I suspect. Because, well, we're almost into October with the last game.
Well, only one day short, but 29th, isn't it?
And it started when Tim van der Hoogten is driven by Lythe to a wide-ish mid-off, but there is no run. The first game of the season was, I think, was round April the 7th, if memory serves me right, which is Middlesex at Lords.
Yeah, that seems a long time ago.
That was the 335 game for Sam Northeast.
April the 5th.
April the 5th, there we are.
But what is worrying, well, don't want to dwell too much, but it is a fact.
Van der Hoogten into Lythe, and that's just a chop down into the offside. There's no run. That is the end of a good over, a maiden at that for Timmy van der Hoogten. But Yorkshire have got off to a flyer in their second innings, 26 for no wicket, and they lead by 148 runs.
Worrying, I think, aspect of Glamorgan's season is they've conceded 600. They conceded against Middlesex, and I think I haven't got the Gloucester game at Cheltenham. I think it was 600, something like that. 500 a few times and 400 on numerous occasions, and that tells you quite openly, you know, the weakness in the bowling apart from Van der Hoogten. Here's Harris, after being punished in the last over, comes in, bowls to Bean, and this time it's a better delivery. It goes through to the keeper. He's normally a first change bowler when McIlroy played, but McIlroy's only played 3 games this season. Apparently he's been retained. Did remarkably well, it must be, say, Jamie McIlroy. I would have played him more, I think, than he has.
Well, he'll be playing on Sunday.
Yes.
Against Somerset.
Here's Harris, he's coming over the wicket and bowls. This is defended by Bean up to mid-on and no run.
Well, he seems to be more of a natural championship bowler in any case, so, albeit he did very well last year in the T20. I think he was main wicket taker, an unlikely main wicket taker.
He swings it, you know, and that's an attribute. And his left arm, he's had a few chances dropped as well, so I think he's been particularly unlucky not to have featured in championship cricket now towards the end of the season. Harris bowls, played to mid-off, no run. When I went out to sit in the sun, I could hear some Yorkshire supporters talking about, you know, Fisher going, which is a big loss for them.
Yeah. And
who are they going to get? Have they got the money? I suppose they will, because you need a top bowler in first division, let alone second. Bean waits, in comes Harris, bowls to him. Harris, and Bean rather pushes it out to cover. Much better over, 4 dot balls. Then you see, all sorts of things. If you get in touch with the top ball, what's his money going to be like? He'll want. Is he going to join the bottom but one club in second division? You know, and he's going to say, well, hang on, yeah, what do you got to offer? So many things. Harris in, bowls to Bean. Bean gets a much better delivery again, and he has atoned for that expensive second over that he bowled.
I suppose the interesting thing, and I wasn't present at the forum, would have been the financial situation, given the fact that it's an international ground. It's an avenue in terms of making money.
I don't know how much money they owe on this big loan, if you remember, that they were helped by the council and other people. Harris to complete the over, bowls to Bean, and that is a maiden. It's a far better over, and well done to James Harris for coming back from that poor second over. Score remains at 26 without loss. We've had 2 maidens. Live 9, Bean 16. Yeah, there's so many factors, Kenny, in there. And the financial position, apparently the budget isn't huge, so the coach said. I don't know.
Yes.
Then we had the news last night of the Wrexham owners interested.
Yeah, in the Welsh Fire, which is a somewhat strange one. Obviously, there's a big push in cricket across the pond, and to make it marketable over there.
Yeah. Well, that's a moot point, isn't it?
Coming in is Tim van der Hoogten, who's cut ferociously, but it will only be a single, as there's a man sweeping on the offside boundary.
I haven't, to be honest, gone into the intricacies of what, there's millions and millions. My worry is that it's like Premier Division football, where you get Saudi Arabia bosses coming into Man City, going into other clubs, and the money just flows. Are they going to control our club, or Yorkshire, Glamorgan, Middlesex, whatever?
Van der Hoogten coming round, and
Dropped short.
did drop short of Andy Gorvin at third slip off the batting of Finlay Bean.
There was a huge article by Lawrence Booth, the editor of Wisden, on the Daily Mail the other day, saying what is happening to cricket. And it is a worry, a big worry.
Van der Hoogten is in round, and that just got big on, and that's he's taken a rap on the knuckles, I think, Finlay Bean there.
Yeah, the odd one has been hitting
Yeah.
the gloves. We saw Ben Callaway have a crack on.
But I mean, there's a license for franchise cricket until what,
2026.
20, so it's here to stay for a while, which means that the domestic season isn't changing anytime soon.
We've been told next year no tests in August. I don't know.
Van der Hoogten coming round to Bean, who leaves outside off stump.
Okay, I must say this, that the 100, we have yet to see a balance sheet. I'm told that they owe a tremendous amount of money, but we haven't been told what. And then they say it brings people to watch cricket. But how many of those young lads and their parents come to other games? My old argument has been, invest that money in the T20, get your best players from abroad, then you've got a top competition. You don't need 100 then.
We'll come back to the point as Tim van der Hoogten comes in, bowls. The worry would be, and this has been mooted, that the ECB might be interested in developing the T20 as a franchise competition, and then where does that leave the counties then? So I mean, it's perhaps a case of be careful for what you wish for, really, but we'll see. It's up for debate. It does bring, there are supporters and non-supporters of the format of the game as Van der Hoogten comes around the wicket, comes in. It has brought crowds during August, but the hope, as you mentioned, Ed, is that it would trickle down to the county.
Yeah, well, that's a hope, because my last word on that is that I am afraid that will all of a sudden bring the Indians in. They will say, that's my club, and you lose recognition of what, and they might say, well, do you mind not playing so many county matches? Do you mind not playing this? We put millions in, this is the way we want it. Yeah, we could talk, but let's concentrate on this and get it off our chest. James Harris comes in and bowls, and this is driven past. Was passed by Blythe, but it was a good dive at cover. 27 without loss, and we've been talking about all this. Only one run they've had in the last 3 overs, so you haven't been missing much. I will just close also, Ken, but if you look at social media, the number of people who call the 100 names is not permissible on this program. It's a shame. great shame that this has all happened. In comes Harris and bowls. Lovely looking shot, that surely before. Beautiful extra cover drive by Adam Lyth, and it's gone up to the boundary for 4. So 4th boundary of Harris. With a loose over, then he had a good over, and now the second ball has gone for 4 in the slot. And already the score is going along nicely for Yorkshire and not so nicely for Glamorgan. In fact, it's 4.2. Harris over the wicket and bowls. This time Lyth gets a better ball. Pushes it up to mid-on. .31 without loss, and that is a lead already of 153. You go on this rate, I said 250 lead tonight. Get another 150 in the morning, and then Glamorgan will have to defend for a day and a half. In comes Harris, bowls. It's him on the top of the pad. No ball signalled by umpire Mills.
Yes, we're told there might be some indifferent weather on Friday, but they might not need Friday at all.
No. Big day for Glamorgan on Sunday.
Yep.
And in comes Harris and bowls. Lyth drives beautifully again, but straight to mid-on. Nick and Kenneth will be describing play at the famous old ground, Trent Bridge, and Mike Powell will also be there to give his expert comments. I shall be going up and enjoying myself with the crowd. I hope so. Me and my grandson.
Well,
Or
hopefully
my grandson and I should say.
it'll be similar to 3 years ago.
Yeah, that was good. You've been to Trent Bridge as
I
well?
have.
It's a lovely, lovely old ground. Here's the next ball and another beautiful looking shot. He's just picking up the length and hitting it as left-handers always look so good doing playing that shot, and they pick up 2 runs. It's a bit too easy at the moment for the openers. Right opposite, as you know, Ken, is Nottingham Forest.
I've
ground.
actually been there. I was there years ago at the City Ground when the Scarlets played Leicester in the semi-final of the Heineken Cup.
Did they play there?
They played there.
In comes Harris and bowls. Lyth pushes it up to mid-on, thinks initially of a run, decides not to.
And it was a closely fought game. The Scarlets should have won and they should have gone through. I think they were leading, and then they gave a penalty away. And Tim Stimson, the former England fullback.
Was that the last minute of the game?
It was in the last minute of the game. It hit the post, hit the bar, and went over.
I remember it well. Yeah. Yes.
That was 2002. Unbelievable.
Then as you go up, as if you're going up on the Mansfield Road, you pass the Notts County on the left, which it's a lovely city, is Nottingham. Although I've been watching, I don't know if you watch Sherwood.
I've just started watching the first
terrific series
of Sherwood. As Van Hoogten comes in to Bean, and that's prodded into the onside, and there's no run. Yorkshire 35 for none, and that is a commanding lead of 157 just in the 9th over. There is still a potential 18 overs to be bowled today. Strong contingent far side, baking in the capital sunshine.
Beautiful it is. Very hot.
Coming in. Bowled. Oh, that just wrapped him on the knuckles once more. And Bean pulls away. just jarred him on the glove. As Lythe does a bit of gardening, comes down the track to have a word or two. Experienced Adam Lythe, of course, played here in the 2015 first Ashes test of that year. Partnered Alistair Cook, who was captain that series.
Strauss.
No, he'd gone. Strauss had gone. 2015.
The if you look at the pictures, you walk into the ground.
Yeah, that was 09.
The first one, you mean?
First,
Oh,
no, this was the second.
2015, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
So long ago, I think it was yesterday.
Yeah, well, that was such an exciting ending with Monty surviving. With Jimmy Anderson.
I commentated on that. It was terrific cricket. Ricky Ponting was not a particularly happy
He was
man.
not. He was not when the 12th man was coming on and delaying and so forth. Yeah. But it served its purpose because they held out as Tim van der Hoogten comes in and bowls. And I believe England, they won the second test. Oh, they won 2-1 anyway, that series. They won at the Oval, the final test match. So this was a draw in 2009. And 2015, England won.
The ground hasn't really changed since then, but we're talking about Trent Bridge, and that has changed quite a lot in the last few years. It's a lovely, lovely ground now. I'm looking forward to going there on Sunday. And that's another boundary as it's glided down to third man.
Yeah, more grounds obviously on the test circuit now, Cardiff being one of them. Durham had a test match in 2013.
Yeah, they've got another one day.
Hampshire, obviously, the Ageas Bowl.
I remember going for a number of years to Headingley, where we used to commentate from just in front of the football stand on the far side of the field to where you commentate from now.
Old Trafford obviously been through huge alterations. Van der Hoogten in to Bean, and that's just work behind square, and they'll pick up an easy single.
Well, they're making a good start here. 42 without loss. They're going along over 4.5 and over, which was exactly something that was not needed by Glamorgan. And I think we're going to have a change. Yes, we are, because Harris has been expensive. 25 of his 4 overs. And it's going to be Andy Gorvin, who bowled well in the first innings. Picked up 4 for 67 of his 22 overs. So he is going to take over at this end, which is the end that we are overlooking, Field Road end. 2 slips and a cover, extra cover and a bit off. As in comes Gorvin, right arm, medium fast, down the leg side, clipped away up towards mid-wicket. It's a chase, and it's very well fielded and returned by Mason Crane. Good bit of fielding there. And they take a couple of runs, 44 for no wicket. Bean moves on to 25, and Lythe behind him on 16. 2 left-handers. In comes Gorvin, bowls, tries to play the same shot, gets down at the last moment, and a gasp of oh, because had he missed it, I suppose he would have been bang in front. You get the oohs and ahs from every cricket side.
Yes, how much of them is just G up the bowler?
You see them pushing. It's the middle of the bat to mid-off, and they
straight on the floor.
here is Gorvin bowls.
Oh.
Flicks that down towards fine leg, and that's 4 more. If you give people width, then you can expect to be hit for 4 or more.
Yeah, just straying down leg, and he has been on leg side
In this over.
in this over.
Yeah, he moves on to 22-48 without loss. The lead is 170, and it's 5 and over. Gorvin is in and bowls, and this is going to be no more runs. He was looking to hit it through cover for 4, but he got a thick inside edge.
It's a night for a beer garden, probably, for those opposites. They'll be venturing out. There is a watering hole not far from this ground.
Yes.
Many will know it well.
Gorvin turns, passes the umpire, and bowls down the leg side again. Not a good over this from Andy Gorvin. Done some good work in this game, though. He got 4 wickets, and then had an excellent partnership with James Harrison, who was there undefeated on 23. And that partnership put on. Let's have a look. I haven't got that down there, but it's a substantial partnership.
It's over 60, yeah.
Yeah. Gorvin bowls. That wild swing there, and I think by the way these two are playing, Kenneth, that the object here, right, go in, we've got to win this game, and we are going to play positive cricket as they've done. Mind you, they have been helped by some loose deliveries, but they're 48 without loss. They lead by 170 runs. As I say, they're going at, well, it's 4.80, or it's 5 and over, which is the last thing Glamorgan wanted, and they are going to be in the field for at least until lunchtime tomorrow.
Yeah, and it doesn't look as if they're going to get a psychological boost going into Sunday's final. Just the one championship game to follow then at home, which will start a week tomorrow against
the glorious
Gloucestershire. Will come to Cardiff, and Timmy van der Hoogten continuing, coming over the wicket to Lyth. Well, if it's anything like the extraordinary game at Cheltenham, which Nick Webb described, the last ball tie, incredible game.
Well, the only thing I remember is that catch by Bracey.
At the start of July, that was unbelievable. Van der Hoogten coming in and bowls, and that's a firm push towards a wideish mid-off for no run. Of course, Glamorgan beat Gloucestershire in the first game of their one-day campaign here at Sapphire Gardens. That was an unlikely win. They were staring down the barrel in that game for a while, and took a flurry of wickets to dispose of the visitors at the end.
Yes, they should have won that 2020.
Yeah. Well, that was last ball.
Gorvin bowled a full toss, and Josh Shaw hit it in nearly into this box for 6.
Yeah, that game ebbed and flowed. Van der Hoogten bowls, and it's creamed into the offside, and that will get to the boundary, and nothing the sweeper could do that time, and that gets Yorkshire to their 50. And they've been unperturbed, really, by and large, these two. No bother whatsoever. Lyth is 20, Bean 29. Tim van der Hoogten coming down the slope from the River Taff end, bowling, and that's flashed too much width, and that's cut towards third man, which is vacant, and it's another boundary. So not a great over this by Van der Hoogten.
And I think he needs 2 slips here. I think he should have a third man as well if he want to defend and try and stop this avalanche of runs,
Yeah.
surely you should have a more defensive field.
Glamorgan toiling in the sunshine at the moment.
Go on at this rate and there'll be a pre-lunch declaration tomorrow.
Well, they haven't put a third man in. He's now coming round to Lythe. There's Tim van der Hoogten, and that's a good shout. And that's not given. Well, it was a big shout by Tim van der Hoogten, and wicket-keeper Slipcorden went up.
Have a look at this
It
again.
looked as if it caught him on the boot. Let's so usually a good shout. It did catch him on the boot, but probably going down.
He also put his bat up in the air. Whether that helped.
Van der Hoogten in, driven towards cover where Carlson is in place.
That was close, that LBW. Very close, because he slid across in front of his stumps.
Yeah, and caught him on the boot, which is usually an indicator. Those are usually given, but he survives. As do Yorkshire. 56 for no wickets. Still 16 overs remain today. And the lead is a massive 178.
Yep. So we're going to think of something here, whether you get Callaway on to bowl to purely defensive field with sweepers and all that and try and contain, but it's not going to be easy unless you bowl well. As Gorvin starts the second over, he's in and bowls to be an appeal for LBW. It was pulled out, more or less, the appeal. The way they are appealing, they are desperate for this first wicket.
Nothing untoward there. They're looking very strong, these two.
Here's Gorvin. Oh, a wild-looking shot there. So I think we'll do a little swap there for Kenny to have a rest. He's got things to do a little later on. As Jonathan comes back, we'll do some musical chairs for the moment.
Gorvin's latest delivery pushed into the offside by Fiddly Bean, and there is no run. Just been out for a sit at the side of the field. Get a good view close up down that pavilion side of the ground, unusually close, I would say.
Yes.
That's just about the shortest boundary I've seen in a long time in men's professional cricket. As Gorvin in again over the wicket, and Bean just clips one into his pad.
I'm just saying now that there's obviously been a little discussion and to go hard and to make absolutely sure we try and win this game.
Go hard or go home, Ed.
Yeah, because they go in and played some lovely shots, but they are having a go at everything, aren't they? Going at 5 and over, which is the way to do it, to be positive.
Yeah, certainly.
250 on tonight, they'll bat until lunchtime, and by then could be touching 500.
Yeah, they just want to make sure they have enough, don't they, and enough time.
Yeah.
Gorvin in, back foot. Bean plays a sort of back foot cut shot, but through extra cover. And Kieran Carlson, it's probably been the one match I've seen him play for Glamorgan against Yorkshire where his fielding has not been perfect, really. He's always right on the money. A couple of howlers in the first innings, and he's just pushed one round the post there as well. They got a single. He's one of the best fielders on the county circuit, no doubt about that. but they all have those days sometimes. Gorvin in again, final ball of the over. Ooh, Lyth beaten and struck on the pad out into the offside, and there's no run. So 57 without loss after an entertaining first 12 overs of this Yorkshire second innings. The lead now 179.
Yes, and all those overs left tonight, and you go at even if you go at what's 15 times 460 runs, then you're looking at 250 lead, which is very, very healthy.
You must have been top of the class in your mathematics back in the day, Ed.
Certainly not. It's all these years I've been doing this job. It's slowly coming into my brain. Not that I'm anywhere near a good mathematician. 57 without loss. We've got Ben Morris coming on at the far end, and he was obviously rather nervous. He bowled in the first innings, and it's not easy bowling to these two where they're well entrenched. Lyth on 24 of just 30 balls, Bean on 30 of 43. He's bowling from the far end, and he's got a slip and a deep gully. And he is bowling to Finlay Bean. In he comes and bowls the first ball. That's short and pulled away. That'll be 4 runs, I think. Oh, yeah, 4 runs. Bisects deep backward, fine leg and deep square leg, rather backward.
Lovely shot, wasn't it? He'd got hold of that one out of the
as
middle
it
of
should
the
have been. It was a half tracker basically, and he just helped it on its way. When you were out, we were talking about this members forum that had taken place, where Glamorgan said they were looking for next year for an overseas fast bowler. I think this game emphasises how badly they need that since Michael Nisa left the club. As Morris comes in again and bowls to Bean, it's a better delivery which left him off the pitch and went through to the keeper.
Derek Evans, I was mentioning umpires lingering. David Milnes particularly has a habit of lingering at the end of an over. He was doing it quite a bit at the River Taff end when he was standing there. And Derek said, I think generally umpires are lingering at the end of an over, possibly for 2 reasons. First, to have a chat with the other umpire from a short distance, and second, to see that the players are not running on the pitch or going somewhere they shouldn't.
Possibly, yeah. Here's Morris. Comes in again and bowls short again, and that's hammered away, and that's going to be stopped just inside the boundary, and it's returned, and they'll have to settle, even though it's a very long boundary, settle for a single.
Yeah, no need to give away a silly wicket at this stage, although notable that during the back end of the Glamorgan innings they were taking on Yorkshire's fielders out in the distance there, and each and every time managed to get home comfortably.
Just the one single, as you would have thought. As Morris is in and bowls, that's clipped away. He's bowling leg side in this, and it's another single. Return comes in from it's a tribe.
Didn't fully take that on Adam Lyth, because that's one of my favourite shots that he plays, when he tucks up the front knee and whips it away over square leg. But because that boundary is so long, maybe just thinking, no, I better not go through with the shot here, because it might just loft it into the fielder's hands.
Well, the way that they're going, they're quite happy getting a single. The 2 balls to go in this over as Bean waits. In comes Morris and bowls to him a good length ball, which is defended, and there's no run. 6 runs off this over with 1 to come. Lyth 25, Bean 35.
Bent Nielsen says, good afternoon. With Middlesex settling for only 3 batting bonus points, means Yorkshire need 2 wins or 1 win and 1 draw and 2 bonus points.
Morris bowls to Bean, and he defends. 63 without loss. The lead is 185. Bean is 35. Lyth is 25.
Lovely evening. 5:15 nearly. We'll have 14 overs, so that should take us to just after the 6 o'clock mark.
Yeah.
with the seamers still on. Andy Gorvin is going to continue at this Cathedral Road end of the ground. Just the one slip in place. They've already gone on the defensive here because they're trying to dry up the flow of runs. Gorvin is in, throws it wide of off stump, and Lythe is happy to leave. So the other fielders out there, those who can't see them, Sam Northeast has positioned himself at backward point come gully. There's a sweeper out fairly central at cover, about 10 yards in from the boundary. Kieran Carlson with his trousers flapping in the breeze is at extra cover. Harris at mid-off, Morris at mid-on, there's a mid-wicket as well, and then two men set back on the leg side, one in front of square and one way down at fine leg. That was another defensive push by Lythe.
Your man on the on Twitter now says that they're quite happy with 3 batting points. In other words, they pulled in, did they, Yorkshire? You're in Middlesex?
Not sure actually, I haven't checked their score for a little while. As Lythe has got one through the grasp of Sam Northeast, and it's not quite going to be chased down out there in the distance either, and so he's going to get 4 more off the bowling of Gorvin in his 3rd over. He's gone for 11 now, and Lythe on to 29. It's 67 without loss.
They will be conscious, I think, of the fact that this pitch is absolutely batter friendly now, and there's nothing in it for the bowlers. That on numerous occasions, simply because this pitch dies traditionally on the last day, that they need all the time they can to bowl Glamorgan out.
Yeah, Gorvin in, and Lythe reaching for one, diverts it to Northeast. Dear me, it was nearly on the next strip, and he got his bat on it. Josh is asking what's happened to the field mic, the effects mic. I'm guessing that my colleagues turned it off because of, oh, there we go, maybe some wind out there. Either that or somebody accidentally pressed the wrong one and turned it off. But it's there you go. There is some atmosphere here in Cardiff as Gorvin's in again, and Lythe stroking that one to Harris at mid-off. No run. Let's check in on the scores elsewhere. Well, we've got an opportunity to do so. Those most pertinent, the Sussex and Middlesex in particular matches. Here's Gorvin, right arm over, Lythe defends, Northeast fields, end of the over, 67 without loss, a lead of 189. So Sussex, well, they're in a strong position, aren't they? Gloucestershire were rolled for 109 yesterday. The leaders made 311. Gloucestershire 136 for 2, are still 66 behind with just the 8-second innings wickets in hand. So I think we're probably fully expecting a Sussex win there. And then Derbyshire 173. Middlesex ended up making 358, hence those 3 batting points. And in response, Derbyshire already 64 for 2, are 121 behind with 8 wickets remaining. So Middlesex pressing on for a win as well.
So as I predicted, it looks like it. The 3 top clubs will be victorious if nothing extraordinary happens.
Well, it's looking like a 22-point win for Middlesex. They were, of course, 15 behind Yorkshire coming into this match.
But as long as Yorkshire win, they won't be too worried. And that you play Middlesex the last game, you say?
No, Middlesex play Sussex in the last game.
So, right. Well, I think Sussex will get there. And Yorkshire. And who do you play?
Northamptonshire.
Northampton. They're down the bottom. Although they've rallied in the last couple of weeks, and looked like winning this game, and they won the last one.
You on this over, Ed? You on this over?
Yes, my mind was drifting a little then and thinking what the declaration might be. Always nice to think about these things. See how right you are. Morrison bowls down the leg side, taken low down by Cook. A guessing game here, 250. I think it'll be something like 480. Although you remember that declaration that Glamorgan made 500 a couple of years ago at Headingley, and I think Yorkshire got 400, but rain stopped Glamorgan winning on the last day.
I mean, rain stopped Yorkshire winning, surely.
Well, that's a good delivery. And went through to the keeper.
Yeah, I mean, Yorkshire declared at Northampton last year, was it? Yeah, one time in the last couple of years at Northampton. It must have been last season, I think. And anyway, they didn't allow enough time. 500 they put on Northants, and they just ran out of time. They finished about 8 down, trying to bowl them out.
This next ball is defended. Better over here from Morris, and he seems to have got his length pushed away in the offside. I keep saying, how often do you see sides chasing more than 330, 340 in the last innings to win? Hardly ever.
No.
And then, as you just said, sides, oh, we should have, they were 8 down, they were 9 down. Well, why didn't you declare earlier? Give yourself a chance. Be brave, be bold. There's too many negative counties, nearly all of them are. Here's Morris, comes up and bowls. It's leg side-ish. Chipped away for a single to complete the over. 69 without loss. The lead is 191.
We know you don't really mean it, Ed. And we know that if had you been born the other side of the border, you would immediately have been putting an application in to be a Yorkshireman, wouldn't you? Because you love Yorkshire, don't you, really?
I do. I love Yorkshire. I loved coming up there for many years. My day was at Headingley. Good day's cricket. Glass of lemonade across the road, and then to Brian's. Is
Brian's
it still there?
No, it changed.
What?
It changed to become something else. I think it was called Catch for a while. I think it's closed completely now as a fish restaurant, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, I used to love going there. I used to get taken there for birthday teas back in the day.
I remember ordering a baby haddock there.
Yeah.
Baby haddock.
Here is Andy Gorvin, and he's thrown that one up wide of off stump. Lyth got a good contact on it, but it is straight to northeast.
That's why I love Scarborough was a day at the cricket, a glass or two at the Albert, fish and chips on the front.
Yeah.
What more?
That's
can
still
you
going
want?
on. It's still
Is it?
going on. Yeah, yeah.
And do the crowds with the first sitting at the bread and breakfast walk past the front of us?
Yep,
past
still
the
go.
side screen?
Yep, still there.
That's
They
the
still
first
do.
sitting. You can see them going.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, second sitting will have a jar or two.
Yeah, around about 5:30, the first lot disappearing
Yeah.
out of the ground as Gorvin's in again, and Lyth strokes back along the deck to him.
You
No
asked me
run.
why I love going to Yorkshire.
Well, I don't know when did Glamorgan last play at Scarborough?
I'll tell you when.
Go on.
Was a one-day match, but a proper game, as I call it, was when Davis Byers captained them to the championship.
That was the last time, 2001.
Can't remember a championship game at that ground, that wonderful ground at Scarborough.
Gorvin in again. Lyth opens the face, runs it to northeast again. It's feeling like a 3-man game at the moment. Let's just have a look, shall we? Yorkshire at home to Glamorgan in first-class cricket, and the last time they played there was, you are spot on as ever,
Because I used to look every November, where we playing the Yorkies. Not that I don't like the other venues, but I used to like Harrogate.
yeah,
Where else was there? Well, it was
Park Avenue,
Bradford, yeah. That's one of my
Ackland Park,
first
Middlesbrough,
games.
yeah. In fact, that was the first game at Scarborough between the counties since 1974. The two in 3 seasons, 72 and 74, but then a long gap to 2001 and another long gap because we haven't seen one since. Gorvin in again.
detail after this.
To Lyth, who's solidly behind this, and notice Chris Cook come up to the stumps there.
It was a game, I believe, at Harrogate, Jonathan, where Glamorgan fielded an all-Welsh side to beat Yorkshire. They were very, very proud of it. I also remember reporting as an old aircraft flies high above. Won the Tilkin Trophy, which you may have heard of.
I certainly have.
That was at Harrogate.
Harrogate, yeah. Here's Gorvin to Lyth, who's driving up to Harris at mid-off. No run. That 2001 match between the sides, August of 2001, Yorkshire won by an innings and 112 runs. And Adrian Dale made 59 in the first innings, was skipper in Glamorgan at the time. 223 all out. Yorkshire 580. Craig White 183. Matthew Wood 124. Inside
came
contact
down
onto
to
the pad
Glamorgan.
by Lyth. 69 without loss.
Come to play for Glamorgan then?
Yep.
Lovely man.
And then David Byas, Bingo, as the lads knew him or know him, 104. So 3 Centurions in that Yorkshire innings.
Is that the one that won the championship?
That was the year they won the championship.
Because Lehman played in that game as well.
245 all out Glamorgan. Second time around, nobody quite managing to make to a half century.
Maynard didn't play in that game, did he?
No.
The reason was that he twisted his ankle in the kickabout before the first day, and there was rain forecast for that final day, and everyone was telling Bingo to declare. He wouldn't do it because, as a farmer, as you well know he was, and I'll break off, in comes the first ball, and that's caught. No, just short of slip. It was rather deep there. Very nearly carried. He said, "I'm a farmer. I don't believe in all that things they say about weather forecast." And just as they were walking off the field, the rain started coming in, as you know, as it comes in over the sea. And the game finished just after lunch, and there was I remember in our hotel, I'll just break off, and Morris came in, and that clipped away to mid-wicket. In came the Yorkshire team about 8 or 9 o'clock, and we've been celebrating since after lunch. And I got the Glamorgan boys then to join them. You'd swear Glamorgan had shared the championship. So I well remember that. And
have you landmarks achieved during that match, actually?
Great days. Yeah. In comes Morris, who's hasn't bowled too badly in the last few overs. 0 for 8, and he was punished in his first couple of overs, and he's settled in now. This is his third. Young man making his debut.
Keith Newell made his last appearance in first-class cricket in that game.
Stephen now is on the umpires list.
Steve Watkin passed 2,000 first-class runs when he got to 4 during that match.
Fine bowling.
Richard Dawson achieved his best first-class figures at the time, 6 for 98. And Ryan Sidebottom passed 100 wickets in first-class matches.
There's the next ball here. And you're not missing much, just the odd single. It's nice to reminisce, isn't it?
Yeah, now and again.
Shows my memory's all right.
And a certain S.P. Jones reached 50 first-class wickets when he dismissed Stephen Kirby with his first wicket in the Yorkshire first innings.
Where is Kirby now? Is he down at Somerset? Bowling coach, I think he is. He's travelled around. What a character. Dear. You won't remember him, do you?
Of course I do, yeah.
Yeah?
Absolutely do. Remember watching him from side on, nearly finishing at the batters.
Ball, played away for a single. Mad. He was mad on the field. Once he crossed that white line when he came off, he was the nicest man you ever met. But he used to rant and rave and shout, snarl and everything. Fine bowler was Steve Kirby. Was at Derby as a bowling coach, and I think, I may be wrong, but he's still in the game.
What's that aircraft doing around here? You had it yesterday, didn't you? I saw it on the stream.
Yeah.
Certainly, it's probably from RAF St Athan, which is down on the coast. Here's Morris. Last ball of the over. Bowls. Oh, and a waft outside the off stump from Lythe. Well bowled, young man. That's the best over he's bowled, and that'll do him a world of good.
So 72 without loss, the lead 194. Yeah, Steve Kirby at Somerset last I heard, bowling coach wise, but of course Yorkshire not been in that division for a little while. I can't recall seeing him round the grounds.
A change bowler, Kerry Carlson.
Oh, Zimbabwe. Yeah, I'm just checking it up now actually. He did leave Somerset to become bowling coach of Zimbabwe ahead of the ICC World Cup T20 of 2022. And no, he has rejoined Somerset since then. In fact, March this year. So there you go.
Going back to the press corps of those days, they had so many. Yorkshire did. There was David Warner, of course, Plum.
He'll be watching and listening at this point in time, probably with a nice plate of fish and chips in front of him, something like that. 5 on a Wednesday. Plum, I hope you're well, if you are.
Yeah, some of the best, you, my old friend.
Kieran Carlson now coming on to bowl a bit off spin here to the left-handers, and Finlay Bean cracks the first ball away through the diving Van der Hoogten at point. 1 run.
Hero Rob Mills, who's no longer with us.
Yep.
John Callaghan, Callie around?
Dave, John.
Not John Callaghan.
No.
Isn't he? He's left.
You know, my dear departed former colleague. We lost him in March of 2018.
No, I'm talking about
I know you are.
the other Callie.
As Carlson's in, and that's
and Dave,
pushed
of course,
out to point by Lythe. No run.
He knew him so very, very well. And we had the infamous Martin Searby.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I didn't know, but I've heard the stories. Carlson's in, and that's punched out square on the offside by Lythe for 1. Sylvia says, good afternoon. I was at that game at Scarborough that you're talking about. David Byers took a skyer to finish the game just before the heavens opened.
Yeah.
Carlson back to his mark. Bean just chopping down on this one into the offside. No run, but they've given their side a very good start to this second innings and got the lead up to nearly 200 here with still 9 overs remaining today. But there's always a but, isn't there, as he cracks this one away square on the offside. Finlay Bean for a single. He's on to 41. He'll be pleased to have some runs on the board, and another really good opening partnership from the pair. But the but is, of course, Ed, that this pitch does look to be flattening out, and that's got to be
anything else.
That's got to be danger signs when they want to win it, as Lythe steps back and hammers this away for 6 over long on. Too short from Kieran Carlson, and Lythe tucks in.
I think what they're doing here is just giving Carlson an opportunity to develop his that was a real rankle on pop. Develop his off spin, because Kellaway is the #1. They badly need another spinner. Crane hasn't bowled. He didn't bowl well at all in the first inning, so it's really easy pickings here. 81 going at a rate of 4.5, and Carlson going for 9 in his first over.
Looks as though Morris is going to continue, so the lead 203 then. But yeah, there's loads of time left yet, of course, but they have to give themselves enough time. And I think, as you were both talking about when I came back in the room, are they trying to play positively here, at pace?
Oh, they've got the plan
to get themselves an enormous lead and just, crush mentally Glamorgan before they have to bat second time. What do they call it? The wars, Steve Waugh? Mental disintegration?
Mental disintegration. Here's Ben Morris to start another over. And that's not a bad delivery, which comes back in and hits Bean somewhere around the chest area and dribbles through to Cook.
Mark Etches, afternoon to you, says Steve Kirby was on Sky TV on Saturday at T20 Finals Day. The camera caught a glimpse of him on the Somerset balcony and mentioned what a great competitor he was in his playing days.
Good lad. Yeah, you started something off with me then, didn't you, when you said I let you love Yorkshire. Going back over the years.
Well, you know, you always do say the same. You are very consistent every time I appear down here, so I reckon if you'd have been born on the other side of the border, you'd have probably been born in Yorkshire.
The next ball is pulled away. That was a bit too short from young Morris, and it's going to be picked up. They're going to pick up 3 as Troy picks up the ball near the mid-wicket boundary.
And of course, well, you sent us plenty of good rugby players over the years.
The great Lewis Jones,
to my
heard of him?
favourite code.
The great Lewis Jones, who died last year,
yeah,
or the year before, the good old age of 90 plus.
Yeah, Lewis lived and within 100 yards of my cricket club.
Never.
No, you'd see him walking up and down the streets.
He's a lovely man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here comes
twice.
Morris. Bowls. And he's beaten him, man. It's like a peel from Cook. Nothing happening. 84 without loss. Lewis is from a village called Gorsinan. Hugely gifted. In both codes, of course. And everybody spoke. I never met him, obviously. He was older than me. But everybody spoke how nice he was.
Yeah. I think the best that my dad used to talk about it that he'd seen playing standoff.
Here's Morris, bowls again. Yeah, he could play anywhere though. He could play full back.
Yeah, he said that my dad used to have a season ticket at Leeds RL, of course, as they were called in those days, and he used to love watching him play. And he said that he was sort of so good and so clever when he had the ball that you'd come off in those quagmires of a winter rugby league game and he'd still be clean. There'd be hardly a mark on him.
Yeah. And there are so many players that went north, and not only Leeds. You think of Jonathan Davis, David Watkins, Gary Coslett in the old days. So many of them. John Mantle, I can remember going. Obviously, I've missed some. People might say, "What about so and so?" But there were so many. Jim Mills, Billy Boston. Must have heard of him.
Yeah, met Billy as well.
In comes Morris. Bowls. Oh, that's an absolute beauty. Well bowled, young man. And really tied him all ends up, man. Live just pushed and was beaten off the pitch. Good delivery.
It was. Ben Crossland says that love hearing your Welsh colleague reminiscing about the 2001 Scarbados match. I was there. It actually finished at 12:15 or thereabouts. Last Glamorgan wicket caught by bias. Then it rained and we were celebrating in the rain with the team on the balcony. Brilliant day. Yeah, I too was there, Ben.
Really?
Yes, just sitting at the side and the top benches. Yeah, the bleachers as DT calls them these days.
Here's the next. Oops! What? Batsman and bowler flat on their back, and the keeper. Oh, I'd like to get a picture of that quickly.
No, missed it. No, a bit too late.
He tumbled, did young Morris. It was a bouncer. Lythe tumbled, and Chris Cook, the keeper, tumbled. Let's have a look again. Yeah, man, it's coming. 1, 2. It's a no ball, in fact. That is a great picture. What a sight. What a great sight that is. If you're a top snapper, yeah, there are a couple around. I wonder if they got that. I could win them a prize. Yes, Morris. Bowls to Lythe. Lythe again gets away. And the ball is run down for 4. One can sympathise with the young man. And he gets a tap from Adam Lythe. That's great to see. It was a very good over, that, and he should have had a wicket. But an eventful over. Lythe knew nothing at all about that. He edged it and If there'd been a second slip, he would have gone probably, but it went for 4. Anyway, the score is 90 without loss, and the lead is 212. I might not be far off my 250 prediction here, Jonathan.
Sounds good. You're always very accurate in that respect, I think, Edward
Not
Bevan.
always, not always.
So, Carlson's going to continue at this Cathedral Road end. 8 overs remain on day 2. Shadows beginning to lengthen, but it's been a lovely day. Certainly afternoon. There's an appeal that is certainly drawn out by Chris Cook at the back of the stumps, but not
What would make
anybody else. Really.
Yorkshire's day is to see some turn.
Yeah, it would. I mean, they'd love to see
anything.
They'd love to see a bit of up and down now, wouldn't they, and a bit of sideways movement as well. But it doesn't look like it is. It looks like it's going to be one of those Sophia Gardens tracks that is getting harder to take wickets on, as being cracks one away off the back foot. His score on to 45.91 without loss. I've got an early commercial for you as well for an event taking place on February the 9th, 2025. More in a sec, because here is Carlson. Lyth just runs that one out into the covers and picks up a single. An evening with a certain Ryan Sidebottom is taking place at Sorby Bridge Cricket Club.
That should be fun.
Yours truly being the host and question master, Q&A with him. So it'll be good to see Siddy. I think tickets already going pretty well. They've only just gone on sale. So if you're in that general area, that part of West Yorkshire, well, even if you're outside and you want a good night out, then I'm sure
It will be a good night out, I'm sure.
As in comes Carlson, and that's
If I was in the
away by
vicinity, Jonathan, I would come, but it should be something like 270 miles away.
yeah, I'm sure you would. Yeah. We'll let you get away with saying that. If only I was closer, I'd definitely be
I
honest.
enjoy them.
As this is punched away into the offside by Bean, who will pick up another single. I'm announcing it, and to be honest with you, I'm not yet sure how you get hold of the tickets, but you can always let me know through the usual
out.
forums on the commentary, and I'll pass the message on. But yeah, Ryan Sidebottom in about his career and beyond, of course, his ice dancing and all that malarkey, and he's got some really good stories to tell. I've done a few evenings with him in the past. Really good stories about his playing days from his point of view, and the characters that he played with and all of that. And as we know, he was a high-class exponent of his art of left-arm seam bowling. So I'm really looking forward to hosting that for Sorby Bridge CC, 9th of Feb 2025.
Late of Nottinghamshire as well.
Yeah.
You see, Matthew Wood came down here. I first met Matt when I was working for the daily newspaper, and I was sent on the under-19 tour of Zimbabwe back in 2001 or something like that. Watch Morris, who was impressed me this evening, and bowls outside the off stump. He's got a second slip now, and when he was on that trip, and also Gareth Batty and Paul Hutchison. Have you ever heard of Hutch, you left arm seamer?
I certainly know Hutch well.
You give him my regards,
I will.
because he was on that, and I made a lot of good friends.
You know what he's doing now? He's the head coach of Jersey.
Is he? Well, I think Darren Thomas of this parish is the head coach of the ladies' side.
I'm saying Jersey, or is it Guernsey? Anyway, it's a Channel Island.
Yeah. Is he? Lovely man.
Give us a shout, Pooch, and tell us if it's Jersey or Guernsey. I've forgotten it.
Here comes Morris and bowls. That's appeal for LBW, but I think he might have just, let's see what the umpire says. Leggers or bat? And he says bat. So that's the reason. 93 without loss. The lead is 216. So I hope you all listeners have enjoyed my reminiscing of Yorkshire. He would walk into.
You've even got the chant off to a tee as well.
Yeah.
I think we might just have to let you become an
If you ever want a third voice,
Yorkshireman.
let me know.
But if you can't get to Sorby St Peters or whatever it is, then
come on
you
from Max.
can't get to Headingley, can you? See, it's another 15 miles further on. 20 miles.
Ben Morris comes in and bowls. just defended that. And what a lovely gesture it was when he beat Lyth in the last over. He went down to third man down. Had it been the second slip, he would have been out. Went up and tapped him on the shoulders to say, "Hard luck, lad."
Thanks to number one son James, who's just messaged in that Poochie, as we used to call him, Paul Hutchison,
Poochie, yeah.
is in Jersey, but he's coaching Jersey, but he's currently in Zimbabwe on a training camp.
You'll remember that trip well. And a young Andrew Flintoff, there's another single at it, was on that tour. He went on to big things. It was a memorable tour, that. And the coach was David Lloyd,
who has been third voicing for us this year
I bet
on
that
an
was
odd
fun.
occasion. Yeah, he did a game at York for us.
Well, we might be with him next year. A bit of luck. Lancashire come down. Here's Ben Morris, comes in, bowls to Bean, bowls him a short ball. Bean looks about 6'2", sails over his head. I should be here tomorrow. Sorry about that, but Nick, his throat is troubling him. So he has to prepare, of course, for the big game on Sunday. So on our advice and his common sense, he's keeping low. Ben Morris, 0 for 22, and this is his 5th over. In, bowls, and this is played away on the onside, but there'll be no run there. 4.5 is the run rate, and the lead is 217, and there are 6 overs remaining today. And my good colleague has done his Welsh language stint. I shall leave you and look forward to seeing you all bright and early tomorrow morning, and enjoy your evening.
Been a pleasure.
Cardiff, and don't visit the flesh pots.
Thanks, Ed. Thanks again for the Welsh cakes to Mrs. B when you get home. Kieran Carlson's going to continue. Carl Williams with a C says, while you're on the 2001 Champo winning team theme, Wayne Clark was our Aussie coach. Carlson in, and that's dropped into the offside by Lyth, and there is no run. Under 6 overs remaining this evening. And he is coming in again. Back goes Lyth and runs it out to point. So 95 off 21.2. Pace has slowed a little, but they've still been intent to kick on, and there you go. Short ball hammered away by Lyth over mid-wicket. The umpires are checking with each other. Did it carry the boundary or not? Not quite, says David Milnes, and signals to the scorers away to our left that that is 4. So 47 apiece for this pair, 99 without loss, 221 in front. And Carlson is in again and rocking back. Lyth cuts that away into the offside for Van der Hoogten to field. That is a 100 partnership once again for these two. They have been superb as a pair since they came together. Well, for the first full season together at the start of last year. Finlay Bean had made his debut a couple of years ago, right at the back end of the season at Old Trafford, when Yorkshire were still in Division 1. Incidentally, as Carlson bowls here to Bean, he drops that forward back to the bowler. My information is that Yorkshire would not have enforced the follow-on had they been able to do so anyway. So there you go. Carlson is in, and Bean cuts firmly out into the offside. Van der Hoogten does the fielding, and they get 1. So Bean 48, Lyth 48. 101 without loss, but sort of a bit of symmetry about the board. The lead is at 223 rather than 222.
Yes, and an insurmountable lead, one would suggest now.
Already, you think?
Well, not
going on to,
not already, but certainly going on to. with 10 wickets in the bank. And they've not encountered anything untoward, really, by and large. And they're looking strong out there, Lyth and Bean. And it will be the youngster Ben Morris to continue from the River Taff end. That is a no ball. So it might be a tough few days at the office for young Ben Morris, but invaluable experience all the same. To get his county cap will always be a special moment. So Bean is 48, nearing his half a century. Morris in, and that's guided into the offside. Just a single on offer there as Bean trots down to the non-striker's end. It is looking beautiful wicket to bat on now, which goes back to what we were saying earlier, that yes, Yorkshire bowled well this morning, it has to be said. I mean, the one thing, it was that wicket of Chris Cook with a flash outside off stump, really put pay to any prospect of Glamorgan making a fist of anything, and some muffled appeals there from Morris. It all started with Sam Northeast adjudged out LBW, then Asa Tribe followed quickly. He never looked happy out there, it has to be said. He suffered a few near misses late last night when they had to endure those 2 overs late on. Here comes Morris, bowls, and that's straying down leg side, taken by Chris Cook. And really, Yorkshire, yes, they were probably frustrated a bit by that effort by Harris and Gorvin, 60+ combination partnership there, but they've never really taken their foot off the accelerator. As they eye promotion to Division 2. Here is Morris, bowls, and that's cut. There is a man sweeping on the offside boundary, so just a single there to Adam Lyth, both on 49. But it is really quite mundane out there now. And there's a bit of a lull, as still glorious evening here in the capital. I was mentioning to Edward they'd be all piling into the watering hole you were at last night, probably, which is not too far from Sophia Gardens. That's pushed into the offside. They'll take a quick single, and that is the 50 up for Bean, who dons his bat to the pavilion, and it's been a good knock.
Yeah, it's his 5th first-class 50 to go with 5 first-class hundreds, and the first time he's got 50 in any match since he made 164 against Gloucestershire in the win at Scarborough in June. So it's been a, by his standards,
Long time coming.
Yeah, a lengthy half-century drought at least. That was, of course, that record 307-run partnership he put on with Adam Lyth, and they've come up with another ton between him here, so well done to him.
Don't think we'll have to wait long until Lyth's 50, and there it is. That's just guided down to the 3rd man area. They'll come back for 2, and that's 50 for Adam Lyth.
Yeah, and in his case, well, he's been playing quite a bit longer, hasn't he? He'll be 37 next week. Yeah, and that is his 74th first-class half-century to go with 36 first-class hundreds. But I think of the pair, Adam will be absolutely delighted for Finlay, because they've struck up a really good partnership, if you like, both on and off the field, get on really well. They've got that thing of wanting each other to do well, and I think that's partly why they've gelled. It's the sort of master and his apprentice type feel to it. And Finlay had a really good season last year, finished 17 short of 1,000 first-class runs. There's still that match at Durham that until he does get 1,000 in a season, he'll probably always rankle a little bit. More in a moment, because Harris is coming on to bowl some seam at this Cathedral Road end, and Bean blocks it. But there was a match last year when they went to Durham, and Saud Shakil was playing for Yorkshire, and he was a concussion substitute, so Finlay Bean was left out of the side because they were packed with batting. And anyway, Finlay came back in for the second innings of the match, missed the first innings because Saud Shakil was playing, then came in as a concussion sub. And you know, maybe those 17 runs might have come had he played in the first innings of that match as well. It's one of those, isn't it? I know there were plenty more opportunities as the season unfolded for him to get there as well, but he's just dropped one into the leg side there, and there was no run. But yeah, this season has definitely been more of a challenge, but he'll be delighted to get another half century on the board. At the moment he's on to 728 runs for the campaign, which is still not a bad effort, as Harris is in and Bean shoulders his arms, and there is still, of course, the rest of this innings and potentially 2 next week. So you never quite know, and he might have absolute blinders and maybe even tick off that 1,000 this year. 3 overs and 3 balls remaining on day 2 as Harris makes his way in. And Bean pushing into the offside. Carlson fields.
I was taken aback by Lythe being 37, because, and this is said with the utmost respect, that he's probably looked the same for a number of years.
In some ways he might take that, and in some ways he might take issue with that, I guess. He's still plenty fit enough, I think, for his age. Still moves pretty well, doesn't he, between the wickets and in the outfield when he needs to. Generally standing at slip, of course, as Harris slants one across Bean. Just has a little push at it and misses. Adam Lythe now on to 1,064 in the 2024 season, and no surprise that with 728 Finlay is next best. Of course, I haven't seen as much of Shan Masood as would have been liked. He has 520 to his name in 12 knocks. As Harris is just turned around the corner for 1 run by Bean. In fact, no, it was off the pad. So leg bite to complete that 24th over of this Yorkshire second innings. 109 without loss. Yeah, and looking ominous for Yorkshire's bowlers. They're going to have to work very hard, you feel, to pick up 10 Glamorgan second innings wickets. And they're going to have to come up. Well, I'm sure they've already got a plan, and we'll have another chat about revising that plan if necessary tonight at the end of this day, where they lead by, at the moment, 231 with 3 overs remaining.
Yeah, well on course, one would say. There is a bit of bad stuff forecast for Friday, so they'll be wanting to push on with just 3 overs to go today. Andy Gorvin will take over from the River Taff end. Here he comes, bowls, and that's forward offensive, and it struck out to mid-off. Good game with ball and bat for Andy Gorvin. Stuck around with James Harris. And here he comes, just the one slip in now, which is Colin Ingram. Gorvin in, bowls. And again. Bean is forward, and there's no run. 109 for no wicket. The lead is 231. And it's been a hard day's work for Glamorgan. It started this morning under pressure due to the bowling of Code as Gorvin comes in, and Fisher, who took 4 apiece. Bess and Thompson with the other wickets. And with a 122 lead after the first innings, well, it was such a platform for them to go for the juggler, which they've done with Lyth and Bean looking so strong. Gorvin is in and bowls. That's worked somewhat streaky, perhaps, into the onside, and it's a single. 110 for no wicket.
We have a message in from David Charlesworth. We were recounting memories of Yorkshire Glamorgan matches at Scarborough when Ed was in the studio. He's asking any Welsh memories of Acklam Park. I remember seeing Yorkshire Glamorgan as a kid there in the mid-70s, including Boycott and Jones centuries. I found that match.
Gorvin in. Well, I can tell you what, that would have even been before Ed's time in the commentary box.
Well, it was 21st to 24th of August, of course, 3-day games in those days, 1976, so it would have been a scorcher as well. I remember drought year pretty well as a child. Yorkshire won the match by 7 wickets. Alan Jones 132 for Glamorgan batting first, 349 for 7.
Got some opening batters there. Gorvin in, bowls.
Another dot there. Jeff Ellis.
Jeff Ellis, yeah.
51. John Hopkins, 55. Gwyn Richards not out, 53. And in the wickets column, a certain P. Carrick, 4 for 98 from 24 overs. 2 for the former Prez, who I was talking to just the other week up at Headingley, Jeff Cope. And 1 for 46 as well for Arthur Leslie Robinson.
That was the end of the over. There might be a bulletin required in a few minutes' time.
Okay. Harris comes in and Bean turns that one into the onside for 1. Howard Cooper and Graham Stevenson, also part of the Yorkshire attack, finished wicketless in the first Glamorgan innings. Yorkshire first innings, G. Boycott 30, R.G. Lum 1, J.D. Love, if you're listening in, Jim, or watching, 21. A certain D.L. Bairstow made 106, batting at number 4. G.A. Cope 57 at 5. J.H. Hampshire made 6. All edged and short of first slip and will go for 4. In fact, I think that's hurt. First slipper Colin Ingram, 4 more to Lyth. He's on to 55, 115 without loss. Phil Carrick also made 54 there. And Peter Squires 38 not out. So Yorkshire 352 for 8 in response, were just ahead going into Glamorgan's second innings. And a century in each innings for Alan Jones, 156 not out in the second dig, and Gwyn Richards with 102 not out, 320 for 3 declared. But then Yorkshire got home with Sir Geoffrey making 156 not out, Jim Love 50, Graham Stevenson 46 in the second inning. Big shout here for LBW meanwhile, and Lyth doesn't want to look at David Milnes, but unfortunately he has to, and sees the finger raised, and James Harris has broken that opening partnership. Yorkshire 115 for 1 just before the end of day 2, 10 balls remaining, and that will be a disappointment, having got so far into it, Adam Lyth, that he hasn't seen it through until the end of the day. 55 to him then, and gone. And a first wicket to Harris, 1 for 30 halfway through his 6th over, but still a very, very important stand for Yorkshire that they've kicked on here. They lead by 237 in a very strong position with 9 second innings wickets in hand. And Lyth gone, that was his 73rd delivery, I think.
Well, they badly needed something, did Glamorgan. It's been hard work out there. And Lyth going LBW for 55.
The Yorkshire batter, number 7, Matthew Fisher.
Night watchman time then.
Yeah. Yes, and Yorkshire making hay in the sunshine as they've now amassed 115 for 1 in the second innings, a commanding lead of 237. Earlier the visitors reduced Glamorgan to 239 in their first innings, and even that looked unlikely at one stage. But despite the efforts of Colin Ingram and a useful 60-plus partnership between James Harris and Andy Gorvin, 122 first innings lead has given Yorkshire a fine platform. Lyth has just gone for 55, Bean still unbeaten on 52. Yorkshire are 115 for 1, a lead of 237. And welcome back to Sophia Gardens, where we are nearing the end of the second day's play here in the Welsh capital, and it's been all Yorkshire, it has to be said, from the first over, where Code and Fisher had Glamorgan on the rack. Northeast was trapped LBW, and followed by Ace at Tribe. As Harris comes in, there's just a waft from Fisher, the night watchman, outside off stump. And they reduced Glamorgan to 98 for 6 at lunch. And despite the best efforts of Colin Ingram, top scorer with 82, and a 60-plus partnership from a rearguard action from Andy Gorvin and James Harris, it was never enough. 122 first innings lead has given them Yorkshire. That is a brilliant platform. Harris in from the Cathedral Road end. Fisher is defending, and there is no run. That is the end of the penultimate over of the day. Finlay Bean unbeaten on 52. Lyth has just fallen for 55, trapped LBW by James Harris. So Yorkshire have a massive 237 lead and will be trying to push on day 3, and who knows, we'll try and wrap things up possibly a day earlier. Plenty of cricket to go before then, it has to be said, and there could be a bit of nasty stuff in the air weather-wise on the final day. But Bean, who's been imperious throughout, takes guard. Andy Gorvin will bowl the last over of the day, coming round the wicket from the River Taff end. 2 slips in for Gorvin. Bean is forward, and there's no run here. 4 wickets for Fisher and Code, 1 apiece for Bess and Thompson, and Glamorgan haven't recovered. Gorvin starts his run up past the umpire, round the wicket, bowls. Bean works that into the onside, but Kellaway is fielding short mid wicket. Just a question now of how much they'll be able, Yorkshire, to amass in the first session. Coming in is Andy Gorvin, coming over the wicket to Bean this time. Will try to work it off his hips into the onside. Fielded by Asa Tribe. Another dot ball. And plenty of batting yet to come. And players in form who made scores in the first innings. James Wharton, Tattersall with 40. Dom Bess as well. Pitched in with 50 in the first innings, so plenty there. This is Gorvin coming in and bowls, and that's worked, tickled down to fine leg for a single. James Harris throws back to Chris Cook. 116 for 1. Still a few of the Glamorgan faithful present at Sophia Gardens for a full day's play. Just 2 balls to go. It brings the night watchman Matthew Fisher on strike. 3 slips in for Fisher. Mid off, mid on, man at point, and square leg. There is some protection at fine leg as well. Bit of a rejig in the field as Carlson comes in close. So 4 slips in now. In comes Gorvin, and Fisher is well forward, and there's no run. Yorkshire then overwhelming favourites with 9 wickets in hand. Glamorgan really haven't had a foothold in this game as Gorvin rounds off the second day's play at Sophia Gardens. There is no run off the bat off Fisher. That is stumps on day 2, a day that's belonged totally to Yorkshire. They've had Glamorgan under the pump throughout with the ball and bat, and having whittled them down to 98 for 6 at lunch, there was no way back for Glamorgan really in the first innings. Yorkshire held a commanding 122 lead in the first innings, and Lyth and Bean have carried on in that vein. 50 for both, 55 for Lyth before being trapped LBW by Harris. Bean is still there, unbeaten on 53. The night watchman Matthew Fisher yet to score. So it's been all Yorkshire in the sunshine here in the Welsh capital. Glamorgan, who are in a huddle out in the middle, have it all to do in the first session in the third day, with Yorkshire hoping to get that lead to a 400 plus at least and bat Glamorgan out of the game. That is it for today. I hope listeners in Yorkshire and here in Wales, of course, have enjoyed our commentary today. I hope we can have your company here at Sophia Gardens tomorrow. Until then, no star, a very good evening to all.